As he gathered his thoughts and got to his feet after the retaliatory strike, Kang activated his acceleration and powerful punching skills. In response to his attack, he received a counterattack, after which he received a system message saying that he had received 210 units of damage. Realizing that he could not stand a direct confrontation and needed to use his trump card, the guy activated his skill of wearing a dark vault. He managed to plunge the enemy into a state of confusion by appearing in mid-air, and then, appearing right behind the shadow, Khan shouted goodbye and struck the final blow. This strike occurred suddenly, along with the application of the first technique from the sword skills of the wolf's fang cutting thunderstorms. After the victory, the boy received a system notification. Your strength increased by 20, your dexterity increased by 13, your intelligence increased by 10, your mana increased, and your spiritual growth increased by 14. Before he could catch his breath, the guy saw that the shadow of the next enemy had already appeared in front of him, but it was clear from his look that this opponent scared him. Right in front of him was a rather strange monster. It was not even a person, but something more like a beast that moved on 4 legs. After assessing his chances of winning against this opponent, Kang Tessin was overcome with an aura of anxiety and a certain fear. Then, raising his hands up to symbolize his refusal to continue the battle, the boy said, "Hey, let's call it a day." Immediately after the system notification of the end of the test appeared in front of the guy, Oman is thoughtfully silent about the results of the test. At the same time, Casper was amazed at how high his friend had managed to go, and said how incredibly tall he was, and how it was adequate that an adventurer from the 8th floor had defeated a shadow from the 20th. The next moment, the walls of water began to disappear, and a system notification appeared. Oman's zone of influence has decreased. Oman is giving you rewards. Seeing what was happening, the warrior said, "Wow, Oman's forces had indeed decreased greatly." Immediately afterwards, he received another notification with rewards that said, "You have received a testimonial ring. Additional parameters: strength 5, defense 5. You have passed the test of strength test, so you receive additional rewards, proof of limited skill. 1% all your characteristics will be increased if you fight an enemy of your level or about your level." Then the guy was surprised to hear a new ring and a passive skill. Immediately afterwards, Khan also received another offer, this time a contract as an apostle of the god of trials, to which he confidently replied, "No, I refuse." In response to the rejection of the contract, water began to splash from the altar directly on the guy. At that moment, Casper could barely contain his laughter. After venting his resentment for refusing the contract, the boy received a system notification, and Oman promised to meet again in the future. Walking away from the altar of the god, Khan looked back and smiled happily and said in his head, "So my current limit is the 20th floor, really useful information. Maybe this test is worth telling in the chat." After a while, the boy successfully cleared the secret room and got to the chest with a reward, a protector for his ankle that gave him 3 units of dexterity and 6 units of protection. After a while, he also defeated the 8th floor boss, Marquada Ruthia, and then surprisingly said that it was much easier. In response to the boy's surprise while he was looking at the rewards for the floor he had completed, Casper replied that usually people get stronger in a more appropriate way, but it was your spiritual power and skill and the impermanence of Oman that made you even cooler. Picking up the 8th floor bounty, Khan received a system notification. The 8th floor bounty rune, Marnia, presents attributes based on the probability of using rune weapons, after which Khan said it should be put in the inventory. Immediately afterwards, he also received a system notification that said, "A secret reward has already been discovered. You have gained the passive skill touch to research skill 1% each time you attack an enemy. The damage dealt will drain a certain percentage of stamina from the enemy." Then Khan said that the skill was given as a reward. It will be of great use in protracted battles. The next moment, jumping down from the defeated boss of the 8th floor, the guy said, "Now we've definitely collected everything we can, so should we speed up the descent?" Upon arriving at the 9th floor, Kong Tasan received a system notification that he had defeated the boss and that the monsters on the 9th floor were goblins. This time, the goblins were tougher opponents, and they were also wearing armor to protect them from some blows and mitigate the damage. However, for Kang Tasan, they were not difficult at all. "I've been dealing with them one by one," he said. "I've been dealing with them so far with ease, but who would have thought that ordinary goblins would be stronger than ogres?" In response, Casper said to him, "I'm sure they're training somehow. Maybe the leader will teach them how to do it. I think you can guess who I'm talking about." Hearing his friend's words, the boy mentally said to the one I had fought before, "Hega ha, the former goblin lord and the current one, so now on this floor." After clearing the entire floor, Khan arrived at the place where the god of this floor was located, a hobgoblin elder. After defeating him, the way to the next floors opened. The battle did not last long, and the boy activated his cloak of secrecy skill and approached the enemy and easily defeated him. Everything happened instantly. As soon as the effect of the cloak was over, Khan exposed his blade, and with a slight movement of his hand separated his head from his body. Immediately after identifying the place where all the goblins were looking in the picture, the boy confidently said to his friend, "So let's go on." Putting his hand to the wall behind which the current goblin leader Tessin was supposed to be, he activated the trap detection skill. Immediately after, the wall began to collapse when the passage opened, and the boy went inside and was able to meet the current goblin leader he was looking for. Immediately afterwards, a system notification appeared in front of him that said, "You have found Luthra, the goblin lord." Then he said, "So that means you have defeated Hegaha," Luthra added with a sly smile. "He fought against a monster, that is, against a warrior like you, and that is why he most likely left that day satisfied." Seeing that his opponent was quite serious, the goblin lord added, "And that's why I want to thank you instead." In response to Kang Tasan's words of gratitude, he said, "You're the one who removed Hegu Ha from his position as lord. I'm right. So why are you doing this?" After receiving the question, Luthra replied, "After all, I am destined to be destroyed, so shouldn't I leave at least something in memory of myself before I die? Isn't it obvious that dying as a goblin lord is better than being just one of them?" Having received the answer to his question, the boy said in his head in disappointment that he had done so only because of his own greed. The next moment, rising from his work and picking up 2 spears, the monster leader said, "I knew this day would come one day, but I still feel strange, but I just have to accept it." Looking at the guy who was standing right in front of him and preparing for the fight, Luthra said, "Well, let's fight, warrior." Immediately afterwards, the pair of fighters crossed their weapons and began to measure their strength, with Khan being the first to attack, forcing the enemy into a deadly defense. While the fight was in full swing, there were only a couple of days left before the return to the ground, after which a massive, non-refusal assignment would begin. Feeling a strong pressure on himself in the battle against the stranger, the goblin lord was surprised to say, "Wow, I can't even keep up with your skills. I can't resist your fast movements and sword skills." Hearing the words of his opponent, who was not up to his level, the boy was surprised to hear that you were going to give up in this fight. In response to the boy's question, Luthra gathered his last strength and prepared to attack, and shouted out menacingly, "I will never surrender." Smiling madly as he attacked his opponent, the goblin shouted, "I don't care that I have no chance of winning. I'll just do my best. I want to make the time I have left beautiful." Hearing the goblin lord Kang Tasan's wish to rush at the enemy with thunderstorm-cutting swordsmanship and the first sword style, I responded perfectly. Then I will also give my best. As a result of the collision and the crossing of weapons, Lutra gave up the ghost and flew back into the wall after a hard landing. Groaning in pain, he said, "I can't believe you pushed me back so hard, but I'm satisfied that's enough for me." Handing the boy his weapon, the Goblin Lord said finally, "Step forward, warrior." Catching the gift, Khan saw the description of the item improved arrows attack about 10. Immediately after turning his gaze to his opponent, he noticed that he was no longer showing signs of life, and a system notification appeared that you had defeated Luther. At the end of the battle, the guy received several more system notifications that said you will receive the title of King Killer when you fight against a Lord, King, or Elder. Your characteristics will increase, and the reward will become greater, after which Kang said, "Now let's go." Arriving at Lilith after clearing Tessen's floor and making some offerings after the ritual, you received a notification that you have received a cover magic entry-level cover, mana cost 4 skill 1% hides signs of presence. After gaining the new skill, the boy arrived at the shop and bought a considerable amount of various potions. The merchant was surprised by the boy's actions and said, "I can't believe you wasted half your luck. Why are you buying so many potions?" He replied, "I need them for something." Heading to clear the next level, Kang looked at the secret reward of the 9th floor, which was a sword of shining frost that added 11 points of attack, and said, "It's been a long time since I changed weapons." After some time of traveling, when he arrived at the right place, he confidently said, "Well, now we have finally arrived on the 10th floor." Noticing that they had arrived at the right place, Casper happily announced that we had finally arrived at the right place. It was almost over. "You still remember my task?" To which he replied, "Yes, you want me to take revenge on the man who killed you on the 9th floor, that's right." Walking along the 10th floor with Kang, the ghost joyfully announced that thanks to you, I managed to leave a trace of my existence in this world. Taking his true form as a ghost, he shed a few tears and added, "My world is dead, and I am dead with it, but I must leave at least some memories of us." Disappearing into thin air before Kang Tae-san's eyes, Casper said, "I'm sorry I can't teach you the second style of sword, but I'm sure you'll be able to handle it yourself someday." The next moment, when the warrior's presence almost disappeared, a quiet voice said, "I'm saying goodbye in advance. I had a lot of fun with you." In response to his friend's words, Kang Tae-san replied, "Well, I'm still not sure about my future, so I'll postpone my answer for now until I return to Earth for an indefinite amount of time." After walking a few meters, the boy received a system notification accompanied by stomping feet, which said, "The ogre monster of the 10th floor has appeared." In an attempt to attack Tae-san, the enemy failed, his attack was intercepted, and then dealt a powerful counterattack immediately after Khan received a system notification that you have defeated the ogre. After walking a certain amount of distance, the guy came across a room, and then a system notification appeared that said the secret room was on the 10th floor. Approaching a secret place on the floor, the guy used his trap detection skill and then received a system notification that his current trap detection skill level had increased by 2%. Surprised by the actions of his partner, Casper thought that he could simply destroy it, but instead raised his skill level. Why he suddenly decided to bother so much, and then the guy activated the trap detection. After completing the machinations with the secret room, Khan took the reward from the hand sticking out of the wall and received a system notification of success. You receive a blue ring as a reward for the secret room blue ring mana additional mana parameters, 10 units. Having finished clearing the entire floor, the guy moved to the boss's room. Standing in front of the door of the end of the joint journey, Kang said, "Finally, we got here." Looking at his friend, Casper said, "When you defeat him and enter the secret room, you will meet the one who killed me. If you can deal with this scoundrel, You will be able to complete my task. Before the battle began, Khan took out the manhwa rune from his inventory, which provided attributes based on the probability of using rune weapons, as well as an engraving scroll that gave equipment special powers. After using the power-up items, the guy received a system notification that said the weapon's weapon improvement sword Shining Frost attack, about 11 built-in lightning attributes when displaced, is likely to slow down the enemy. Having finished upgrading the weapon, Khan asked the ghost if you are considered a person from this maze, to which he thoughtfully replied, "Well, technically yes, because I am dead and tied to my grave." Looking at his connection to the place he cannot leave, Casper added, "I can only be here because of you, but my roots do not change." In response to this, the boy replied, "That's exactly what I meant by my question, that no matter what, you are still attached to me because of the assignment." With a sly smile at the realization of what exactly could happen, Khan added, "That's why, until it's completed, you'll continue to follow me. Then what will be their priority?" Turning his gaze to his companion, Tessin added, "I'm the one who's tied to the maze, or you who's tied to me because of the task." And then I heard a surprised voice saying what you're talking about. The next moment, a hole appeared right in front of Kang Tessan, like a gap between space that was still pulling him in, but weakly. Looking closely at the rift in space, one could see a familiar planet in it, and then a system notification appeared with 0 days to return to Earth. Not understanding what was happening, Casper screamed out in fright what it was, after which the following system warning appeared. "A special task is about to begin. Please prepare for a jump." Walking with the boy into the unknown that was pulling them inside, the warrior's ghost shouted out in confusion and fright, "Hey, wait! Tessin, what's going on here?" After a while, the boy moved to his home planet, to a city surrounded by green mountains and filled with tall buildings. When he came to and opened his eyes, he noticed the blinding sun and tried to shield himself from it, mentally saying the aroma of grass here was different from the one in the maze, and the strong smell of asphalt that was unique to this unique place. Resting on the road near one of the buildings, Tessan mentally said everything exactly as it was that day. "So I returned to Earth." At the same time, Casper nervously circled around his only friend, and scared, he called out to Tessin where we were now. Being in complete shock at what had just happened, the warrior exclaimed in confusion, "I've never heard of a place like this in the maze before. Where are we then?" Khan added mentally, "But this time, I'm not alone." The first thing he did after returning to his home planet was to go to the store to replenish his supplies and finally have a tasty meal. Looking at the products on the shelves and smelling them, the boy mentally said, "It doesn't smell as expected. Most of the products have gone bad. After all, 3 months have passed." The next moment, reaching for the shelf with the canned food that was supposed to be fit for consumption, he added in his mind, "Now we should only take it." After looking through the assortment, the boy picked up some canned corn and tofu that was packed in a tin box. After cutting the tofu into slices, he put them on his sword, which he received from Rakiratus, and began to fry them with the help of fire magic. After cooking, Kang, enjoying the normal taste of food, said with satisfaction that it was delicious, and the warrior replied confusedly, "Why did you fry them like that?" After that, looking around, he added in surprise, "So this means your world is necessary and this happens at the same time." Khan thought that everything created and received in the maze belongs to the maze, but you can take something with you as items before returning to Earth, which is why the player's ownership is a priority in the final decision. In response to his friend's question, Tessan replied, "Actually, I'm not sure that we are in my world, because you are not an object but a living being." And then he asked, pointing to something in front of him, "What is it?" Continuing to point at the cars, he added these square-shaped things, "I see them everywhere." And the guy said, "You mean cars?" You'll understand if I say they're like carriages with horses, only they can move without horses. And then Casper added, and those tower buildings belong to thieves, to which he said, no, they're just buildings. After answering all the questions of his friend, Tessan pointed out what he was interested in and asked, look, but you'd better go over there. You know something about that. Looking at the gap in space through which the monsters came to Earth, the ghost asked what it was. While some inconspicuous monster in the form of slime was crawling out of the rift, Khan said that this is the reason I went to the labyrinth and what continues to destroy our world today. Thinking about what he was seeing and feeling, Casper said thoughtfully, interesting. I feel a completely different force. I think I can figure it out if we get closer. Hearing this, Khan thought maybe we could do the identification a little later. As soon as he thought about it, the monster that was slowly approaching him from behind, in order not to give himself away, decided to suddenly attack the guy. But he failed, and Tessan immediately reacted, moving out of the way of the attack, catching the enemy by the tentacle. At the same time, the warrior shouted the same thing. Holding the unknown life form in his hands, which was trying to escape, Tessan said, what do you think it is? Approaching the unknown slimy form with tentacles that his friend was showing him, Casper said, it's interesting, it's a slave of God, but the energy feels completely different, like one of them, but very strange. Continuing to develop his thought, the ghost added, looking at the unknown life form, it must be something not from here, but whoever created such a creature cannot understand who it is. Immediately after the conclusions about the origin, Casper added thoughtfully, I can assure you of one thing for sure. Its creator is incredibly strong, perhaps even stronger than Rakiratus. After hearing the conclusions from his friend, Kong said, well, now it's clear, and then activated the fireball skill and set fire to the captured monster in his hand. When the first attacker was finished, the ghost asked in surprise, so you brought me to this world to ask me about such things? And I replied, what's the big deal? And then added, I agree. Thanks to this, I was able to see another world. Heading towards the goal through the ruined city, before the travelers suddenly appeared, system notification begins a special quest. You must hurry to the city hall of onion conditions. You must arrive alive. Seeing his warrior surprised, said, wow. They give a minimum of description. After learning what to do, the pair of travelers went to the city hall. Having covered some distance, Casper said there was no one here at all, to which Khan added, I wonder what is going on here. The next moment, noticing a lot of dead people in the city, he mentally added up how many people chose the option that suddenly appeared in front of them. Most of them probably hiding and waiting for the leadership to save them. And this is the result of their choice. At the same time, looking at the slow gait of his comrade, the warrior asked, I'm sure you can move much faster with the characteristics you have, so why are you walking so slowly? To which he replied, because I want to meet someone. Thinking about who Tessan was talking about, the ghost said, you mean the people you taught everything to? It's quite interesting to look at them. And he replied, no, but we will see them soon enough. Suddenly, he heard a man's voice coming from near him and saying, hey, you also got a quest to come to the city hall. As he approached Kang Tessan, the guy put his hands down so as not to accidentally scare him, adding, it's strange, this is the first time I've seen you. It looks like you're not from the heavy regimen, you're probably from the normal regimen. I'm right. After approaching the boy he had met by chance in the ruined world and extending his hand, the boy happily said, I am Gyum Jun-gin from the heavy regime. Recalling all the moments from his past life and how it ended, Kang Tessan heard that a whole group of survivors had gathered there. Would you like to join us? When he heard no reaction from the guy he met, Gyum Jun-gin pointed in the direction of the code to go. He looked at Kang in surprise. After thinking about his answer for a while, Tessan said, Okay, I'll go with you. Hearing the affirmative answer, the boy threw his arm around Khan's shoulder and smiled happily, bringing another survivor to his survivor camp. Jun-gin joyfully exclaimed, "Hey guys, I'm back. How are you all doing?" Hearing the voice of his rescuer, one of the residents exclaimed, "Mr. Jung-yun, thankfully nothing happened," and then another added, "Mr. Jung-yun is back, so we can relax." After announcing his return, Kang Jun pointed to his new friend and said, "Mr. Tasan, I think he's from the normal mode. I hope we get along." Hearing someone say that he was normal, I've never seen him before, and he was told that the mode was full of people. No wonder you don't recognize him. Looking at the number of people gathered in one camp, Khan mentally said, "There are about 100 of them, all of them from normal and light mode," and then heard from the Casper that they don't seem to see me. As he continued to look at the crowd of people, among whom only Jun-gyun stood out and the rest had darkened faces, the boy added, as expected, "I don't remember any of them." After taking a roll call of all those present, the commander exclaimed that everyone was already gathered, so let's go to the city hall. While following Jun-gin, someone in the crowd said, "What if we run into a monster?" And then someone added, "I know it's a quest, but still." And then their leader said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you all." Hearing the promise from the glorious warrior, the crowd cheered as expected from the hard regime. "He is so reliable, what a relief that we met Jun-gin." At the same time, flying over the crowd of people heading to the city hall, Casper wondered in his head if these were not the players of the maze. Why were they all so weak? After assessing the entire crowd to the last person, he mentally added, "Of all the people who look capable of doing something, only that boy Jun-gin looks like he can do it, but I have some doubts that he can go down to the lower floors of the maze." Turning his gaze to his friend, who was following Jun-gun with everyone else, the ghost prince wondered why Tasan wanted to meet him, and moreover, why he wanted to join this bunch of nobodies. After a while of traveling, one of the hikers pointed a finger in the direction not far from him and scaredly exclaimed, "Mr. Jun-gyun is there." Glancing in the direction the man was pointing, the boy noticed the enemy. It was a monster with the number 56, 99, 42, 25, 87, 101. Having fought against the enemy while everyone else was hiding behind the wall and waiting to be rescued, Jun-gyun confidently said, "I will be back soon. Please wait here." Watching the monster that appeared and the way the boy confronted it, Kang mentally said, "This monster was only Class F, so even they could handle it. But that's if you look at it from the side of the maze standards. However, if we translate everything to the current situation, only someone with a hard difficulty level is able to resist monsters." Having completed the confrontation with the enemy who was so frightening and preventing everyone from moving forward, Jun-gin joyfully exclaimed, "I have dealt with the monster. Please come here." Ignoring the joy of the people who made no effort to help in any way, Kang Tasan mentally said, and these situations arose repeatedly. Each time he fought against the monsters that appeared on their way to save the crowd of people who were traveling under his leadership, Jun-gin won the battle against them. At the same time, the rest of the group was simply hiding somewhere else to protect themselves and their lives while others were fighting for their safety. And if another monster appeared in the places where frightened people were hiding, and they certainly did not even intend to fight it, but rather to create panic. In one of these moments, when a millipede monster appeared in front of the people, everyone naturally began to run away, scared, shouting, "The monster is here, let's run away quickly, where did it come from?" Picking up a stone from the ground with which he was going to deal with the enemy, Kang Tasan heard the frightened shouts of Mr. Jun-gin, "Mr. Get out of the way." One of the frightened crowd behind him noticed that the enemy was already catching up with him. Not wanting to accept his fate, the boy cried out, "I don't want to die." Suddenly, he noticed that the noise from the monster that was following him had simply disappeared. And when he stopped in his tracks and looked back, he saw that there was really no one there. Not realizing what had just happened, the guy confusedly said where the monster had gone, and then the rest of the people added, "Well, whatever happened, we survived, but I didn't get any injuries." After finishing the fight with the enemy on the front line and arriving at the crowd inside, who were attacked by another monster, Jun-gin shouted out to the people, "Are you okay? What happened to the other monster?" And they replied, "I'm not sure. No one killed him. He just disappeared." When he heard the answer to his question, Jun-gyun was surprised to think that it was impossible that he had just disappeared. No one could have defeated him. I was the only one from the heavy regime here. The next moment, he noticed Kang Tae-sun standing away from everyone else in a cloak and acting surprisingly calm even after the attack, and wondered what could be wrong. Looking at what he was doing now, Jun-gyun thought, most people shake in fear when they first see a monster, but this guy is so calm, as if he knew this would happen. Thinking about the person who looked rather strange, he also tried to remember the name of the guy who was helping everyone in the general chat, and mentally added that his name was impossible. Forgetting about everything that happened and deciding to move on, Jun-gyun cleared the road and waved his hand and said, "Let's move on. We still have a long way to go to the city hall." Throughout the journey so far, the main character and everyone's favorite, Jun-gyun, has been saving all the people ahead of him. Kang Tae-san worked from the shadows and secretly destroyed enemies who appeared a little later when the main character was busy. Thus the journey continued, except that there was someone who did not like it at all. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Casper, who had been enduring it for a long period of time, finally let loose, shouting out what the hell they were doing. With a fierce expression on his face, he snapped at the idiots who relied on one warrior, adding angrily that even if they were weak, there would be no problem if they joined forces. But they didn't even try. They just ran away. Turning his gaze to the unskilled people who annoyed him, the ghost of the prince added that he did not care about battles where they would have to put their lives on the line, but they did not even show any desire to do anything. Continuing to rage, Casper added, "And such lowlifes got into the maze. Don't make me laugh. It's just an insult to us," but no one noticed him except Kang Tae-san. At the same time, watching the behavior of his friend, who was seriously upset, the boy thought how good it was that no one else saw him. He was so angry for the first time. In response to his friend's angry remarks, Kang replied that no one can be strong from the beginning. They keep risking their lives to become stronger while trying to encourage the disappointed girl, Jun-gin, heard I can't. To which he replied, "It's okay, please be patient a little longer." Unable to look at these weaklings who only hide and disappoint him, Casper asked how they had managed to survive to this point. After hearing the question, Khan whispered, "Don't be angry, if anything. It's not them who will be strange in this situation, but me. Unlike me, these people chose an easy maze." When the ghost of the prince heard the answer from his friend, he was surprised to hear that there was only one such labyrinth in the world. Noticing the confusion in his friend's voice, who did not understand what he had just said, Khan said, "You and I need to have a serious talk. Easy, normal, heavy, and hermit modes each have different configurations of monsters and bosses per level, but they have in common only that the shape of the floors is the same and the 100th floor is the last." When Casper received the explanation from his friend, he was surprised to note that the labyrinth I know was not divided in any way. Sometimes dimensions are broken by the gods, but then they return to their original shape. Immediately after thinking about what could be the reason for Khan saying this, the prince said thoughtfully, "So someone created these labyrinths artificially." After that, Khan thoughtfully said in his head, If it was a creature that did not know how to design the maze and simply carelessly copied and pasted it, then the whole situation could be explained. However, given the scale, it was quite difficult to do this, so why did they bother creating such things at all? And I wonder if it is possible that the person who created it was at the level of a god or even higher. If you think about it, all the monsters that appeared were only F-class. If this creature really planned to finish us off, it should have immediately sent monsters of A-class or even higher, but it controlled everything as if it was watching us. Taking a thoughtful pose, Khan spoke with his hand pressed to his chin, saying that the gods like it when mortals make great efforts like this. The next moment, Casper asked, "Hey, can't we go to our destination right away? I hate seeing these helpless people." And he replied, "No, we can't. We'll still have nothing to do even if we get there first." Hearing this, the ghost of the prince laid down on Kanu's head and began to beat him, exclaiming, "If you want to help them so badly, why don't you do it right now? Why hide everything? You love helping others." To which Tassan replied, "Not really." Moving on at the order of his leader, the boy added, "Actually, I don't help everyone, but only those who had the potential." To which the prince said, "Now what?" Turning his attention to Gyun, who was leading this hopeless crowd, Kang confidently said, "The reason is that I can be friends with him and go to the very end." The next moment, turning his gaze to the entire crowd that followed the leader, he added to me, "I don't care what happens to them, but if they die, then Gin will go crazy." Immediately after these stories, Khan plunged into his memories, where he recalled his past life at the very moment he had mentally spoken earlier. Recalling the time when he had also done similar good deeds in the past, Kang Tasan added in his mind that in his past life, Geum also led people. He also remembered the moment when the idea ended, and he was disappointed to think that when he finally reached his destination, he was left all alone. When the sun began to set, a group of people decided to take a break and have a snack for dinner. They had monster meat. After taking one bite, someone said, "You monsters taste terrible." Immediately afterwards, another member of the group added that I should have looked in the convenience store, to which he was told that if you had run into a monster like that, it would be safer to eat what we brought with us from the maze, and then heard you were right. But suddenly paying attention to the guy who didn't complain about his food, the rest of the group noticed that he had something delicious at his disposal. Noticing what Kang Tasan was eating, one of the group exclaimed, "Wow, look, but that ham can offer him something in exchange for sure. We have nothing. It's much tastier. I envy him." The next moment, when he heard that someone had delicious food at his disposal, a burly man approached Khan and said, "Hey, why don't you share? You said you were on normal mode, so then you know exactly who I am." Looking up at the man who stood before him, Tessin heard that he was the leader of the Athenian guild, Li Chang-seok. Why of all people should it be him? What a pity. Continuing to threaten Kong, Li Chang-seok added, "If you don't want to die when you come back, you'd better give me everything you have. You don't want to go against the guild." After chewing on the ham, Tessan asked, "Are you sure you can go back there?" The man didn't really hear the question and asked me what he meant. As he continued to enjoy the meat, the boy thought, "The Athenian guild, I had forgotten about them, but now I remember they abused power and tried to conquer the labyrinth, I'm sure." Not receiving a response from the guy who simply ignored him, Li Chang-seok angrily exclaimed, "How dare you look at me so arrogantly?" Recalling what had happened to the entire guild, Khan mentally said, "They all died when the second return happened." And the guild leader shook his fist and exclaimed, "Well, you asked for it." Before he could carry out his massacre, he heard someone shouting harshly that he should stop, and then he did stop. Looking at the guy who decided to interfere in his conversation, Li Chang-seok exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? This is my personal business. Why don't you mind your own? Do you really think that we will obey you in everything just because you decided to accompany us? He said this as Gyum Jun-gyun grabbed him by the head and began to lift him up in front of him. Realizing that this guy was really a dangerous robber, he nervously thought, "Oh, what a shame. I thought he was just a simple guy who had no idea what was going on." At the same moment, Gyum Jun-gyun said, "I know what you think of me now, and that's your personal right. But if you dare to cross the line, I'll kill you." Throwing the impudent man to the ground in front of him, demonstrating his superiority in strength, he added, "I'll just throw you out at that very second." Having dealt with the situation, which could have escalated into a fight, the leader walked away from the scene with his head slightly down and looking sternly at the ground. At the same time, Kang Tae-san, who was watching him go, heard the surprised voices of the other people. "Wow. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Jun-gyun behave like this. He scares me." When night fell, everyone went to bed, and only Gyum Jun-gyun remained sitting by the fire, watching it so that no one would attack them at that time. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice coming from near him and saying, "I'm sure you are very tired from all these battles, and now you are also left on night watch." Seeing who it was who approached him, the boy was surprised to ask Mr. T-san, to which he added, "People are afraid of you, but they are also afraid that they will be left behind in the group." In response to this message from one of those he was supposed to protect, the guy nervously replied that he had no choice. "After all, I had to do something. There are so many of us here, and the number of dangerous situations is growing." Recalling the moments when he had to try his best to protect people, Young Hyun added, "For the sake of our survival, I have to make them obey." Turning his gaze to Kang Tae-san, who had helped him achieve his wish to some extent, he added, "Thanks to you, I finally have the opportunity." When Tae-san heard the words of gratitude from the group leader, he asked him if he really needed to go that far, and he said, "I'm sorry. I didn't understand what you meant." Then Khan confidently said, "If it's about you, you're a mine that can easily reach the city walls. Or am I wrong? I'm sure you understand this perfectly well. You're from a heavy regime. People who are destined to survive will survive, and those who are not will die. The probability of survival in severe mode is 1%, which is why, having lived there for at least a little while, you realize that if you help someone who has no chance, they will eventually die anyway." Looking at his friend from his past life, Khan asked, "Explain to me why you are so obsessed with these people who may die in the near future." Surprised by the sudden change in the atmosphere, Gyum Jun-gin jumped to his feet and nervously exclaimed, "Why did you suddenly start talking so strangely?" Turning his gaze to Tessin and feeling a strange and pressing aura, he mentally said that it was a strange feeling, his gaze as if he were someone who had seen countless deaths. The next moment, grabbing his dagger and preparing for the sudden start of the battle, the nervous guy said in his head, as I thought he was definitely not in his normal mode. Trying to overcome his fear and trembling throughout his body, Jin-gyun asked in fright who you were. In response to his question, Tae-san simply turned his back on the boy and said, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen you like this." Walking away from the wary boy, he said, "You have a purpose after all. I'm right. I'll tell you later when we get to the city." After experiencing the sudden shock of being visited by Kang Tae-san Gyum, Jun-gyun took a breath and calmed down, and said who the hell was he. The next morning, when the sun had already risen, the guard went to the people sleeping in the buildings and shouted, "Hey, it's morning. Wake up. We'll be leaving soon." When the whole group of people gathered and got ready to leave, the guy said that in 2 hours we would be able to get to the city, so let's hurry up. After a while, when the crowd was attacked by monsters, Kang Tae-san said in his head, they did not notice several things. First of all, the monsters attack only those who go to the city hall. Seeing the enemies approaching them, one man in the crowd shouted out to Mr. Jun-gin, "Monsters are coming," to which he replied, "Everyone stay behind me." Continuing to analyze the situation at the moment, Khan added in his head, "And secondly, those who came here alone were either already inside or dead." At the same time, while preparing to confront the monster, Geum Jun-gyun heard someone in the crowd shout out in fright that there were 3 of them at once. Realizing that the situation was quite tense, the leader of the group nervously shouted to the crowd behind him, "Everyone, get out of here immediately!" Hearing the order, everyone began to run in front of each other, scared, shouting help, "Don't push," knocking others down and trying to save their own lives. At the same time, while thinking about what to do in this situation, Geum Jun-gyun said in his head, "I'm not sure I can handle even 2, and it's definitely impossible to handle 3. The next moment, Jun-gyun heard a child scream and turned his head to the side to see a monster coming at the child, and without hesitation he rushed to the rescue, repelling the enemy's bite. Not understanding what exactly happened, the guy thought in confusion, but the city hall is right in front of us. All I need to do is stall for time until they get there, and then activate his breath-holding skills to fight. He also used one of the items he received in the maze, a powder of calm that was supposed to explode upon contact with the enemy and create a veil. After attacking the bag of powder, the boy achieved the desired result and was able to hide from the enemies in a pile of sand that fell out of the magic object. Seeing that things seemed to be getting better, Jung-hyun mentally said, "I just need to hold on a little longer," and then called out, "Hey guys." Looking back, he saw that the entire crowd, which should have been there long ago, was standing somewhere far away, waiting for something. Unable to understand the strange behavior of his subordinates, he wondered why they were still here and hadn't left. And the reason was that they were also propped up by 2 monsters on the other side. Noticing that the entire crowd was gathered in a circle and not moving anywhere, Geum Jun-gin said in his head that we were surrounded on both sides. Being in a bad situation, the boy heard the frightened cries of people who were shouting out, "Mr. Jun-gin, help us! What are we going to do now? Save us!" Then he thought confusedly why they wanted to kill us so badly. The next moment, turning his gaze to the 3 monsters in front of him, the boy added anxiously in his head, "What am I going to do? I have no more useful things left, and I will definitely not win against them. Even if I survive, all the others will die." Then a brilliant idea finally came to him, which Kang Tasan had mentioned earlier, but in a different variation, and he thought, maybe I should run away on my own. Looking at the useless people who relied on him for everything, Jung-hyun thought, "I can survive. My strength and speed are the same, and the monsters will not be difficult to dodge if I move quickly." And then he heard the voice of one of the crowd, Mr. Jung-hyun. Feeling sick at the thought and realizing the reality, the boy grabbed his nose and mouth and mentally told me to leave them, but these people believed me and followed me all this time. Struggling with 2 difficult choices, he reflected, "I brought them all here of my own free will. If I was going to betray them like this, I shouldn't have coded my words. If I wanted to protect them, I should have done it to the end." When faced with a difficult choice that had to be made urgently, Geum Jun-gin said in his head, "What should I do? What is the right thing to do?" Looking with confused eyes at their hopeful, who did not know how to behave properly, the excited crowd shouted out to Mr. Jun-gyun something wrong. At the same time, bowing his head because of the hopelessness of the situation, the boy mentally said, "If only I could die for them myself. If only I had more strength." Looking at the leader of the excited crowd, who did not know how to behave, Kang thought, of course, Jun-gyun is a good man, but he is not ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Immediately after deciding to throw some wood on the fire, Kang Tasan came out of the crowd and said that you were leaving. In response to his question, the confused boy asked again, "So, you decided to reproach me?" Hearing Jun-gin's question, Taesong pulled out his ice sword and said, I will not blame you in any way. No matter what choice you make, I'm just curious. At the same time, he lowered his hands and gritted his teeth and said in frustration in his head, I don't want to run away, if only I were a little stronger. Starting to shed tears because of his lack of strength in this situation, the boy added sadly, I could definitely have saved them all. Suddenly, he heard the screams of monsters and the sounds of flesh being cut. Immediately after hearing this, the boy calmed down and stopped shedding tears. At the same time, accepting the fact that the boy needed to be given a chance to prove himself and improve his skills, Tessin himself joined the battle and destroyed the monsters blocking the road to the city hall. Having destroyed all the enemies before him, Khan confidently said, This should be a small cause for reflection for you. Seeing that the boy easily dealt with 3 enemies, Jun-gin was simply speechless, not because of surprise, but because there was another monster right behind him. Frightenedly pointing in Khan's direction, the boy tried to warn him of the danger, but he knew full well that a trio of monsters was already coming at him. Tessan dealt with them very easily by simply using his fire blast skill, and as a result, only half of the 3 monsters remained if all of them were gathered together. After the road was cleared, the entire group of people arrived at their destination, and someone in the crowd happily exclaimed, We've finally arrived, heading to the rest of the survivors who were all in place. The rescued residents finding their loved ones and friends joyfully shouting out, Mom, Brother, we met again. How glad I am to see you. Also, seeing the huge crowd, one of the women who had already arrived at the mayor's office said in surprise why there were so many people here for the first time, and why such a huge group had come here for the first time. Noticing Jun-hyun walking in front of the group, the girl confidently added, Oh, I think that's the guy who was protecting them all. And then someone else exclaimed that he was from a high-security facility. Trying to somehow deny his fame and futility in making the offerings, Jun-gin nervously said, It wasn't me. And before he could finish, he felt someone touch his shoulder. Looking to the side, he saw Kang Tasan in front of him, waving his head to show that he should not tell him about him and his skills. Immediately afterwards, he added awkwardly, Oh, it's just a trifle. And then one of the earlier survivors approached him and shouted, Listen, everyone who has recently arrived, I'll take you out, follow me. At the same time, going forward without waiting for anyone, Tasan mentally said, noticing the number of people who had arrived at their destination, and the city hall was already crowded with people. But from the very beginning, the population of Anyang did not exceed 500,000. Estimating the number of people in the city hall, the boy mentally said, So that means there are about 100,000 survivors of the ordeal and the journey here. While he was absorbed in thought, leaning against the wall, he didn't even notice that someone had approached him. He noticed a bottle of water right in front of his eyes. Accepting the gift from his friend, Taesan said, You're pretty good at using the breath-holding attack. It's a useful thing, though. And he heard back, Yes, thanks to you, I was able to learn it. Glad that they immediately had a common topic of conversation, Jun-gin added, To be honest, even though I learned the skill, I didn't fully believe everything that was said in the chat. It seemed impossible. However, I experienced it all for myself, and the information was true. And thanks to you, I managed to avoid such a terrible choice. To which the man drinking the water said, I just did what I wanted to do, so no questions asked. You were the one who wanted to prove the whole group from the very beginning and protect it until the very end, weren't you? Jun-gyun's eyes immediately got wet when he heard these words from Kang. Unable to contain his emotions, he grabbed Tasan's hand and joyfully exclaimed, Please accept my gratitude. You have not only shared useful skills, but also saved my life. Now I will always follow you, if Mr. Tessin wishes. He can use me for a long time. He didn't have time to finish when a bottle of water flew into his face, after which Kang indignantly said, Stop talking nonsense and behave as usual. Seeing his idol's reaction to his own words, Jun-gyun happily said, I expected you to be so energetic. Hearing this, Taesang was confused, thinking that he was certainly a very sociable guy, but I don't like that much. The next moment, interrupting the flattery and attempts to make friends with Taesan, a girl appeared in front of the pair of boys and said sternly, Gin Jun-gin, you're here. Paying attention to the woman's voice, the boy noticed a familiar face and was surprised to hear his mentor Hui-yeon speak. When she found the person she was looking for, the girl said, I came here because I need to find out something, and who is this here with you? Looking at a rather famous person, Kang thought Kim Hui-yeon, a leading figure from the heavy regime. I remember her in my past life. I also knew her at the same time, Jun-gyun said happily, pointing to him. This is Taesan from the reclusive regime. To which the girl replied, the one who talked a lot in the chat. Looking through the sheets of paper she was holding in her hands, the girl said thoughtfully, Well, let's go together. At the moment, about 100,000 people have gathered at the city hall, but the problem is that only about 1,000 of them are able to stand up to the monsters. Hearing the report from his commander, Jun-gin was surprised to hear that there were so few. Then the girl added that most of them came from light or normal duty. And that's not all. We have little food and places to sleep. The number of problems is only growing. And we also have no idea when the quest will begin. Oh, exactly, but first of all, we need to find someone who will be in charge. To which the boy replied, Isn't it obvious that you should be in charge? In response to my friend Kim Hui-yeon's suggestion, I said, I tried, but a guy from the light regime named Choi Yun-hee, he's just going crazy demanding that I give him the role. In the negotiations with him, I made strong arguments that we cannot be led by someone who cannot even stand up to one monster, but he raised his voice, saying that I was looking down on people from the light regime. On top of that, he even took a couple of people prisoner, and it was at that moment that I decided it would be rather stupid to oppose him so rashly, and so I postponed the decision. When he heard what the girl had just told him, Gyum Jun-gyun nervously shouted out who he had captured. When asked by her friend, the girl tried to remember the names of those two poor people who were under the yoke of that bastard, and she said their names were Lee Tai-yong and Kang Jun-hyuk, and he held them. When Kang Taesan heard who Choi Yong-hek was, he asked why they allowed themselves to be caught. Hearing Kim Hui-yeon's question, she replied, I don't know the details, but they were tied up as soon as I got there. And Kang thought, with their characteristics, they could easily beat even Jun-gyun. There's definitely something wrong. At the same time, Jun-gyun nervously exclaimed, Isn't there anything we can do about it? To which the girl replied, There are no victims yet, so I think we should observe the situation before intervening. Seeing Taesang heading toward the exit with a menacing look on his face, Kim Hui-yeon nervously asked him what he wanted to do, to which he replied, First I need to stomp on that rat bastard, where is he? In response to the boy's question about the villain's whereabouts, the girl replied, If you want to commit a crime, you don't have to use violence against someone else. Hearing strange orders from the too-right girl, Khan looked directly into the eyes of the girl in front of him and asked her why the world had collapsed and the laws were no longer valid. Holding back her fear in Taesan's face, Kim Hui-yeon swallowed hard and said, Still, this is unacceptable. The rules must be followed. People cannot kill each other. Immersed in his memories from his past life, Kang mentally said to Kim Hui-yeon she was just like in the past, always trying to keep order and rules. And it seems that this was her third return until the very end, when she died trying to follow the rules and save everyone she could. Sensing the tense atmosphere, she reached for her sword and thought, This man is definitely dangerous enough to commit murder. He's about the same level as Jun-gin. So if we're lucky, we'll be able to do it. Thinking about the plan of action, how she could restrain the bloodthirsty guy, she mentally said, I have no choice. I have to stop him. And then felt a blow and began to lose consciousness, moaning heavily. Immediately after the precise strike he made, Kang Taesan's Spatak girl received a system notification that Kim Hui-yeon was taking 22 units of damage. The next moment after what happened in front of him, Jun Geun exclaimed, "What are you doing?" To which his older brother replied, "Just stand there and watch." At the same time, Kang Taesan began preparing to use his jumping and acceleration skills to save his comrades from the villain's hands. Having finished cooking, the guy left behind only a whirlwind of an unconscious girl who had laid down her sleeping bags, and possibly a residual image after his quick disappearance. On his way to save his only comrades in this world, which was now overrun by unskilled Taesan, Choi Yun-hyuk mentally said this time. And at the same time, standing by the window and looking out at the crowd of people who could become his subjects after the election of the leader, the man was laughing slyly. Holding a couple of players from the reclusive regime hostage, he made a haughty speech about what a taste of great power he had. Recalling his past, when he was still working as a collector and extorting money from debtors, Choi Yun-hyuk mentally said to the people, and then recalled the words of a poor man who owed them money, who was on his knees and repeatedly begged them not to touch my family. In response to Choi Yun-hyuk's request, he showed the letter with the contract and said, "Why is it that the contract is clear about everything, or not? If you don't want them to die, then give them money." At the very moment when he was extracting money from one of the debtors, that is doing what he loved, he heard a noise outside the window and wondered what it was. The next moment, right outside the window, he could see a monster dragon roaming freely around the metropolis, destroying buildings and releasing fire from its mouth. Sometime after this incident, he found himself faced with a choice and chose the easy mode of the maze in order to survive. Only there, he accidentally came across a slime while being completely unarmed. Seeing that someone was in trouble, one of the participants of the light mode rushed to his aid and finished off the monster. Immediately after approaching the frightened man who was in danger, the rescuer spoke to you and said everything was fine, to which the man confusedly replied, "Thank you. But why did you then hear that it is at such moments that we must help our neighbors?" Reaching for the hand of his rescuer, who wanted to help him up, Choi Yun-hyuk happily said, "Oh, you're right." Taking advantage of his savior's kindness and taking advantage of his recklessness, the man slyly said, "How could they possibly be so kind and stupid, the sick bastard?" Rejoicing that he had found himself in such a beautiful place where no laws apply, the man thought to himself, "In the maze, there are no laws or rules. It's a limited space, which is why even the slightest push can turn everything upside down." Imagining how he skillfully manipulates people in this place, Choi Yun-hyuk added in his head that this place hosts high-level players, and if there are any quarrels between them, they either go to a truce or resort to violence. And sometimes it even happens that if you keep your mouth shut, you can even get a reward that others don't even know about. As he continued to watch the people who continued to bustle in the street, the man smiled ominously and thought it was so exciting to watch everyone obey my word. Suddenly, right behind him, he heard the disgruntled voice of one of the hostages, who shouted at the rascal to keep having fun. Turning his gaze to the disgruntled prisoners he had managed to capture, Choi Yun-hyuk heard, "If it weren't for that stupid stunt, you would have died much earlier, so stop acting like a businessman." Hearing the threats from the girl who had succumbed to her feelings and weaknesses, the man only laughed and said, "I admit you are really strong, but this time the goddess of luck is on my side." Recalling his return to Earth, he said that not only was I returned immediately to the safe zone, but I was also not far from the city hall without even encountering a single monster. After that, remembering how he took one of the so-called hermits hostage, the man added. But even those I feared from the hermit mode turned out to be ordinary weaklings no stronger than players from the easy mode, so I managed to take them out easily. Recalling the moment when he easily broke the arms of a strong player, Choi Yoon-hyuk mentally said, I think that the adventurers in the hermit mode are only focused on survival, and therefore they are not very strong. Immediately after recalling how his fears were dispelled after seeing the reality, the man turned his head to the hostages thinking I was a little busy when they showed up. At the same moment of sudden appearance, taking advantage of the situation and the hostage he was carrying, Jung Young-hyuk added, however, as expected, people should use their brains first. Putting the blade to the neck of his hostage, the man shouted, Don't move! You better be obedient if you want to save your friend from the hermit regime. Taking advantage of his opponent's brains and shaky stability, Jung Yoon-hyuk easily managed to take a couple of strong players hostage, and then he thought how ridiculous it was. Crouching in front of the girl in his office and twirling his finger at her temple, he said, You should have stopped thinking about the hostage and fought me instead. A smarter guy took advantage of you because you were too weak and kind. Mocking the simple-mindedness and kindness of his enemies, Jung Young-hyun added, I said then that the scum from the hermit regime were nothing. Hearing the words of the man who was crucifying himself in front of the hostages, proving how smart and clever he was, Kang Tae-san, who happened to overhear, asked if he really believed in it. The next moment, a sudden wind blew up in the room, lifting all the light objects and a large pile of dust to the ceiling. Confused by the sudden intrusion of a stranger into his kingdom, Jung Yoon-hyun exclaimed in fright at what had just happened, after which the girl said reassuringly if it was him. Seeing the guy in front of her who had probably come to save them, Lee Tae-young hesitantly said his name, Kang Tae-san. Looking at the guy who appeared in the room and stood a meter away, the criminal nervously said in his head who he was. He was definitely dangerous. Trying to stand firmly on his feet and not show his fear of a strong opponent, he thought my instincts were just screaming at me not to even think about approaching him. The next moment, he pulled out a radio from his pocket and shouted, Stay put. If you make a single step in my direction, I will order you to kill the prisoners in other places. Hearing what Jung Yoon-hyun had just said, someone shouted from behind the door in a woman's voice, saying stop. Moving around the building with the help of her friend, Kim Hui-yeon, holding his neck, added, How dare you say that you will kill the prisoners if you cross the line? I will not stand aside. After which, Jun-gin asked what you were trying to do. In response to the guy's question, the man confidently answered, holding the transmitter in his hand quite simply, I want power and security. If you fulfill both of my points, the prisoners will stay alive. Hearing the demands of a man who wants to gain power by force, the girl angrily exclaimed, How can we give power to someone like you from a light regime? Stop talking nonsense. In response to the girl's loud objections, Jung Yoon-hyuk said, I know you're quite strong, but have you ever taken the initiative? I've often led everyone in my mode. Hey baby, you must have only been at home and in charge. Do you really think that you can so easily underestimate my vast experience in managing people? Immediately after his reasoned statement about his leadership qualities, the man smiled slyly and thought, how dare such a little girl stand against me? They can kill monsters, but not people. After these thoughts, he turned his gaze to Kang Tae-san and added confidently in his head, Even this bastard will not be able to touch me with his finger in front of his comrades. In the end, everything will happen again as usual. Before he could finish speaking, he heard the voice of a guy who had already taken the transmitter from his hands and confidently said, I hate to break it to you, but you are absolutely wrong. Turning his smug face to the intimidating guy, he saw him break his transmitter, the only trump card he could threaten with, into small pieces. Then, Looking at his hand, which was empty, Jung Yoon-hyuk thought to himself, "When did he do that? I didn't even have time to move my eyes when he did it." As soon as the man fell to the ground in fear, Kang sprinkled the fragments of the transmitter on his head. Jung Yoon-hyuk thought, "He oppresses people, disobeys rules and laws," but he also forgot that he himself could be the object of humiliation. The next moment, using another one of his trump cards, Jung Yoon-hyuk shouted, "Get lost," to the scoundrel, then reached into his pocket and activated something, which made a characteristic click. The next moment, steel beams flew at him from above, which seemed to be sure to kill anyone who came under the attack. All those present in the room witnessed this brutal massacre and saw with their own eyes how a certain number of steel beams fell on Kang Tae-san. After implementing his sinister plan, the man smiled slyly and thought, "I can't believe I inflicted 20 injuries on someone with such incredible defense. I'll definitely finish him off." Before he could fully revel in his achievement, he saw a system notification in front of him that said Kang Tae-san activated damage interception, damage inflicted 0 units, and he was frightened to think what. Everyone else in the room was able to see a couple more system notifications that said Kang Tae-san was hit with 0 points of damage, duplicated several times. Getting out of the pile of steel beams that were dropped on his head, the guy again received a system notification that said Kang Tae-san had taken 0 points of damage. Seeing that even this could not finish him off, Jung Yoon-hyuk exclaimed in embarrassment, "Oh shit, come on everybody, let's go out and finish this bastard off." After the order was given, the man's subjects, who were armed to the teeth, began to run into the room from all the doors, and upon seeing the enemies, Kang drew a shining frost sword. Trying to escape from Jun-gun's hands, Hui-yeon said, "Stop it. This can't be happening." To which the guy, in turn restraining her, replied, "I understand your feelings." Watching a large number of enemies approaching Tessin from all sides and how calm he looks against this background, Jung-gyun confidently added, "But there is no need to defend them." In a short period of time, and with just one swing of his sword, Tessin dealt with all the enemies who were heading towards him with only one desire to finish him off. After finishing the battle with the attackers and hiding the weapon in his inventory, Kang said confidently, "Considering the number of people on your side, if your opponents were Lee Tae-young and Kang Jun-hyuk, they would definitely lose." Approaching the frightened enemy who froze in one pose after the guy's hand hovered over him, Tessin said menacingly, "She's the problem, not me." At the same time, somewhere on the street near the city hall, the survivors spent their free time yawning and getting bored. While lying on the grass somewhere and resting with the others, the prince heard that he wished he could use the internet here. "We have been here for a long time, but there is still no news." Suddenly, people heard a noise from the destruction of the building and jumped to their feet, scared, exclaiming what kind of monster had destroyed it all. The next moment, seeing what had happened, one of the crowd pointed to a certain floor on the edge of which Tae-san was standing and said, "But that's a human being. What is he doing there?" At the same time, noticing that his friend was doing something interesting, Casper headed in his direction and exclaimed happily, "Wow, Tessin, he finally started doing something interesting." At the same time, trying to hold on to Kang Tae-san's hand, who was holding his head 5 stories up, the man was moaning in fear, standing with one foot on the edge of the building. Unable to control his emotions in the face of death, he frightenedly exclaimed why such a scoundrel like you exists in this world at all. In response to this question, the guy said disappointedly, "You said exactly the same thing in the past, and thinking about it now, I really feel a little sorry for you because both times you died at my hands." Hearing what Tae-sang had just told him, Jung Yoon-hyuk exclaimed in confusion, "What did you just say?" Letting go of the man he had just shocked with the sudden news, Tessin said finally, I dealt with you in the past in exactly the same way, and now bye. Having crushed his opponent's head, the boy dropped him to the ground, after which he landed and covered the landing area around him with traces of blood. Having witnessed the bloody massacre of one of the survivors, the frightened crowd below shouted out, This is crazy! He's dead! He's killed someone! Walking toward the sunset with his friend Kang Tasan, he thought in his head about how it was in the old days. Recalling the moment when he was running away from the chase, the guy added, I was just an ordinary player on easy mode, and this rascal leader then had to go through a lot of difficulties because I could barely beat him after the long months I spent in the depths of the maze trying to become stronger. After these memories of his past, the boy looked at his bloody hand and said thoughtfully, but this time it was much easier. Having found the guy everyone is looking for after the lynching of young Hyuk, I have to tell you something. You're probably in a lot of trouble now, Hui Yong and the others said. And before he could finish, the guy stopped him and said, I don't care who said what. After reassuring his friend who tried to protect him from the harsh consequences, Tessin confidently rinsed it off anyway. They simply won't be able to speak out so loudly in the near future. At the same time, in the mayor's office, after learning the latest news about the unlawful acts, a man exclaimed that we cannot just let him escape, no matter how serious the situation is, but he should not kill people. Continuing to express his point of view where he relied in every way on the rules and laws, the man added that he should be shown by law. Continuing to put pressure on Kim Hui-yong, the man added even though Youngjun Hyuk was the culprit, and the first to start it. But what he did was just excessive lynching, after which the other man added exactly the same. While continuing to support his colleague, another person in the meeting room shouted out that we should punish him. But before he could finish his thought, he heard a loud bang. After the girl slammed the table and stood up, silencing the audience, Kim Hui-yeon said, So you're saying we should punish him? Someone who even I can't handle. Hearing the girl's remark, one of the men present nervously coughed, trying to somehow attract attention. Immediately afterwards, he said confidently, You said you were a university student, so it's understandable why you don't know. But this world is not a place where you will obey someone so unreasonable just because they have the power. We have to control everything according to the law, I'm right. When I heard the remarks of Kim Hui-yong's husband, I bowed my head and thought nervously, No, this person is so hard to talk to. I invited him, thinking he would be useful, but he is a former congressman and member of the civil party. Who would have thought they would be so impolite in understanding our world? Looking at the behavior and listening to the words of the former leadership, she mentally added, They didn't even try to pass the maze. All they did was turn the food given to them by their followers into a mess. I regret inviting them here. They only talk. If we are really going to punish him, then who should do it? Who can cope with his outstanding strength? What happens if we make him angry and he changes the target of his attack? As she continued to listen to the arguments between the former high-ranking officials, she thought they all just wanted to regain the authority they once had. And perhaps Mr. Tessan sees me in the same way. Continuing to defend his opinion, one of the old politicians shouted out, Just punish him now, after which a system notification appeared in front of the girl with a task. All those present in the office received the same notification, and politicians outside the office were frightened to see him and said that it was the same. The message said, Special quest starts soon. First wave waiting time 12 hours. Area defense City Hall from all sides. Destroy all enemies and protect City Hall. Seeing the conditions, the girl exclaimed in confusion that the wave of special quest, all enemies. The next moment, one of the survivors ran into the meeting room and exclaimed, Miss Kim Hui-yong, you saw the mission window. It says monsters are coming. Causing panic because of the approaching danger, the guy exclaimed what we should do. I'm not going to leave. I was on light mode, so I'll wait inside. To which the girl replied, "Shut up, everyone. I will give orders sequentially, but first calm down." Turning her gaze to the politicians who until recently were still in the place of the girls, she saw that they were gone, and then angrily said, "God, all these useless bastards know how to do is talk." At the same time, somewhere within the city hall, Kang Tae-san reread the terms of the assignment and mentally said, "It's already started," confident that Kim Hui-yeon was capable of taking care of it herself, and she had led her group well in her past life. The next moment, when he heard someone calling him, Khan looked back and saw a couple of players and said, "Wow, you guys came after all." At the same moment, pointing to Kang Jun-hyuk, the Casper, he spoke in surprise. "I see you for the first time like this. Well, first of all, thank you. Thanks to you, all the other hostages were saved and something else. This thing is some kind of hallucination." In response to the boy's question, the prince said in surprise that you see me as a half-wit. Hearing the Casper's dissatisfaction, Kang Jun-hyuk asked him in surprise if this was some kind of quest, to which he replied, "Yes," and then the ghost added, "I have no desire to give you a quest, so don't even ask." The next moment, seeing Kang Tae-san's intense gaze on her, who at the sight of the girl plunged into memories, Lee Tae-young asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hearing Kang's question, he looked away and thought, "Of course she's still very young, and she seems to be afraid," and then said nothing. "I'm just glad to meet you." After greeting his faithful comrades and discussing some things, Tessin asked if you had seen and familiarized yourself with the task. "In 12 hours, the first wave will pass, and by then I plan to teach you some skills that will help you survive it." After briefly explaining what exactly they were supposed to do, Kang Tae-san said, "That's it. Now draw your swords." Hearing the order, a couple of soldiers screamed in fright. Seeing the surprise on his friends' faces, Tae-san said confidently, "You've become too bold, and it's good that you're not afraid of a challenge, but you need to know your limits." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the girl and added, "But you, Lee Tae-young, are too timid, and that's why you survived. But you'll have to give up your rewards in the future." Recalling the moment when he came back after the battle with S-class monsters and said, "I don't want to see you guys die," and that's why after that system notifications appeared before the players requesting a battle, this battle will be held with equal characteristics of both teams. When they saw the requests for a match with Kang Tae-san, a couple of players froze in place in fright, not knowing how to behave. The next moment, pointing his sword at the people in front of him, the boy confidently added, "This question does not have a clear answer, but if you at least know how high your skill level is." In response to the offer of a battle against Tae-sang, Kang Jun-hyuk nervously exclaimed, "But our levels are too low to engage in a confrontation with you." In response to the boy's concern, Kang sighed heavily and said, "With this skill, all characteristics of the combatants are equal to those of the lowest performing combatant. And of course I won't activate the skill." Immediately afterward, he added confidently, "And with the rest, you simply have no right to refuse the offer, so accept it." Heeding Tae-san's words, Kang Jun-hyuk accepted the challenge to fight, and then heard a nervous exclamation from the girl who asked him if he had gone completely crazy. In response to Lee Tae-young's embarrassed words, the boy confidently exclaimed, "This is a real opportunity. I have a chance to show him that I am not a weakling." Smiling happily, anticipating the taste of victory, Kang Jun-hyuk thought it would be impossible to defeat him with our usual characteristics, but now I have a chance, and then said, "Here I am." In response to his student's enthusiasm, Kang Tae-san happily replied, "Well, let's give it your best shot and show us everything you can do." When he heard that he was even encouraged to demonstrate his skills in a battle, Kang Jun-hyuk rushed at his sparring partner and exclaimed, "Here I am too, Henim. When he attacked Khan, the boy noticed that he easily blocked his punch with one hand and didn't even feel it, but he couldn't press him. The next moment, the trainer spun around and stabbed his opponent in the arm. As a result of this fraud, Kang Jun-hyuk received a system notification stating that he had been injured in the amount of 8 units of damage. After inflicting severe pain on the guy after the attack that knocked him out, Tessin shouted, "Don't even think about stopping, I'll continue." Feeling a considerable number of blows coming at him from his opponent, Kang Jun-hyuk mentally said that no matter how hard I try, I still can't block his attacks. Suddenly, in the middle of the battle, the confused boy heard Kang say in his ear, "Just admit it, Kang Jun-hyuk, you are a real weakling." Unable to bear such an insult, the boy gathered his last strength and mindlessly rushed at his teacher with the desire to strike at least one blow. However, he failed to do even that. Knocking the sword out of his hands, Tessin again struck him numerous times all over his body, and the pain began to pierce the guy everywhere. After he fell to the ground, Tessin crouched over him and drove his sword into the ground right in front of his head. Looking into the eyes of the frightened loser, Khan had a sense of ability and judgment to identify weaknesses. These physical factors build a giant difference between us. Continuing to lecture and instruct on how to improve his abilities, the boy added, "Your strength works on the ground, but it's not enough to survive in a hermit's mode." After reading it, Khan finally thought that in fact in his past life, he had disappeared nameless, and then heard a frightened voice, even if it was true. But how can these factors create such a huge difference? When he heard the question, the guy got to his feet and picked up his sword and said to Kang Jun-hyuk, "Okay, I'll be your opponent until you realize that you're not." Looking at the boy with a contemptuous look to rekindle his old fervor for victory, Tessin said sternly, "This is just the beginning of more." After the start of the second round, 30 minutes had passed for Kang, and this time seemed insignificant, but Kang Jun-hyuk had exhausted himself in this period. Looking at his tired sparring partner, Tessin said confidently, "You finally realized what level you are at now." In response to his mentor's question, the boy languidly said yes at a very lame level, after which a system notification appeared. Kang Tessin won. After finishing the training with Kang Jun-hyuk, the guy said it was very good that you don't doubt yourself, but you need to know your limits now. Seeing that the guy turned his gaze to her, Lee Tae-young stretched out her hand in front of her and exclaimed, "I already know how weak I am. I don't need to repeat myself. I'm sure I won't go over my limits." In response to these words, Kang Tessin said, "No, your problem is different. Get ready." And then a system notification appeared, and a duel between Kang Tessin and Lee Tae-young began. Rushing into the battle first, the boy shouted to his student, whom he was planning to teach, to try to react in time to the attack. Having read her opponent's attack, she was able to block Tae-san's first attack, which was sent in a jump from above. She even managed not only to block, but also to overpower and throw away the sword of her opponent who was trying to push her. The next moment after the repulsed attack, Kang tried to go on the offensive again, shifting his foot, and used the same kick that wounded Kang Jun-hyuk. However, his girlfriend was able to block him at the last second by approaching the guy and blocking the movement of his wrist. Watching the match between the coach and the girl, Kang Jun-hyuk was surprised to think that from the outside, it might look like she was moving in an arbitrary direction, but she managed to block all the attacks. At the same time, having noticed a great opportunity, Lee Tae-young decided to counterattack and screamed at her sparring partner. However, this attack failed as Kang approached, grabbed the girl by the shoulder and threw her to the ground, knocking the sword out of her hands. At the end of the battle, when the system notification appeared that Kang Tessin had won, the guy asked, "So how about some training? You're not as weak as you think you are, but you don't have to be too brave either." Hearing the final words of her mentor, the girl looked at her hands in surprise, realizing that she was not weak at all. After a while, when a couple of students left the training, Tessan said that was all about the training. Now I will tell you how to get new skills and pass the maze, so listen to me carefully. As time went on, day gave way to evening and then to night, and after Kang finished telling his instructions, he said, "My basic explanation is complete. You can share this information with others. Kang Jun Hek Li Tai Yong, do not die." Seeing the strange reaction of his students to his own words, the boy was surprised to ask what was wrong, and Kang Jun Hyuk replied, "Nothing. It's just that you suddenly said warm words to us. I thought you were a cold person before." Hearing the sudden remark about his kindness, Tessan closed his eyes and sighed heavily. "If I were so cold, would I have given you so much useful information? I have told you everything, so you can go inside and rest." After completing the training and talking about how to improve and upgrade their skills, Tessan and his two students went in their separate directions. After taking a few steps, Tessan stopped in his tracks and opened the system window with the task, and mentally said that there were more than 6 hours left before the start. At the same time, somewhere in the leader's office, Kim Hui-yong simply could not afford the luxury of sleep, and as she went through the strategy papers, she grabbed her head and said, "Oh shit, this is starting to drive me crazy." Suddenly, right behind her, she heard a man's voice interrupt her suffering and ask what happened. Looking back to see who had come to the office so late, Kim Hui-yong nervously exclaimed, "Mr. Tae-sang, how did you get here?" In response to the leader's question, Ka pointed to the open window and said, "It would be better if you closed the windows for those with high characteristics who can easily get in through it." "So what is our current situation?" The surprised girl just froze in place in shock. Drawing a square on the board that surrounded the city hall from all sides, the girl said, "First, if they are going to attack from all sides, I want to divide our people and place them on all sides. Moreover, it will be difficult to defend the city hall from the inside because there are so many people there. It will be difficult for them to move, so I will ask everyone to leave the building before the mission begins." After explaining the basic strategy, the girl held her head in disappointment and said that some of them refused to fight, and it would be difficult to convince them. Interrupting the girl's sad strategic reflections, Kang confidently said, "Leave one side to me." Hearing the request, the girl exclaimed in surprise that you just did, and the guy added, "I'll protect one side so you can distribute people to the rest." Surprised by the request of the guy who came to her in the middle of the night, Kim Hui-yeon asked, "Are you sure you can handle this?" and heard that's why I suggested it. After receiving an affirmative answer, the girl began to redeploy troops and strengthen the other 3 flanks, saying, "Well, thank you very much." Leaving the planning room in the same way he had entered it, and Khan said goodbye, "See you later again, survive until then." When a little more than 30 minutes remained before the start of the quest, the preparation and formation of the soldiers who would fight at that time somewhere on one of the flanks began. Unmotivated players moaned in frustration, "Why do I have to fight? I don't want to." Kim Hui-yong was stationed on the south side of the city hall, along with a number of soldiers who were supposed to support her and destroy enemies who broke through. On the western side of the city hall was the Gimjun-gin, which was the main combat unit that was supposed to deter the enemy. On the eastern side were Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-yong, who were also considered the main combat units, with support from the rest of the soldiers behind them. And finally, the northern side was occupied by Kang Tae-sun alone without any help or soldiers, and he did not need them. Rather, they would have just gotten in the way. As soon as the countdown was over, rifts began to appear in the space near the city hall, where the monsters were supposed to be coming from. After receiving a system notification saying that the task has begun, "You must defeat the enemy and stay alive," Tessan said. "Well, it's starting." As soon as the mission began, the fighters noticed something strange. a transparent barrier that began to appear right in front of them, and upon noticing it, the players were surprised to see something rising. After realizing what it was, something began to appear in different directions, separating each of the flanks. Someone exclaimed that it was not a wall. Immediately after this separation of each side, the monsters that crawled out of the spatial rift began to attack. Seeing that a huge number of enemies were moving towards them, one of the fighters ran away in fear and shouted, "No, these scoundrels are coming! Help us!" Arriving at the city hall, the cowards saw that the entrance was closed and started knocking on the wall, shouting nervously, "Why can't we get inside the wall, even inside the city hall?" At the same time, noticing that her supporters had fallen from their fighting positions, Kim Hui-yong, who was left alone against a crowd of enemies, exclaimed, "Don't be afraid to return to your positions." Trying to somehow calm down and motivate the frightened soldiers to return to the battlefield instead of huddling in a frightened bunch, they joined the battle on their own and began to destroy the enemies. At the same time, one of the enemies who broke through caught up with a guy who was not happy to fight and fell to the ground in fright, waiting for his death. With his hands covering his face, he tried to somehow protect himself from the enemy's attack, but as a result, he received a system notification that said Youngjun Young was taking 7 units of damage. Surprised that the damage was so minuscule, the guy said in surprise that I had just not died. Immediately after grabbing his sword, he drove it into the monster's body, finishing it off, and then heard the leader shout out, "These monsters' attacks are not very strong. We have plenty of chances to survive, just be a little more careful." Continuing to destroy the enemies who were advancing on them, the girl exclaimed that it was time to fight the enemies together. Hearing the girl's words, one of the players said, "As far as I heard, it was said that we would receive a reward depending on the result, and he was told that if it was true, it was worth a try." The next moment, all the soldiers who had been cowering in fear rushed into battle against the enemy, optimistic and, in some cases, greedy for rewards. Hearing the cries of "Die already, get the monster," Kim Hui-yan looked back and saw that everyone had finally started to play their roles, smiled tiredly, and said, "Wow, they've finally gotten down to business." At the same time, on the eastern flank, things were going quite well too. A couple of students, supported by Tessan's instructions, were doing a great job of dealing with the enemy. After evaluating the skills of the main force of his side, one of the fighters said in surprise, "You two are really quite strong, like monsters." Hearing the flattery in his direction, Kang Jun-hyuk happily replied, "Oh, not so much." Then the man added awkwardly, "I'm sorry, what are you talking about?" To which the girl replied that the real monster in our country is someone else. Currently, it was about Kang Tessan, who was dealing with the invasion of enemies on his own, who kept coming no matter how many dozens he had already destroyed. However, this did not create any special problems for a powerful warrior like him, who could easily deal with at least 100 at a time. Watching the battlefield, Casper, who also appeared to observe this action, said there were a whole bunch of them, but destroying them was easy as they could not be intimidated by such insignificant enemies. Following Tessin, who was already wandering around the battlefield, the prince asked in surprise that you had already gotten rid of everyone, then why the task was not completed, to which he replied that it would be completed when all other parties were also cleared. Approaching the wall that separated the different directions, he leaned against it with his hand and then hit it without achieving any result, and Khan said, "I can't get through it," to which Casper replied, "I think it's so that people from other zones can't interfere," and then he heard, "Okay, then let's just wait quietly." Sometime later, after the clearing was complete and the barriers disappeared, all the fighters shouted joyfully, "We did it! We won! We won! We won!" Immediately after everything, a system notification appeared, saying that the special task was completed, and you would receive a reward upon returning to the maze. Before they could rejoice in their victory, a new system notification appeared. The second wave is starting, directing all sides of the city hall. You must destroy all enemies and protect the city hall. Seeing one monster that appeared, one of the players pointed in the direction of the spatial rift and exclaimed that the monster was over there, that there was only one monster would be easy to deal with. Looking at the enemy that appeared before them, Geum Jungyun said anxiously, "Wait for it." At the same time, ignoring the words of the group leader, one of the players, feeling like Superman, rushed into the battle, confidently shouting, "There's only one monster, Bugaga, and the reward will be mine." As he stabbed his sword into the enemy's body, the boy saw a system notification. Monster number 546-12-154 took 1 unit of damage. The next moment, the monster's tentacles grabbed the man by the neck and lifted him up and began to tear his head off. While system notifications appeared, Choi Min-shik received 54 points of damage, duplicated twice. Seeing what had just happened to the brave man who had recklessly rushed into battle, the rest of the people who froze in place were confused about what it was. Throwing the destroyed brave away from him, the monster, demonstrating his superiority, growled loudly to intimidate the rest of the fools, who could have just as easily rushed at him. Seeing that they could not defeat this opponent, the players, frightened, began to flee the battlefield. Seeing this, Jungin exclaimed, "You must not run away. If you retreat now, we will perish in vain." As soon as he said this, he noticed the enemy's strange movements, and then he abruptly sat down and bowed his head down. When he heard a whistle above his head, the boy opened his eyes and asked what it was, making sure he was safe, and then looked back to see that he was the only one left in the area. Realizing that he would now have to fight alone against the enemy who had defeated all his allies in one fell swoop, Geum Jungyun said in confusion, "We need to win this task." At the same time, after completing his battle against the enemy and sitting on his motionless carcass, Tezen said in disappointment how cruel it was that we are literally beings who have to risk our own lives for victory. As he spoke these words, he looked at the frightened people who were trying to break through the barrier to him because their monster was still alive and a threat. The next moment, jumping off the monster's carcass, Khan headed in the original direction and said in his head, "I have to do this right now." Using his acceleration skill, he quickly ran along the wall that surrounded the city hall. Following his friend, the Ghost Prince was surprised to hear that the wall did not prevent him from getting out of the zone completely, and he heard that it did. After a while, he arrived at the place of the spatial rift he needed, from which the monsters were coming. Finding what he wanted, the guy confidently said, "I knew it would be here," and then held up the system notification, and a special task began. Destroy the vessel of the Black Swamp. Preparing to perform a special task, Tassan swung his sword, thinking it was smaller than the one in the sky, and that is why it would not complete the task. But if I destroyed it, there would be fewer monsters. The next moment, he drove a pair of his swords straight into the spatial rift to destroy it. However, after a few seconds, he felt his swords being pushed back, and another monster appeared from the portal alongside him. And Tessin mentally said, "This is a Class D monster." After chewing on Tessin's weapon for a while, the monster prepared to attack, and then growled loudly, launching a psychic attack and throwing the guy back with a sound wave. Closing his ears to the loud roar, Tessin mentally recited how noisy it was. The numbers in a monster's name indicate its strength. The lower the number, the higher the rank. Those monsters that made a full-scale attack with a wave were Class F and E with 9 digits. The next moment, interrupting his recollections and turning his gaze to the monster that now stood before him, the bastard said, once again, he mentally added a Class D monster with a 6-digit number. And once upon a time in the past, humans were on the verge of extinction due to attacks by Class D monsters. Clutching his sword tightly, the guy said in his head, "In my past life, I could barely get rid of this after my third return, but this time it's completely different." Having started his attack using the art of wielding the thunderstorm cutting sword and the first wolf fang technique, Kong said, "But now everything will be completely different." During his attack and two attacks, Khan was caught in one of the monster's paws, but he was not harmed thanks to the skill of nullifying the first and second attacks. Immediately afterwards, Tessan activated the ice arrow skill on the enemy's paw and froze its limb. Breaking free of the enemy's clutches and preparing to attack him again, Kong leaped into the air and set it like a stubborn brute, but after completing his aerial maneuvers and landing directly in the enemy's mouth, the guy opened the wolf's jaw and prepared for a new attack. Without delay, he activated the magic spell of the burning ball, which he fired directly into the enemy and cast with my then infinite endurance. After the attack was completed, the boy immediately jumped away to avoid being hit by the blast wave from his spell and watched the result from the side. After a wonderful view of the explosion inside the monster, the boy confidently said, "I can definitely do it." After the battle with the enemy, a whole hour passed while Khan used a potion to restore his characteristics that he bought at the Lost King's shop. After receiving a system notification that said you defeated the monster, number 267,511, the boy said, "Of course." Immediately afterward, he began casting an ice arrow spell to complete the job he had just started. When all the preparations were complete, Tessav shot an arrow out of the ice that looked more like a spear into the interdimensional rift. After this action, he simply disappeared, crumbling into small pieces along with the magic spell that destroyed him. Immediately afterwards, the boy received a system notification that said, "You have successfully completed a special task. The reward will be received upon returning to the maze." Then he thought, "Since there are no more faults here, I'm setting it so now my work is done." Immediately afterwards, he again received a system message saying that you have successfully completed a special mission and will be rewarded upon returning to the maze. Seeing the duplicated notification, Casper said, "You received the same message twice." To which Tezan replied, "I'm sure the other side has also completed the mission." At the same time, in one of the areas, Kim Hui-young, who had completed the battle, leaned on her sword and began to take a long breath. Her weapon was driven into the body of the last monster that was attacking them from their direction, and at the end of the battle, the girl said, "Finally, it's over for sure." Looking back after the bloody confrontation against the invasion of monsters, she said it was interesting how many people laid down their lives in this confrontation. Recalling the moment when the monsters started attacking the soldiers, they saw the first dead and immediately began to flee the battlefield. But they were the next victims. Watching the first to die were the ones who were running away. The players finally began to realize that the only true solution to salvation was to destroy all the monsters. Most of them, of course, suffered the worst fate. They gave their lives in vain, even without the opportunity to do any good. With her head down and her teeth gritted with remorse, she mentally said, "If only I had been better." At the same time, noticing the changes in the environment, one of the fighters said the wall was really disappearing, and it seemed that everything was finally over. Immediately after hearing that the walls had disappeared, Kim Hui-yun thought to Tai Sang, "I have to help him, no matter how strong he is, but it is impossible to defeat such a monster alone." She got to her feet and walked toward the front, where Kang was fighting, and called out to everyone, "Listen, we need to go and help on the north side," and then heard Miss Hui-yong. Exhausted, the girl, trying to get to Tessan, mentally said, "I can't lose someone who will be a great reinforcement for us in this situation." And then she stumbled and fell to the ground. However, at the last moment, Tessan picked her up, feeling someone's strong hand supporting her, and she said to Mr. Tessan, The north side is cleared, and I think I'm doing better than before." Hearing this, the girl, holding her wound with relief, replied, "You're probably fine. Unlike you, we had to risk our lives." In response to his friend's words, Tessan sighed heavily and said, "You will have to fight at the risk of your own life in the maze as well." Upon completion of the task, all participants received a system notification saying, "Congratulations, you are all survivors. The rewards that each of you will receive are differentiated depending on the contribution and results you demonstrated." Estimating the scale of the first wave of the attack, Kim Hui-yong said that out of 100,000, about 30,000 survived. Standing in front of Kang Tasan, the girl added disappointedly, "I thought you were more suitable for the role of commander than I am." When asked to take the leadership position, the guy immediately said, "No, I can't be, and besides, I'm a stranger and people like you better." Looking into the eyes of the distraught girl, he added, "You can't protect everyone, that's a fact. But these people know that you fought at the risk of your life and did your best." The next moment, the three survivors of the massacre shouted out to Miss Hui-yong what they wanted us to do now. Seeing the consequences of the fighters after the first wave, the girl was confused and bowed her head, and then putting his hand on her shoulder, Khan said, "You'd better get on a first-name basis with death." Standing on a pedestal in front of the remnants of the people who managed to survive the monster's attack, she said that many people gave their lives today. Looking at her subjects who rely on her and believe in her, she added, "We have entered a world where civilization and laws have been erased, a world that could disappear even tomorrow. However, this return to the maze will not be the end of all our problems in the battle, so be prepared and work hard." Putting her hand to her chest, Kim Hui-yeon confidently added in the end, "And that is why everyone should stay alive." While listening to the speech of his leader, who said for the sake of the people who died, Geum Jun-gin also witnessed people saying goodbye to their relatives who did not survive the mission. Turning her gaze to the graves of the dead, which were a significant proportion of the total number, Kim Hui-yong added, even just to find out the truth, "Let's all come back from the maze next time as strong as we can imagine." After more than 47 hours had passed, Ka heard some shouts coming from behind him and looked back to see his wards shouting, "Henim Tesan, wait." When the boy's attention was focused on him, Kang Jun-hyuk tiredly asked us that they would send us back there and scatter us again. In response to his student's question, the boy, preparing to return to the maze, said this, and now it was time to return to the maze. Looking at all the people he now considered dear to him and whom he did not want to lose, Kang Tasan said, "Well then, until next time." Hearing the farewell words of her mentor, Lee Tae-young asked anxiously if we would be able to see each other again someday, right? Immediately after this touching question, Kang Jun-hyuk joyfully exclaimed, "Next time we train, I'll beat you with a henne, you'll see." And then the girl added disappointedly, "You're serious? It was a must." After completing his dialogue with the wards and heading towards the rift, Kang heard someone shout his name and looked back to see Geum Jun-gin, who added, "Thank you. I will definitely become stronger." Immediately after, Kim Hui-yeon put her hand to his chest and added, "Make sure you live to see us again." And then the guy added, "See you later." In response to the wishes of his comrades, Khan waved his hand and replied offended, "Actually, those were my words." Turning his gaze to his comrades for the last time before returning to the maze, he emphasized in a stern tone that everyone must survive. After entering the spatial rift, the guy again felt the same sensation of movement, and then, finding himself in the maze, he said, "Well, I'm back in this place again." Looking around to see where he had been moved, the boy mentally said, "I am exactly where I came from and disappeared right in front of the room and came back here again." A few seconds after returning, the boy received system notifications informing him of a bonus for defeating the monster, a bonus for the first wave, and a bonus for the second wave. You received additional bonuses for completing a special task, and when all is said and done, you received 482 points. You can spend all the points you earn on anything you want, and you can exchange them for gold for a skill characteristic or skill level. You can exchange them for gold at a rate of 1 to 10. Thinking about the offer, Kang said, "If I exchange them, I'll get about 4,820 gold, which is a good rate, but I can always get gold, so it's not worth it." After that, Kang received another system notification that by touching another crystal, you can exchange points for stats at a ratio of 5 to 1. Kang thought, if so, I'll get about 96 stats, which is important, but given my current average stats, it will be a waste. Immediately afterwards, Tayson's attention was riveted on the last crystal, after which he said, "Well then, after touching it, I received a system notification that said you can exchange points for a skill level in a ratio of 10 to 1. When he saw the offer to exchange skills for mastery, Khan thought that this indicator could only be improved with time, experience, and effort, and it is. When you increase your skill level by 20%, the essence of the skill changes permanently active skill level detection. 1% you can still only detect the weaknesses of creatures. However, when the skill score rises to 20%, sometimes important information will be provided to the added feature, which is the same as skill augmentation. But depending on the skill itself, the changes can be significant or insignificant. The next moment, after thinking about the appropriateness of using the sword skill upgrade, Kang shouted out to the ghost. Receiving no response to his exclamation, he repeated, "Hey, can't you hear me?" To which the man, who had come to his senses, asked, "What's wrong with you?" Seeing that he reacted strangely to his appeal, Tessin said that it seems that since returning from Earth he has been thinking about something. At the end of his thoughts, the boy asked what would happen if I instantly increased the skill level of the sword of the thunderstorm cutter, and he replied, "I wonder if it would be instant." Thinking about the consequences of this fraud, Casper added, "I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm not sure it will end in anything good, but I'm sure it's best to develop the whole body. No matter how much knowledge you have about skills and everything else, physical strength is a completely different story." After hearing his friend's verdict, Kang opened his list of skills and mentally recited the art of air weapons, impenetrable shield attack weaknesses, thirst for battle. Thinking about what he should do, he added in his head, "All these skills are quite good, but there is a possibility that I will regret it if it turns out to be just an adventure to improve my skill level." Continuing to scroll through the list of skills he possesses, Khan mentally added that it is problematic to have such a large selection and then accidentally stumbled upon one interesting skill. Right in front of his eyes, a skill appeared with the description, "Magic skill level 2% allows you to use magic for now. You can only light small fires." Closing the skill window, the guy made his choice and said thoughtfully, "Well, now it's just a matter of confirming his choice." At the same time, somewhere in the safe zone of the 9th floor, a powerful explosion occurred on the top floor. Having experienced explosive achievements in research, Lilith said an incredible combination while coughing out smoke. Suddenly, she heard the door to her room open and a familiar voice say hello. Looking back at the entrance, she exclaimed in surprise, "Tessan!" After hearing the question that required her advice, the girl exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, so you're saying you can instantly improve your skill level? I can't believe it. That you can interfere with the internal systems of the maze from the outside. Even I can't do it. How can you do it?" And then he asked in surprise if it was really that hard to do. In response, the girl nervously replied, "Of course, the level of skill is regulated by the labyrinth in this place. Brilliant people can become stronger, but at the same time they are limited by the rules. And that's why no one can change these rules, not even the gods themselves. So to what extent you can improve your skill level?" In response to the girl's question, Khan folded his hands in front of him and confidently said, "About 50%. After receiving the answer to her question, the girl looked at Khan in fright and asked him what 50 was. At the same time, while looking at the test tubes in Lilith's room, the boy heard, "Wow, this is quite dangerous." Looking down, the girl added, "You'd better not tell anyone about this. I guarantee that people will try to kill you as soon as they find out." Hearing the warning from his friend, Tessan was surprised to hear that everything was so serious, and he replied that you were mocking someone who was ready to cut off her finger to improve her magic skills by at least 1%, and I am only 20 now. Well, I'll continue to explain that the higher the level of skill, the greater its benefits. Your current skill level is about 2 or 3%, I'm right, so you can't even use entry-level magic correctly, Kang replied in surprise. So I have to get stronger. The next moment, recalling the 5 levels, the girl added basic, intermediate, advanced, and higher. In this maze, you can use magic of any level. However, the standard of magic used will differ depending on the level of skill, and the fact that you were able to master medium-level magic right away was a unique case. Usually, if the skill level is about 20%, you can use full basic level magic and about half of the entry-level magic. At 40%, you can fully control entry-level magic. At 60%, you can fully control intermediate-level magic. Immediately after the demonstration of the magic spell and her stories, Lilith said, "Now, enough explanations. I hope they will help you make your decision." After receiving the explanation from the girl, Kong thoughtfully said, "Well, thank you." Then I left. The boy went up to the 10th floor and arrived in the open area to train and said, "Well, first things first." Using 100 points, he increased the detection skill, after which its description changed to constantly active detection skill level 62%. You can see through the weaknesses of creatures and non-creatures. Having completed the first stage of his plan to become stronger, Khan mentally said, looking at the crystal, "The sooner I increase my detection, the more good it will do. And now the rest." Using the remaining 380 points, Tessan added 38% skill to the magic skill, and then received a notification: "You have received a magic acceleration, you have received a magic explosion." Looking at the description of his improved skill, he saw magic skill level 40%. You know how to use magic correctly. It is likely that you will be able to control fire, ice, and wind. After applying the fireball skill and evaluating the changes, Kang was surprised to think that it had gotten bigger and the slight delay had disappeared, because now I have 40%. When using the fireball skill, Tessan used the magically accelerate skill and then launched it at the target. Upon hitting, it was very noticeable that the firepower of the spell increased greatly, but not only that. Surprised that he was able to release a fireball with such speed, the boy created an ice arrow and thought magical acceleration, so it increases both speed and power, but I will check other skills. Having created a reinforced ice arrow in front of him, Khan couldn't wait to test his other skills. Immediately afterward, he activated the magic explosion skill on an arrow-shaped block of ice. As a result of using this skill, the ice arrow flew in all directions, covering the area with sharp ice fragments. After testing all his skills, he finally decided to visit the boss of the 10th floor. Opening the door, he received a system notification that an orc fighter had appeared. Right from the entrance, Kang began activating his burning orb and magical acceleration skills to see how effective they were against the enemies. After firing a magic spell directly into the enemy's face, the boy received a system notification that said the orc fighter had been dealt 112 points of damage. He didn't stop there. Continuing to cast the spell, Khan cast a spell of confusion on the enemy, enhanced by magical acceleration. Immediately after the psychic attack, Kang decided to experiment by using the skill of a magical explosion followed by a loud bang. Surprised by the result, The guy said in surprise that it turns out that the magic explosion works even with psychic attacks. The next moment, he began to conjure a huge number of burning balls and ice arrows that he directed at the enemy. Tessan said I was not finished. After a massive enemy attack, the guy received a system notification that said you defeated the ogre fighter. The boss of the 10th floor is defeated. You received the basic reward of an ogre ring. The next moment after the victory, Khan looked at his hand and said thoughtfully, I think I can easily reach the 20th floor with this magic. And Casper replied, Of course, because magic is one of the foundations of this place. Hearing the remark from his friend, Khan turned his gaze to him and asked, It looks like you finally finished your thoughts when you finally started talking, doesn't it? In response to the boy's question, Casper replied, Yeah, almost. And I was wondering why something like that happened. When he heard that he had really finished his thoughts, Khan asked, So if you have really finished, then who was it? With a serious expression on his face, Khan added menacingly, Who was the one who destroyed our world? Starting his answer to the boy's question, the ghost prince began from afar by saying some mortals excel through trials. Whether it is their strength or their unwavering faith, as soon as they manage to reach a certain level in a certain area, they are transformed from mortals to superhumans. Only after the moment when their lives are judged and they receive the sphere of the court do they have to answer for it. At that moment, they can transform from superhuman to gods. However, even if a superhuman successfully becomes great after losing such a property as mortality and possessing extraordinary strength, his power still does not become unlimited. Thinking over everything he said to himself while simultaneously imagining the images from the story in his head, Casper added, And that's why it's so hard for them to recover from using the power. The monsters came and invaded the cities of your world, and there were so many of them. And when superhumans interfere in the affairs of mortals, they feel a huge loss of power, and that is why it is considered madness, and they usually do not do it. However, there are still some beings who are capable of this, who are able to intervene in the world of mortals without losing their strength. These are beings from the past, and their names have long been lost. Continuing to talk about those who in the past were able to become superhuman and then rulers, Casper added that they were born superhuman old gods. They are beings whose life expectancy is not initially determined, and that is why when they enter the world of mortals, they do not lose their powers at all. To be honest, I've never even seen them in person. I learned about all this from folklore and local information. They disappeared long ago, and that's why they are called the old gods. With a shrug, Casper added, I think I heard there was a war between the superhumans or something. But anyway, that's why I needed time to think about it. After listening to his friend's story, Khan asked in surprise why the creatures of the Enyis would attack the earth, to which he replied, I don't know for sure, but I'm sure they can't send someone too strong. They don't lose their strength, but they certainly have their limits. After receiving the answer to his question, Taesang thought, even if it is true that they do have limits, the fact is that they sent an apostle whom even Li Taeyong could not defeat, and I could not believe that such a powerful being would appear. After listening to all the ghost stories and finishing my thoughts, Khan said, I have understood enough for today. Sometime after the end of the dialogue, when they arrived at the path that would lead them to the secret room with the boss, Kong heard his friend say, angrily, Well, we finally got here. Immediately after these words, the boy remembered the first meeting where Casper said, I'll give you the task of destroying the 10th floor boss. And the moment when he told about him, baring his teeth and angrily shouting, This miserable bastard who killed me, who was supposed to conquer the maze in all its levels. Heading forward to the room where his harsh opponent was waiting for him, Tessin also remembered how the ghost prince told him to deal with the boss, and then my task would be completed, Upon entering the secret room, the boy was shocked to see an ogre sitting at a table reading a book, and sensing the presence of a guest, he closed the book and said, "You have come, warrior." After the system notification appeared, you met an ogre, a wise man. The boy heard, "I expected this day to come someday, but it happened earlier than I expected. So let's talk one last time," to which Casper asked in surprise what you were talking about. After these words, the orc sage confidently added, putting the book on the table, "It doesn't look like I can defeat this adventurer. If this is going to be my end, shouldn't I first satisfy my curiosity?" In response to his question, he heard, "Do as you please," after which he replied in surprise, "What an unexpected answer. I can't believe that someone who behaved so arrogantly and recklessly said that." Pulling the blade out of his inner pocket, the orc sage said, "The seekers of the gods refused you. Even the lost king despised you. You who came from a destroyed world were too soft." Recalling the moment of their meeting in the garden, the monster added, "You didn't kill me only because I was the only creature who could listen to you." Recalling that naive smile that gave way to emotions of softness and pity, the orc sage added that what happened was only your fault. Pointing his weapon at the traveler with which he was supposed to fight, the monster added, "I'm just a monster, and you were an adventurer. I just did what I had to do as a monster." Forced to listen to the speeches of a creature he hated, Casper angrily exclaimed, "Stop it, just kill this bastard." To which Khan replied, "No, wait." Hearing that he refused the order of the ghost prince and did not rush into battle at his first command, the orc wise man said in surprise, "I thought you were just a puppet under his control, but you are different." Going to meet his enemy, the boy said, "I'm interested in something. I want to ask you about one thing. Tell me where you got this weapon." Hearing the question from the boy who had come to clear the maze, the monster pulled back his weapon and looked at the side of his blade. At the same time, Casper also turned his attention to the weapon that the orc possessed and said in surprise that offensive weapons are very valuable because of their characteristics. They are weapons that an ordinary monster on the 10th floor simply cannot have. Wondering what he had never noticed before, the prince added in surprise, "It's amazing where you got it from." Hearing an unexpected reaction from a person who usually radiated arrogance and toxicity, the monster smiled slyly and asked, "I think you changed the warrior. How do you manage to stay calm at all, warrior? There are many creatures who hate your arrogance. Not only gods, but also other adventurers." Finally realizing what had caused his murder, Casper exclaimed in confusion, "Wait a minute." The next moment, recalling the moment of the agreement, the ogre wise man said, "The leaders of the sins gave me a weapon and ordered me to kill you. They even threatened to kill me, and that is why I had no choice but to accept it." After hearing the monster's story and the reason why he killed him, Casper exclaimed in anger, "You're a scoundrel!" At the same moment, hearing the familiar designation of some people, Kang thought to himself, "I have heard about them as leaders of sins from Lee Taeyong." Continuing to escalate the situation, the monster added that they were too afraid to do it themselves, because you were too strong for them to have the strength to finish you off on their own, and that's why they enlisted the help of a monster. That is, me. Immediately after he spread his arms in front of him, he exhaled with relief and said, "Well, now I've definitely said everything I wanted to say. Now you can do whatever you want with me." Seeing Tassan's sword pointed at him, the ogre sage added, "Although I was weak, I managed to survive long enough in such a place to take advantage of the loneliness of everyone in the labyrinth and use the art of eloquence to build closer relationships with them." Feeling the pain of the sword blade digging into his body, he groaned heavily. But nothing lasts forever, and eventually everything comes to an end. Smiling happily before leaving for the other world, the orc-wise man said to the new adventurer, "Power is the answer to all questions in this world, and I hope you become so powerful that no one will even dare to touch you." In response to his opponent's wish, Kang Tasan closed his eyes and said, "I will definitely do it." After receiving the boy's promise to conquer the labyrinth, the wise man said, "I hope that you will conquer this place and become our salvation." When the monster's body fell to the ground without any signs of life, Kang Tasan received a system notification: "You have defeated the Sage Ogre." Immediately after the guy completed the complete cleanup of the 10th floor, all the creatures in the place began to pay attention to him. Also, after the cleansing, the secret reward for the boy was the blade of the Sage Ogre called the Edge of Misery. Watching the lifeless body of the creature he hated, Casper sighed heavily and said, "I don't even know whether I should thank him or curse him." While he was thinking about what he should do, he said, "I think that first of all I should reward you properly." After these words, Khan received a weapon and system notifications that read, "The Relic of Kibot is a sword soaked in the blood of his ancestors, a relic from a world that has now been destroyed that has claimed many lives of royalty. Attack power 20. The power increases when you fight a person of noble birth." Handing over his personal weapon to Tessin, Casper said, "Take it in my world, this sword has a rather deep history. Even the great-grandfather himself died from this sword." Khan looked at the sword and thought, "I could not even imagine that I would receive such a wonderful weapon." Immediately after rewarding the boy who had fulfilled his task, the Ghost Prince, barely restraining his emotions, added to it. Gritting his teeth and making an angry face, Casper exclaimed, "How dare these scoundrels who had gone mad and refused to conquer the labyrinth try to justify their actions and stand in my way?" The next moment, the boy received a system notification about a new task, which said that after realizing the truth, the warrior craves more revenge. The conditions are to kill everyone who was involved in his murder. The reward will depend on the warrior's insistence. After which Casper shouted out to the guides of sin, "Know to everyone who is in any way involved in my death, tear them all to pieces." Upon hearing the request and the new task from his friend, Khan was surprised to hear that you would continue to accompany me on my journey like this. In response, the prince replied in a calm tone, "Well, I don't see anything wrong with that. In fact, I want to see how far you can go." After reviewing the task request given to him by the ghost once again, Khan confidently said, "Okay then, I'll accept it." At the same time, somewhere on the upper floors, sitting on a rock, an unknown leader of sin said, "Well, let's see if there are any useful newcomers here." Half of the adventurers who had to bow down before the cruelty of the labyrinth joined forces and formed their own group to conquer the labyrinth, and they called their group the Guides of Sin. Only the way they chose to become stronger for the maze was not a new challenge. Instead, they simply decided to become parasites. They limited the number of floors that adventurers could traverse and created their own new laws and hierarchy. When they suddenly find adventurers who, in their opinion, violate the laws they have invented and refuse to be one of them, they simply deal with them. At the same time, Kang Tasan had already managed to clear the 11th floor and deal with the boss, after which he received a system notification that the skeleton knight defeated the floor was cleared. Having fully listened to his friend's stories about who the Guides of Sin are, Khan asked him if this meant that the Guides of Sin were on the lower floors, and he heard that it was very likely. The leaders who make up their core and who are considered leaders are on the floors deeper down, and everyone else who is lower in rank is mobilizing throughout the maze. Immediately afterwards, the boy began to equip himself with new items that he received for clearing the floor of the maze. The first was a bracelet of appropriate reaction that gave 5 points of defense and allowed him to counterattack with a probability of 1%, as well as an ogre ring that gave 15 points of strength. He also had another item with him, a lion's ring, which gave an increase of 3 points of damage when fighting the dead. Having finished equipping himself with all the items and armed with 2 swords, he went to the next floor confidently saying that no matter what happened, the essence of what we had to do would not change. So let's go. Arriving on the 12th floor, the first monster he encountered was a ghoul that had already begun to decompose. After dealing with the first monster on the 12th floor, Tezen asked in surprise that it turns out that there were skeletons on the 11th level, and now there will be ghouls on the 12th. In response to this, Casper replied to him, "Well, you should have known about it. It was reported at the beginning every 10 floors. The theme of the maze changes based on the monsters from the 11th to the 20th floor will be the dead." After hearing his companion's explanation, Khan said, "Now I understand why I smell this terrible stench everywhere." The unsuspecting Khan continued to walk through the labyrinth until something rather interesting happened on his way, and he was surprised to hear it. Immediately after the statue with the scales in one hand caught his eye, the boy received a system notification that said, "You have found the altar of Mary." Surprised by the modest appearance of the altar, the boy approached it and said in his head, "Unlike the Rakirata's altar, this one looks so simple. If it wasn't for the system notification, I wouldn't have guessed it was an altar." Having completed his train of thought, the boy turned his attention back to his friend and asked the ghost what the goddess Mary was, and he heard in response that she was the goddess of choice. As the ghost prince approached the statue of the girl and began to examine it, he added, "You and I are in different conditions, and that is why I cannot tell you anything about her trials, but I can say that she is very strong among the gods." Continuing his inspection of the statue from all sides, Casper added that you know that strong gods will not be permanent, to which he thoughtfully replied quite interestingly. As he stretched his hand to the altar of the goddess, he thought to himself, "I wonder if everything will be okay, but in any case, now I don't have time to be afraid or run away." As soon as he touched the altar, divine effects appeared in front of him, and a system notification appeared which said that an additional task was about to begin. Immediately afterwards, another system notification appeared, saying that the goddess Mary wants you to test the one who found her altar. If you pass her test, she will give you a reward. The zone of influence of the goddess Mary has decreased, and Mary offers you an enhanced test. Seeing the offer from the goddess to go straight to a harder test, Khan was surprised to hear that she immediately offered an enhanced one, to which Casper replied, "Rumors about you have probably already spread among the gods, which is why she doesn't feel the need to give you a normal test." After hearing the possible reason for issuing an immediate reinforced test, Khan confidently said, "I accept," and then received a system notification. Additional task, accepted. Maria smiles. Immediately after, a system notification appeared. You were given a choice of which of these you would choose, and both scales had options for many enemies and few enemies. Wondering what kind of test system the goddess Maria Khan has, I said in surprise, "This is the first time I've ever encountered such a thing, but this is the goddess of choice, so you can choose whatever you want." Thinking about what he should choose from these two options, the guy mentally said, "I guess I won't know which of these options is right anyway." Then, reaching for the right answer, he said few enemies, and then mentally added, "Since I don't know the right answer, I'll just answer honestly. I don't want the goddess to dislike me." The next moment, after selecting the first option, another option appeared in front of him, where it said a variety of enemies, or several types of enemies, and he said several types of enemies. After choosing what he preferred among the two choices given to him, the guy came to the third one, where it was written, "Fight on the spot," or "Fight with movement," and then he said, "Fight with movement." When Khan finished giving the guy questions and answers, he received a system notification that said, "Maria is pleased with your choice." The next moment, the altar of the goddess disappeared, and a strong earthquake began as walls began to build around the boy. He also looked around and noticed that the parameters of the battlefield had also changed, after which he exclaimed and the room also became larger. When all the preparations for the ring were completed, Portals appeared in the walls, from which various monsters began to rush at the boy in large numbers. Looking around at the enemies that he would face in this test, Khan said all these monsters had never met me before, after which a circle appeared under him, and a system notification came in which said you would lose if you left the specified area. Realizing that this battle would not be easy, and with such restrictions, the boy squinted his eyes and said nervously, "Oh shit." As soon as all the enemies started their combined attack, Kang Tasan activated the skill Hold Your Breath attack. After a while, out of necessity, he used the art of the sword that cuts through thunderstorms and activated the first style of Wolf Fang to deal with the next wave. Staying in one place and destroying enemies, Khan grabbed one of the monsters by the skin and mentally said, "This battle is completely different from all the ones I've ever fought. I guess that's why she's the goddess of choice." Throwing the captured goblin at the monster that was coming at him from behind, Khan heard a hoarse voice reciting a spell. Looking into the crowd, he noticed a lich standing behind him. Having launched his blade at him to remove the main threat that could have brought him a lot of problems, the guy said, "I think I'm starting to understand a little bit now." Overwhelmed by the effects of the skill boosts, the guy said confidently, "She wanted me to risk everything to win in the worst-case scenario I could have wished for." After realizing what exactly his test was, Tessin activated the Witnessing the Fight skill, which made him stronger for defeating his enemies. Preparing for the fact that this battle was going to be quite difficult and protracted, Khan confidently said, "Well then, I'll be happy to show you everything." After dealing with the next wave, Khan saw a giant ogre with a giant club in front of him, which he had to block because he was forbidden to leave the restricted area. Having overpowered the enemy, the guy activated his powerful attack skill and threw the enemy back, neutralizing him and a number of other monsters. As soon as he destroyed the ogre, another trio of enemies appeared behind him, including a snake, a wolf, and a goblin. However, he was worried about something else entirely at that moment. Khan saw another lich reciting a magic spell not far from him. Using his agility, the guy was able to repel the attack of a pair of enemies who were approaching him from behind, and then fired an ice arrow at the lich, also throwing the snake into the hands of the ogre that was approaching him from behind. Khan used the ice arrow skill and killed 2 of them in one attack. After dealing with another dozen enemies, Khan looked back and saw that it was far from over, and the battle was in full swing. Pointing his sword of bright frost at the monsters and extending his other hand with the sword of the Casper behind his back, he said, "You are like a colony of ants. Come on, everyone." After a while, finally getting a chance to rest for a while, Khan got down on one knee, lowered his head, and clutched his wound with his hand. The next moment, getting to his feet and looking around, he asked in surprise, "Well, I guess most of the enemies are already finished." Hearing some noise and movements from the portal, Tasan looked at the southeastern flank and added that there was only one left. Looking at the enemy who remained at the very end, he mentally said, "The red armor is definitely a knight of death." Looking at the strange jewelry on his chest, he added in his mind, "I've definitely heard of him from Lee Tae-young, the boss of the 20th floor. But such jewelry is not worn by ordinary monsters. The Rakirada's bell, he used to be human." The next moment, noticing that there was more than one enemy, Khan said in surprise in his head, "4 such creatures seems like too much." Realizing that he would have to go through another difficult battle, the boy took out his sword and restored 5,000 points of health. After recovering from a battle with various kinds of monsters, Khan pointed his sword at the enemies that still remained to be defeated. Preparing for the battle with new strength and full health, the guy sternly said, come on," trying to somehow avoid enemy attacks. The boy activated the skill of parrying, and more than once it helped him quite a bit at the very beginning. Continuing to dodge the barrage of attacks from 4 enemies, Kana had to stretch his flexibility and skills to anticipate the blows. After surviving the first wave of enemy attacks, Tessan worriedly said in his head that using a single parry had its limitations against all four enemies. When one of the enemies closed the distance too much, Khan used his forced dueling skill to prevent other enemies from interfering and try to reduce the number of knights by one. Seeing that this was his golden hour, the guy mentally said, "This is my only chance," and then swung his swords and activated the skill of a powerful blow. When he struck, the enemy had already bounced back, so the attack simply passed through the air, and Tessan thought in frustration that the radius of the attack was damned limited. In an attempt to strike the enemy while the forced duel was in effect, the guy began casting magic spells of a burning sphere and an ice arrow. Upon completion of the cast, he reinforced them with magical acceleration and fired them at the enemy. Seeing that his magic spells were of no use at all, Khan thought in frustration, hell, combining sword and magic might work, but using one would be ineffective. Deciding to resort to extreme measures, Khan waited for one of the enemies to attack and mentally said, "Well then." When the enemy launched his attack, Tessan did not even think about defending himself. He deliberately put himself under attack to fulfill his plan. The next moment, when the knight had already felt the taste of victory, the boy grabbed him by the arm and smiled ominously, saying, "You've got me." Holding the enemy by the hand to prevent him from running away, the guy activated the skill of forced battle again and fenced himself off with an impenetrable barrier. The next moment, Kang used the skill of holding his breath to prevent his opponent from reading his movements and dodging the blow. Also, using the skill of a powerful blow, Tessan was finally able to inflict critical damage on the enemy, after which he received a system notification that you defeated the Knight of Death. Immediately after the victory, he was able to let go of the enemy's hand and pull the sword he had driven into his chest out of his body. After assessing his condition after this treatment, the guy mentally said, "I have about 10% of my health left. I can't use this method anymore." Looking around him to keep each of the three enemies in sight, he added in his head in a 3-against-1 battle, "I cannot continue to take hits." Starting to swing his swords, Kang first used a block to attack from the back and forehead. Immediately after a great opportunity for a counterattack presented itself, he used a sharp blow. Having already neutralized 2 enemies from among his rivals, Tessan added in his mind to continue to parry the attacks of his opponents. Tired of the protracted battle against the enemies, the guy thought hard about whether my attacks had become too rough. Noticing that one of the enemies was mindlessly approaching him, Khan used the first style of sword art and recited the first sword of the Storm Scar Wolf Fang technique in his head, which strikes with the fury of the storm and tears the enemy with its claws like a wolf. Clenching the sword in his hand and trying to somehow improve this technique, he mentally added, "I wonder if I can do it more smoothly." At the same time, while watching his comrades battle, Casper noticed something interesting about his fighting style. Continuing to keep his strokes smooth, Kang thought, "So far my movements have been like ink spilled on a blank page, clumsy and heavy." Continuing to improve with each swing of the weapon, he added a sword that moves smoother, but still retains its deadliness. While chopping up one of his enemies who had fallen under the hand, Khan said a little more in his head. Having made a perfectly smooth stroke, he noticed that his opponent was shattered into small pieces. Seeing the results his friend had achieved, the ghost exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, I was thinking about teaching you this, but I didn't expect you to do it yourself." Hearing his friend's words, who was already making plans, Khan wondered what kind of sword technique it was. Hearing the boy's question, Casper said that this is the second sword of the Scar of the Storm, the Dance of the Muse. If the Wolf's Fang is an aggressive sword, the Dance of the Muse silently destroys the enemy. It reduces sharpness and strikes with optimal movement. It's a pretty good swordplay style, though, and when he heard the description of the new style and the request to evaluate it, Kang breathed a sigh of relief and spoke up. Immediately afterwards, he opened the skill status window, which said, Advanced Storm Skill Swordplay Sword Technique passed down from the destroyed world. Now only one person is confident in it. After watching the skill, Kang thought it was hard to say which one was better. Two opposing sword styles that caused them confusion and helped them a lot in the battle. The next moment, he heard the ghost say, Do you really need to be pushed to the limit to teach something? I was planning to teach you gradually, but this is impressive. The next moment, when Taesan felt the effect of full recovery, he received a system notification that said you have passed the test of Mary and will receive a reward according to the goddess's assessment. You have received a weapon of shape transformation. You have received an additional reward, a special active skill freedom of choice. Mary offers you the apostle's contract. Seeing the last notification, the guy confidently said, I refuse. At the same time, Casper also saw the rewards he had received for the tests and said something interesting about the flow of power. The next moment, one of the scales overflowed with dark sand and pulled the scales in its direction, and Taesan was notified that Maria's unreasonable choice had been activated. Immediately afterward, a system window appeared in front of the boy, in which he had a very difficult choice to accept the goddess's invitation or not to accept the goddess's invitation. Noticing that he found himself in a dark room that was being drawn in from all sides, Khan exclaimed in confusion, Wait, what is this? When he was thinking about which option to click on, the guy chose the top or bottom one, and then received a notification from the system that he had to accept the invitation. A few seconds after accepting the invitation, Kang felt like he was flying somewhere, and then a notification appeared above him, and the world turned upside down. Finding himself in a place surrounded on all sides by a view of deep space, Khan was surprised to find himself in a place where he was. Trying to figure out where they were, Taesan mentally said, pitch black. So this is how the emptiness of the universe feels. At the same time, being on the verge of insanity, Casper scaredly exclaimed, No way, how could God do that? I was sure that the invitation was just impossible. Why? Seeing what was happening to his partner, the boy was surprised to think that this was the first time he had ever seen a ghost tremble so much with fear. Immediately afterwards, looking around, Khan saw the Olympus and the stairs leading to it, and he was surprised to say that this was the same place. Seeing Khan enter the room, Casper, who had followed him, exclaimed anxiously, Wait, you can't just walk in like that, to which he replied, Didn't you invite me here yourself, so I just have to see such a prominent personality? Continuing to walk inside the building, the boy appreciated the design and mentally said that the endless corridors and precious stones scattered around resembled a flower garden. The next moment, looking up at the clouds he could see, he added in astonishment, The ceiling is so high it seems endless. Facing something unreal that appeared in front of him, Khan thoughtfully said that the thing placed at the end of the temple is not something that can be said with certainty to really exist in our world. At the same moment, at a distance of several meters, he saw the face of a golden-haired girl with a gigantic face. This person was the goddess of choice, Maria, who invited the boy to her place out of sheer curiosity and desire to see him in person. Reaching out to the boy with her hand, the girl said, I'm glad to meet you, my child. And then a system notification appeared in front of Khan, a confused judgment. After applying many effects of Kang Taesan, the girl did not notice any result, after which a notification appeared that all decisions were made. At the same time, the ghost, who was not far from the boy, was not in the best position and was moaning heavily in pain. Offended by the goddess's actions, Taesan asked why you were doing this to the guest you had invited, and the great goddess asked why. Hearing the question from the boy, the girl canceled all the negative effects that had been applied to the prince after his speech, thanking him for having mercy. Immediately after expressing her gratitude for the pardon, Mary smiled and said, "A lot of water has run since that unfortunate first meeting. Isn't that right, Mary, the goddess of choice? The goddess who imposes another choice on mortals who have done terrible things. Welcome to my temple, precious child." Looking at the girl who was standing right in front of him, Khan mentally said, "The power I feel in every cell of my skin is on a completely different level from anything I know, and there are tens of hundreds of such beings." The next moment, Casper said in fear, "Oh, great goddess, can I ask you one question?" To which the answer was, "You can ask the now dead child." Then the ghost said anxiously, "How can we ordinary mortals be invited to the god's house since it is impossible?" In response to this, the girl extended her finger to the prince and said, "You mortals really can't stand the presence of the gods, but we can solve this problem on our part." After hitting the floor with her finger and leaving a dent in it, Maria added that the reason we didn't invite you was quite simple. You were simply not worthy of this invitation. At the same time, seeing what had just happened a few centimeters away, Casper was speechless with fear. After hearing all that, Tessan said in surprise, "You mean to say that I am worthy of this invitation?" And I heard the prince say, "Hey, don't ask such questions." In response to the boy's question, the girl smiled and said, "You are worthy of this, and I wanted to see you personally. Not many people agreed to take my tests, and even fewer were able to complete them, and no one had ever survived the intense tests until you came along." When he heard the answer to why he was invited to the temple, Khan was surprised to hear only one question. "If I may ask, what would you do if I deceived you in court?" Without thinking long about the answer to the question, the girl said, "Well, if you really did it, then in that case." Looking into the eyes of the boy who did not dare to fool the goddess, she answered menacingly, "I just wouldn't like you like that." The next moment, turning her gaze to the Casper, the goddess Mary added this one next to you in the past, and did so. Hearing that he and his sin were mentioned, the prince began to laugh anxiously. The next moment, the girl reached out her hand to the boy and hugged him, adding, "You really don't want to be my apostle. As soon as you become my apostle, everything you want will be available to you, and when you go down to the labyrinth as my representative, no one will even dare to say anything about you." In response to the tempting stories, Tessan bowed and said, "I'm sorry, but my decision will not change." Having received a confident refusal of her offer, the goddess took her hand away from the guy and said, "Well, I respect your choice. It's not so bad." Immediately afterwards, Tessan said, "Can I ask you a question?" And I heard him say, "Yes, you can ask, child." After receiving permission to ask the goddess his question, Tessan said, "How much do you know about me?" Noticing that Maria smiled after his question, Khan added, "This is not my first time here either, and I know that the bezoar of Ouroboros was used." In response to his questions and arguments, the girl said the poor child was lost in trouble and was fighting his way out of the way, to which he confusedly asked him if he was lost in trouble. Then Mary closed her eyes and answered, "Yes, it's a disaster. What else? Because you were prevented from going where you were supposed to go by right, and they tormented you." Hearing the strange answer of the goddess Tessan, I thought to myself, she is now talking about other modes of the maze. She definitely knows something. Deciding to ask the girl in more detail about this topic, the boy said, "You know what it is." But before he could finish, the girl stopped him. Approaching the boy's face, Mary said, "Such stories demand a price, and I can't just tell them, but if you become my apostle, I will tell you." The next moment, a noise was heard in the temple of the goddess Mary, and the walls began to collapse, followed by a voice saying, "It's not time to get stronger and come down here." Hearing the voice and the trembling of the temple, the goddess of choice said, "Well, it seems that our meeting is over, but trouble has come." Snapping her finger to send the guy back, she said, "Let's meet again later then, but later." Having created a hole under Tessin into which he fell, Maria smiled happily and waved as he flew down. The next moment, someone's angry voice came from the wall and shouted at you, and you replied that you were angry, in which case you should have made the first move. Looking at the eye that appeared in the wall and peered out of the hole, the goddess added, "I also have a desire to get to it." At the same moment, Khan landed in the maze again after visiting the temple of the goddess Mary. Surprised by the sudden farewell and the earthquake in the temple of the powerful goddess, Casper asked in surprise what it was. Also not fully recovered from what had just happened to them, Khan asked in confusion what had just happened. Stretching out his hand in front of him, Kang mentally said, "I used to think that in this dungeon it would be enough for me to increase my characteristics of Li Tai Yong. Einzal's characteristics are even higher." After recalling the strength of his friends, who had a fairly high level, Khan compared the strength of the goddess who was pressing on him to them and clenched his hand into a fist, adding in his head, however, this strength was incredible. He looked at his clenched hand, which was leaking an aura of power, and said thoughtfully, "So the other modes were fakes then." Reflecting on his future fate and actions, he thought, "If I can get everything I can in this place that is called real, then I will be able to stand up to God. I want to try." Upon completion of his thoughts, Khan began to look at the rewards he had received as a result of the test, the first being a weapon of choice that could change shape. Appreciating the way the short dagger turned into a long sword, Tessin mentally spoke through the invitation, "I could not take the reward for the test." The next moment I found a new skill in my list that said Special Active Skill Freedom of Choice Cost, 20 skill 1%, allows you to convert characteristics. Seems like the ratio would not be very high. After applying the skill, the guy noticed an effect in which his defense increased and his health decreased. Then he mentally said, "Not bad, but the ratio is now 10%. I think it will be useful." Having completed the review of all the rewards for the tasks of the goddess, Kang confidently said, "Well, it seems that everything is over now." And then he accidentally noticed a bright glow near his left side. Reaching in there and feeling something strange, Khan wondered what it was. And the next moment he pulled out a rainbow rose, the description of which said that it was a gift from Mary, a gift that the gods give to people they like in the present time without any effects. Holding out this flower to his friend, he asked the ghost what it was, to which the latter thoughtfully replied, You think I know what I'm seeing for the first time?" Not knowing what exactly this flower meant, the boy, having mixed it into his inventory, thought that since it was given for good reasons, he should not expect anything bad, and then said, "Let's continue down." After a certain period of time, Kang had almost completed the clearing of the 12th floor and was now dealing with the 12th floor boss, a rotten ghoul. After completing the battle, the boy received a system notification: you defeated the rotten ghoul reward secret room power gloves. Extra attack 5, defense 3, appreciating the reward, Khan said with a grudging smile. After expressing his dissatisfaction with the reward, Tassan looked at the defeated enemy and said in his head, "Now ordinary bosses are too easy for me. I can't get decent rewards." Looking at the stinking glove he had received as a secret reward, Khan mentally said, "So this means there is no choice but to collect what is available." Moving to the 12th floor, Khan opened the door and saw a system notification that said, "Monsters on the 13th floor, a crowd of zombies." After a while, all the enemies were destroyed, and Kang confidently went on to clear the floor and pump his skills to achieve the goal. At the same time, the leader of Sin, who was on the 13th floor, noticed Khan and smiled slyly. When the boy arrived at another room with monsters, he felt something unusual, and then mentally said that there was someone here and it was definitely not a monster. Trying to make out who might have suddenly appeared here, Tessan felt the effect intensify, and mentally said that it was from above. At the same time, jumping down from the mountain and lighting up the night sky with a bright orange star, the leader of Sin exclaimed, "I wonder how much time has passed." After making a spectacular appearance and landing among the zombie regiments, the sudden visitor asked the newcomer a question. Looking at the man who had just appeared before his eyes, Khan received a system notification of insight activated at the 42nd level. Continuing to stare at the newcomer, Khan mentally said level 42 is 14 more than me, and then said, "I'm glad to meet you. I'm a member of the Leaders of Sin, but before we start talking." He stopped in mid-sentence and took out a strange horn from his inventory. Not a second after the object appeared, he blew the trumpet, after which system notifications appeared. The signal was activated throughout the current area. The monsters within its borders were approaching. When the Sin leader had finished using the item, he threw the horn out of his hands and prepared to fight as all the zombies in the room began to show aggression and attack him. Having put on my armor and banging my steel-gloved fists against each other, I don't like to be interrupted, and that's why I take care of everything in advance. As soon as the enemies got close enough, he began to fight them desperately to clear the monster room. Looking at the young man who suddenly came to him for a dialogue, Khan said in surprise in his head, "Rebebas is a guide to Sin. He is definitely strong, but that's all." Watching him destroy the zombies, Tassan added in his head, "But I don't understand why the hell he's destroying other people's monsters." Having finished his thoughts, Khan heard from his friend that this little coward was still alive. He was one of those who had always been afraid and ran away when he met me, and now he openly ignored me. The next moment, intervening in the fight where his prey was being taken away, Khan, covering the back of the overconfident guy, also began to clear the room of monsters. At the same time, watching everything from above, Casper mentally said that he was specially coordinating his movements to fit the monsters, after which Rebus exclaimed, "Wow, he also has a good infiltration skill." Realizing that his opponent was quite a serious player, the Sin conductor prepared to use his skills and confidently exclaimed, "I will not lose." The next moment, a system alert appeared, informing us that Rababas had activated a powerful strike. Having destroyed several monsters with one swing of his fist, the leader of Sin asked confidently, "Well, what about this?" Backing away from the strange guy, Khan thought why he was so frivolous. It was strange that he was fighting with all his might on the 13th floor with his 42nd level at that time. Rebus said in disappointment, "What a boring kid. If he continued like this, he would not last long." The next moment, with a sly smile, the Sin conductor added, "Still, you may need it, and you can go out and get permission to go to the 20th floor, which is why I was wandering around the neighborhood asking for your name." Hearing the guy's arrogant tone, Kang thought to himself, "He's talking as if I've already joined him." And then Tessin said, Having received the answer to his question, Rebebas spread his arms and said joyfully, "Yes, Tessan, I have one request for you. Do you consider joining the Leaders of Sin?" Hearing the proposal from the guy in front of him, Casper said to his friend, "It's your choice. We can do as you wish." At the same time, continuing his agitation, the Leader of Sin added, "As you already know, in this labyrinth you can become stronger endlessly. You understand that this is a blessing, but to think about destroying this place despite the fact that you have already received so many opinions." Abruptly changing his mood and furrowing his brow, Rebebas added in a depressing tone, "Only ignorant fools can do this." When Khan heard the proposal, he was surprised to hear that you had decided to give up and not clear the maze, and he replied that I had retreated rather than surrendered, because this place was intended for clearing. Immediately recalling the altars of the gods scattered on the floors, the Leader of Sin added, "You know very well that the cursed gods of this place try to kill us during the trials as if we were their toys." Making a disgruntled face and folding his arms in front of him, the boy added that even in hidden places, There are traps that are impossible to pass, and the guy who was traveling with you died in the same way." Hearing the boy's words, Casper said unhappily, "I died because of you, actually, and you're just talking about it like that." And he responded, "We killed you and you're talking nonsense." After a short dialogue, Rababas extended his hand to Tayson and said, "In any case, we created the group to avoid perishing in vain, to become stronger safely, to create law, and to manage order in this maze. And by the way, I'll tell you something else. If you suddenly want to join us, you'll have to refuse this guy's assignment, because we can't accept someone who broke the law and attacked us." When he heard the offer to join their gang, Khan said with a grudging smile that you were making the law. "I heard that you have to get permission even to become stronger there, is it true?" When Rababas heard the question, he answered awkwardly, "Oh yeah, so what?" Trying to somehow get out of the situation, the leader of Sin said things differently than you imagine. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes, and this is just a minimum measure of safety. Pulling out his sword, which Prince Khan gave him, even the magicians and the people who created this place gave him freedom, and you adventurers begin to create laws. Pointing his weapon at the guy in front of him, Tessin said unhappily, "All talk and no chance for me to take up the challenge." Looking at the guy with a disgruntled look because he was pushing others into a box, he added, "I don't like you guys." Hearing the answer from Khan Tessin, Rababas shrugged and said, "I have no idea what you're talking about," after which his tone changed dramatically and he added, "So you refuse." In response to the boy's question, Khan smiled slyly and said, "You understood me completely correctly." Thinking about what the whole show was for, Kang mentally said that the leaders of Sin are looking for new members for two reasons. The first is to lead them down the path of sin, and then he felt sorry for them. And the second reason is that you need to destroy adventurers who have refused their offer in advance before they become too strong. The next moment, Rababas began to execute his script, that is, he engaged in a fight against Kang Tasan and tried to finish him off with his own forces. After delivering his powerful punch, the boy felt something hard and strong stand in his way and prevent him from moving, and Rababas said in confusion what it was. When the dust and fog cleared after his punch, the leader of Sin could see that his fist had been caught in the moment of impact. Starting to squeeze the enemy's hand, Kang said unhappily, "You said that the one who breaks the law must be punished. So go ahead and do the job. Punish me, but for some reason, I'm not very sure you'll be able to do it." Having escaped from his opponent's grasp, Rebus confusedly said in his head that it was just me who started attacking with the goal of taking him out in one blow. Stepping back to regroup, the guide added in his head, "Okay, he's just an adventurer from the 13th floor anyway. He has no chance of beating me." Rushing into the fight, the boy tried his best to break through Tessin's defense, but each of his attacks was blocked by Tessin's skillful movements. At the same time, continuing to block every attack of his opponent, Kang mentally said he had cleared the 20th floor correctly. He was definitely no slouch. He was raising his skill level with a lot of hunting. Unable to break through the guy's defense and feeling the pressure on him, the leader of Sin thought in fright, "Who the hell is he anyway? I've just been pushed back from the 13th floor by a small shit." The next moment, in the midst of a large number of sword strikes, the first system notification appeared, informing Rebus that he had taken 12 units of damage. Having dealt the first blow, Khan stepped back and said, "You have a fairly high defense rating, but that's where your advantages end. Your movements are not very good either." At the same moment, Casper joined the conversation and said, "I heard that he is a commoner. He has never been properly trained in martial arts, and that is why I think he is somewhere around the level of a third-floor mercenary." Continuing his story, the prince added that he is just a miserable person who can't really do anything because he has nothing to offer in this maze. Angered by the words of the Casper, who was depressing him more and more with every passing second, Rababas jumped into the air and shouted, "Shut up! The next minute, Kang Tasan noticed a system alert that said Rababas had activated a powerful strike. In order not to accidentally give his soul to the god, Tessin activated his repulsion skill, thanks to which he did not take any damage. Immediately afterwards, he counterattacked and stabbed his sword into the enemy's body, and received a system notification Rababas takes 6 units of damage. In addition to the counterattack, the guy kicked the Sin leader, sending him flying. As a result of this blow, another system notification appeared saying that Rebaz took 6 units of damage. Not knowing where the enemy came from and how powerful Rababas was, he looked at Tessin and imagined another person and said in his mind, "I'm sure I hit him and hurt him. But did Einzal really give him the skill?" Gritting his teeth in anger, Rebebus exclaimed, "Who the hell are you, and where did you get your power from?" The next moment, seeing that an opponent appeared right above him, the leader of Sin heard and thought to himself. Pulling his sword over his opponent's head, Tessan said angrily with trembling hands, "Aren't you an adventurer yourself?" Gathering his strength and preparing to strike at least some blow, Kanu Rebabas mentally said, "I can't go on like this." Preparing to play his trump card, the sinful leader mentally said, "I did not expect to have to use this technique here." The explosion glove is a secret feature that everyone uses once a month to send their trump card to their opponent Rebus, thinking with just one blow. As soon as the enemy reached the target, the enemy activated 2 skills, a powerful attack and an explosion gauntlet. After completing his attack on the enemy, the boy said anxiously in his head, "This function allows me to deal 5 times the damage of the base damage to my opponent." Lying on the ground after being hit by an enemy who had used the skill to completely nullify his first attack, Tessan asked sternly, "Are you done yet?" Jumping back from Khan and starting to crawl on his ass, the guy was scared and wondered in his head how he had managed. Looking at his opponent, who was approaching him and facing imminent death, he added in confusion who I had actually been fighting with all this time. When he felt that a wall appeared behind him, and he was crawling away in the white nowhere, and right in front of him stood Tessin, the conductor of Sin, he thought frightened before he died, "This guy's just a monster." Having completed all his business with Rebebus, who would never be able to disturb him again, Khan heard, well, nothing special. Being near his friend, he added, and yet he was an adventurer from the 20th floor, he was not such a weakling. But since he did not meet enemies with whom he could compete, he became weak and his abilities regressed. At the same moment, Khan looked at the beaten enemy and said, "So now you know what I want to ask you." Hearing the question, Rebebus asked if he would let me live if I answered, and he said, "No, I will kill you." And then he added, "Then I have no reason to answer, I am right." After receiving an unsatisfactory answer from the leader, Casper said, "Well, if so, you know what offerings we can make here for the people." Hearing the threat, which was more terrible for him than the loss of his life, Rebebus knelt down and bowed his head, exclaiming, "Please, please don't do this." Immediately changing his mind about cooperation, he exclaimed, "I'll answer all your questions, just don't give me away to them, please." Hearing the plea of the Sin leader, Khan was surprised to think that he should be so afraid, and then asked how many people were in your group. Thinking about the answer, Rebebus bowed his head and replied thoughtfully, "I don't know exactly. I was only allowed to go up to the 20th floor, and the further I went down, the more people there were. But I never went down any deeper. I'm not sure about this, but maybe there are even hundreds of us there, because most adventurers who came to this place accepted the invitation." When Tessin heard the answer to his question, he thought that there were not many people like him and the ghost. Immediately after he finished thinking, Tessin asked, "You said that the number of floors you can go down is limited. How is that determined now that I've broken the law? Those scoundrels from the lower floors will follow me." In response to a question about the appearance of the labyrinth building, Rebus said that everything is divided into 10 floors, for example, the 20th, 30th, 40th floors. The 20th floor is the second tier, the 30th floor is the third tier, and so on. They believe that each level has its own absolute rules. The deeper the adventurer goes, the less they will want to return. They believe that it will hurt their dignity, so they will not go up until they need to. Hearing the answer, Khan said in surprise, "What a stupid thing to say." And then Casper added, "It's always been like that. Long ago, they all just revolve around a few strong people, a fragile group, but they will kill anyone who betrays them." At the same moment, Rebus exclaimed, "I don't know anything about the manager from the lower floors, but there are a lot of adventurers on this second level. No matter how strong you are, you still can't handle them." In response to his warnings, he heard Tassan's confident voice say, "I don't give a damn about that." Surprised by this answer, Rebus raised his head and looked into Tessan's eyes, thinking his confidence and skills matched his. Then I was just like him. Recalling his past and how he broke through and cleared the maze, the boy mentally added, "How could I have ended up like this?" With his head bowed to the ground and his hands covering his face, he said sadly in his head, "But the level of complexity of this maze was slowly changing me." He began to reproach himself for the wrong choices he had made in the past. Rebus thought, "If I had only refused, I wonder if I could have died nobly then." At the same moment, Tessin swung his sword to end the dialogue after receiving all the necessary information and said, "Well, goodbye." A few seconds after the last blow, the guy received a system notification saying that you had defeated Rebus. Immediately after that, he received another system notification that said your spirit power was being activated, which surprised him greatly. Along with the increase in spirit power, Khan received other notifications that said, strength increased by 23 agility, increased by 20 endurance, increased by 70 mana by 40, your intelligence increased by 18 points. However, that was not all. After the characteristics, another notification came, informing that the skill to increase the strength of the spirit is activated. The skill of your powerful attack increases by 8%. Looking at his hands after he had defeated one of the guides of sin, Kang wondered in his mind, what kind of incredible increase in performance was this? After completing the rewards, Tessin went to the general chat and asked his team how far you managed to get. In response to Lee Tae-young's question, Junhyuk and I have already reached the 3rd floor and are now entering the 4th floor, slowly advancing. Thanks to the points we received when we returned to the ground, our characteristics have increased, and that is why we have not encountered any serious problems. Then Tassan asked how things are going on the other regimes, to which Junhyuk replied that it seems that those who are now on the light regime are having a hard time, and I think that's because a lot of people died after the return. After hearing the report on the situation on the other modes, Tessin closed his eyes and said, "Well, there's nothing to be done about it. Everyone should get used to the fact that death breathes in the back of the head and that it's on normal mode." In response to this question, the boy confidently answered that nothing had changed there, except that in my opinion everyone had become even more cautious. Then Kang asked, and on the difficult question after that, Jeum Jun-gyun joined the conversation and said, "I'll tell you now." Recalling the situation at his own level of difficulty, he said most people on hard mode survived the mission to return to Earth, but your appearance then was a great stimulus for him. Everyone is trying to become as strong as possible, and it is very possible that the next time we meet, you will be able to notice a lot of minds yourself. Hearing the good news from the heavy regime, Kang smiled happily and said glad to hear it good. The next moment, Junhyuk exclaimed, "By the way, Hyung, I have to tell you something." Recalling the situation that happened to him, the boy added, "When I went up to the 4th floor, I found an altar to a god, and this god is called Baltazar. And that's why I haven't left yet. I'm just thinking about whether I can complete the task of God or not. But I want to take this test very seriously. What do you think about it, Hen?" Hearing Kang's question, he looked at the girl behind him and said, I'm sure Lee Tae-young refuses even when asked, but you seem to be enthusiastic about it. To which she replied, Actually, this time I accepted the invitation as well. When Tessin heard this, he was surprised to hear that you were also, and Lee Tae-young replied like you said, I can't continue to be a coward. Now I'll be braver. Hearing his ward's words, Kang was surprised to hear Lee Tae-young and Jun-hyuk change so much, especially Tae-young. She doesn't look like her old self. Is it me? At the end of the reflection, the guy said, Our trials are different, and that's why I don't know. But you will get it. But you have seriously thought about everything and made a decision. So I will not stop you. Just try not to die by accident. Hearing this, the wards shouted together and said, Let's meet again. Let's survive at any cost. Immediately after the end of the dialogue, Khan asked the Casper, You also received a task from Baltazar. So what do you think of him in comparison to Rakiratus? To which he thoughtfully replied, Well, it's definitely easier and quite possible to complete. After receiving an answer from his friend, Khan mentally said, I wonder if they will be okay. I hope they won't die. Upon completion of his thoughts about his wards, Tessin picked up Rebabas's equipment and said, Well, I'll continue. And then received a notification of a glove explosion of force plus 18. After moving the new equipment to his inventory, the guy decided to see what he had at the moment and told the dachshund to open the characteristics window. Looking at the characteristics, which were quite high for the 13th floor, the boy was surprised to hear that he had recently increased his spiritual strength. Until now, I have been steadily improving by defeating monsters, but this is the first time I've gotten such a powerful improvement that only works properly with other adventurers. The next moment, looking at the motionless body of one of the leaders of Sin, Casper said, You have defeated Rebabas. Although he was at the lowest rank, he was still a member of their group. Turning his gaze to Tessin, who realized that soon there would be more enemies, Casper added, I'm sure the rest of us will start acting soon. At the same time, somewhere deep in the maze, in the meeting room of the group of Sin's leaders, one of the members was already sitting and waiting for the others. Arriving in the meeting room, another high-ranking representative said, I heard there was a little trouble on the second level, so the new adventurer killed someone. In response to a question from a colleague who had arrived, the person who was already sitting in the room asked, So you mean to say that an adventurer from the 10th floor was able to defeat a player from the second level? Removing his cloak from his head, the person with the burning hair said, What a tempting talent, but he chose to become our enemy. What a loss, and we have no other choice. He scrawled a message on a piece of paper and added, Spread this search order and let the rest of the second level finish it off. Having finished applying the measures to clean up the problem, he said that we would continue to develop a strategy for the 74th floor. At the same time, on the 20th floor, the second rank of adventurers among the leaders of Sin gathered together. One of the players said, Rebabas is dead, to which he heard in reply that you were serious. He was not a wimp, too relaxed or something. As soon as the crowd arrived at the right place, a bald man who was their leader appeared in front of them and angrily shouted, You are going to just stand there and do nothing. We have to show what we can do. Showing a piece of paper, he added, The management has issued a warrant for his capture, and if we can deal with him, we will be promoted to the 3rd rank. Upon hearing the announcement, quarrels began to break out among the leaders of Sin, saying that the leadership would take care of it. What are you talking about? I will finish this adventurer. When he heard that everything was going on as usual, one of the leaders reached into his inner pocket and said, Well, I see that none of you are going to give up, so let's determine everything in the usual way. Taking out a dice with numbers and throwing it on the ground, the man said, The one who throws the highest number on the dice will get priority, and everyone agreed. Hearing the proposal, all the leaders of Sin agreed to the terms and began to roll a dice to determine who would get the opportunity. After determining who had the highest number on the dice, the man said, "Well, it's all settled. You'll be the first, Aldoath." At the same time, in one of Khan's rooms, after completing the battle, he received a system notification that the monsters of the 13th floor had defeated a crowd of zombies. Seeing the message, Khan said that the 13th floor was complete, and then heard the surprised voice of Casper, who said, "Oh my God, I can't believe you defeated the monsters that needed to be destroyed with traps instead of attacking the direction. You are truly a very strong guy." As soon as they finished their dialogue, a man with a black cloak appeared right in front of them. Using the skill of discernment, Khan saw the second level of the Sin conductor Aldoath. Smiling ominously with anticipation of a glorious battle, the leader of Sin ominously exclaimed, "You are the same rascal who defeated Rebebus." In response to the man's question, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Khan replied in surprise, "Even if that's true, what are you going to do?" When he received the answer to his question and immediately attacked the cleaver, he exclaimed, "Of course I'll finish you off. What else?" Anticipating the taste of triumph, Aldoath confidently said in his head, "He may be really strong, but he's still a boy from the 13th floor. I can easily defeat him. Then I can also rise to the 3rd rank." And then he got punched in the face. Because of his carelessness and overconfidence, the man ran into Tessan's fist and went flying, stopping only when he hit the wall. Seeing that the enemy did not move for some reason after one blow, Khan was surprised to hear what was wrong with him, to which the ghost replied that he remembered one such noisy jerk, and he was not very strong. When they heard that a friend of his knew Tessan and said that he was also one of the leaders of Sin, they came faster than I expected. Looking at the man who was slowly getting back to his feet after a well-aimed jab, the boy added, "He seems even dumber and weaker than Rebus." Turning into a werewolf in a fit of rage, Aldoath mentally muttered that what had just happened, I'm sure he used some nefarious method. After completing his transformation into the final form of the beast and creating the departed conductor of Sin, he wondered how this wretched wretch dared. Slowly walking towards the boy in his beast form, Aldoath growled fiercely, trying to intimidate his opponent. At the same moment, Tessan looked at his opponent's new form and said in surprise that people can turn into beasts. The next moment, he attacked the boy who had dared to hit him, and Aldoath shouted, "I recognize your strength, but now your end will come." In response to his opponent's words, Kang, ready to strike back, confidently said, "You have good spirit, but you're too slow." Having dealt with the enemy in just one blow, even in the state of the beast, Tessan said confidently, "You just became a little faster in this accounting, but nothing more." Wiping his face from what had gotten on it, the guy said, "Don't get in my way," and then received a system notification that your spiritual power was activated. At the same time, watching the battle over the Stone of the Soul, one of the leaders of Sin was surprised to hear that his soul fire had gone out. Immediately afterward, whispers began to circulate among the members of the second stage of the leaders of Sin that Aldoath seemed to have died, that he had lost the battle, that this simply cannot happen without being able to transform because he lost his vigilance. Well, this guy is not capable of anything without transformation. I think that's true. After drawing some conclusions after the death of his comrade, one of the leaders of Sin said, "Okay, then I'll go next." Picking up his staff, the boy said confidently, "I am Giuseppe, a man who follows the path of magic. I will never let my guard down." After a while, when he first arrived in Khan, he immediately grabbed him on the head and flew into the wall. Rising to his feet after the brutal greeting, the boy angrily exclaimed, "Hey, why the hell did you attack me without warning? And was told that you were here to finish me off, so what should I expect?" Having completed his explanation of the sudden attack, Tessan rushed into the fray again, only this time with swords, reacting to the attack. Giuseppe activated a magic shield that protected him from the attack. Seeing how the enemy had just repelled his attack, Khan said in amazement in his head, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone use magic like that." The next moment, Tessan received a system notification that said Giuseppe had activated the insanity of the assessment, and Kang Tessan dispelled the insanity with an untamed spirit. Seeing that his trick failed, the magician nervously thought he was able to repel my mental attack just by using his spirit. Then does this mean that he defeated Rababas and Aldoath not just because he was lucky? After completing his thoughts, the guy resorted to magic again, after which Tessan received a system notification that Giuseppe had activated the particle dispersion. Seeing what his opponent was doing, Tessan said in his head that this was a magical technique that allowed him to limit his opponent's movement. The next moment, when Giuseppe started casting the ice arrow skill, Kang confidently exclaimed in his head that this was definitely it. However, despite all the efforts of the leader of Sin to win the fight, Tessan used his magic to cast an ice arrow, which he sent flying at the same moment. As a result of the launch, the adventurer's magic spell was more powerful, and he easily destroyed Giuseppe's spell with his arrow and forced him to dodge. Being in complete shock at what had just happened before his eyes, the leader of Sin thought, "Even the magic tower recognized my talent, but he's just a beginner with a higher level of magic than me, and that's just not possible." Unwilling to accept this fate, Giuseppe again resorted to extreme measures and used the magic skill of lightning to direct it at Khan. Seeing that his attack had hit the target, the leader of Sin was immediately encouraged and said, "This is just great. I was able to impress him." But unfortunately, Tessan's skill of absolute nullification of the first attack worked, and he did not receive any damage, after which he cleared his ears and said, "So this kind of instant magic exists, which is quite interesting." Observing that absolutely nothing happened to his enemy, Giuseppe was frightened and asked how this was possible, and then looking at the image of the enemy approaching him, he said that he would continue. As soon as Tessan got within 1 meter of him, he exhaled a frightened breath, which was the last thing he could do in his life, and their fight ended there. At the same time, somewhere at a gathering of Sin leaders, when one of the sect members saw that Giuseppe's spiritual stone had also suddenly gone out, he exclaimed in surprise that he had also died. Continuing to look for excuses for the defeat of their friend, the crowd said he died because he used magic incorrectly. Well, he was accompanied by a ghost. He definitely gave him some advice after that. Armed with an axe, another person said, "Great. Then I'm next." Sometime after their comrade went to fight the newcomer, his soul stone also went out. Seeing this, the Sin leaders were seriously concerned and spoke again. Immediately after that, realizing that it was time to go, another fighter who had thrown the highest number in sequence threw his sword over his shoulder and said, "I did not expect that my turn would come, so I went." Seeing that he had also died in the battle against the newcomer, who had already sent many fighters, one of the leaders of Sin said, "I thought maybe we should go all 5 of us. After all, we don't have to go one by one." Sometime later, after 5 more fighters went to destroy the newcomer, their soul stones also went out one by one. Seeing this, one of the remaining leaders said in confusion, "They all died in just 1 hour." Immediately after these words, he turned his head to his friend and said, "Now it's your turn to go." And he nervously exclaimed, "No, you don't think anything is wrong. I don't want to go there." Hearing the refusal of one of the sect members, the man broke out in a cold sweat and thought that the difference in strength between the adventurers on the 13th and 20th floors was the same as if he were comparing a toddler and an adult. But he was still able to finish off half of the members of the second-level Sin Guides. Looking at the still glowing stones of souls placed on the table together with the extinguished people who were still alive, he wondered in his mind what kind of monster he was. From the very beginning, I was forced to accept the invitation and become part of the leaders of sin only because they threatened to kill me if I refused, after which the frightened man said, "Then let's not hurt him if we hide and wait." As soon as he said this, the voice of one of the leaders of sin, who was on the floor below, came from the lower floors and exclaimed, "Hey, you bastards! You haven't changed a bit!" When the demon Zagan got out of the passage to the lower floors of the third level of the sin conductor, he said, "You still cannot go from the second level because you continue to behave as before." Seeing the guests who visited them on the second level, one of those who stayed behind said, "You came," and then thought, "Why the hell don't people like him stay on their 30th floor? Why does he keep coming upstairs and poking around?" Folding his arms in front of him and looking around, the demon Zagan asked in surprise, "But in general, it doesn't matter now. I'm interested in why only half of you are here and where did the rest go?" In response, the man nervously replied, looking into the eyes of the taller comrade. In fact, they had recently gone to another floor. As soon as he said this, his superior colleague struck him in the body, thus punishing him for lying. When the demon Zagan saw that his strike had gloriously brought the man to his senses, he said in a stern tone, "How dare you lie to me so brazenly?" Then the man crouched down because of the blow from his comrade and groaned heavily, saying they were all dead, to which he heard in response in a haughty voice, "Half of you died because of someone from the 13th floor. The demon Zagan smiled slyly and said, "I came here for nothing, but now everything has changed. Maybe I can prove my power if I finish this bastard," and then leaned over to the man and said, "I'm glad to hear that." Straightening his back and looking at the remaining guides from the second level, the demon said, "I will take revenge for you boys, so take me to him, or I will kill you myself." At the same time, after dealing with the 5 enemies who attacked him in a crowd, Khan said, "Like moths to the light, these 5 threw away their pride and tried to attack me at the same time." After these words, he looked around to assess the scale of the massacre and to realize roughly how much he had managed to raise the characteristics of the massacre, but he made a belated decision. Recalling the confrontation with the 5 leaders, Kong thought, "They have really good defense and offense, but it seems that they have never fought together before, and their C- coordination is a huge advantage to be able to level up and recover by simply killing one of them." After these words, he opened his system window with the characteristics and smiled happily and added, "Thanks to this, I was able to raise 11 levels. However, due to this increase in the level, the reward for completing tasks will also decrease, which is a bummer." To which Casper replied that even with this in mind, it still turns out to be profitable, so be greedy. Immediately after saying that, Tessin tried to activate the new spell he had learned, and its description read, "Basic Magic Particle Dispersion," using 4 mana to cause a large number of ice particles to collide with each other and disperse. After completing the test, Tessin said, "But now it's over, of course," to which the ghost replied, "I think they should have realized by now that you're not someone they can handle on their own." As soon as he said this, he heard a noise behind him and looked back to see a crowd of enemies and one guy with horns walking ahead of them. Surprised by the appearance of the busy person, Casper said in surprise that even he had come to hear these words and see the new enemy. Khan thought it was a demon. Looking at the enemy who was heading toward him, the boy added in his mind, "I can feel his power. It is different from those sent by the leaders of sin before." The next moment, the demon Zagan said, "So, you are the one who defeated the second-ranked leaders, yes?" After his question, the man looked at Tessin thoughtfully, trying to assess his strength and find out how he had done it. Without wasting much time in figuring it out, the demon noticed the boy's aura and mentally said, "This power is superior to the 20th floor, so you mean you got this power on just the 13th floor?" Holding out his hand to Tezan to show that he was not going to attack yet, Zagan said thoughtfully, "Perhaps you are a dragon." Hearing the question from the third-level demon, Kang looked at the man in confusion, trying to understand what he had just meant. At the same time, hearing the assumptions of their senior leader, the dragon, a species that is rumored to be able to even separate dimensions, a species that is best left untouched unless you are a high-ranking demon, began to talk. At the same time, making his own guesses without the necessary amount of information, the demon Zagan mentally said, "Judging by his strength, I am sure that his presence was powerful from the very beginning, and that is because even the weakest dragon cannot be defeated if his opponent has not reached at least the 40th floor. Then, trying to mislead his enemies, Khan smiled joyfully and said, "What if I am really a dragon? What will you do then?" Realizing that their strengths were not equal, and that in this fight he would only be able to knock on the pot, the demon Zagan said in confusion, "If you are really one of them, I do not intend to stop you." Bowing his head and making a low bow, he said, "Please, you may continue your journey." Seeing what had just happened before their eyes, one of the second-level men nervously exclaimed that it had all ended so easily, and he had been so confidently heading here. Having witnessed how well the demon was misled, Casper began to laugh out loud, saying, "You have shown yourself perfectly from the worst side." After which Khan asked in surprise what dragons are such a strong species. In response to this, the ghost joyfully replied, "Well, they are ancient beings. They can be compared to gods. I answered your question." And then Khan said, "Now I understand." At the same time, the demon Zagan, who had witnessed the conversation in which some of the truth about Tezan's origins was revealed, turned from surprise to anger and bared his teeth. Preparing to fight against the one who dared to mislead him, the demon Zagan was angry. "Oh, you bastard, how dare you lie to me?" After which a system notification appeared. Zagan activated the distorted vegetation of Decoravia. Immediately afterwards, stretching out his hand towards his opponent, the demon began to sprout wooden vines that began to take over the entire room. With every second of rapid growth, the wooden vines approached Tassan from all sides, restricting his movements and trying to immobilize him. When he saw that one of the vines was wrapped around his arm, he wondered what it was and then used his burning ball skill to free himself from the tree. Seeing that his spell had just instantly burned the demon, Zagan thought he had used a burning orb, but no matter what he did, it didn't matter. Realizing that his previous attack had no meaning, the third-level Sin Conductor used another spell, after which a system notification appeared, and Zagan activated the spirit of the Raven Decoravia. Immediately after that, the entire room was filled with ghostly crows flying near the ceiling and causing terror throughout the room. When he saw that the ghosts began to attack him, Khan waved his sword and destroyed the enemies one by one, but it seemed as if there were no less of them. Continuing to destroy enemies with the first style of the wolf's fang sword to capture a larger attack area at a time, he nervously said in his head, "There are too many of them here." Having finished off the last half of the summoned raven spirits, Tessin asked if this complicated thing could also be done with magic, to which Casper replied, "You're using god magic, which is clearly different from the magic created by demons." Hearing the conversation between the ghost and the boy, the demon Zagan angrily exclaimed, "Hey, stop interfering in our fight, warrior. This battle is between us two." In response, he said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to help him," which surprised him greatly, because he would not have agreed so quickly before. Not understanding the reason for the warrior's obedience, the demon Zagan mentally said, "I didn't expect him to give in so easily. They don't have a good relationship or anything." Resigning himself to the warrior's actions and throwing unnecessary thoughts out of his head, the demon added, "But it doesn't matter. It's only good for me." After completing his preparations for the next magic attack, Zagan activated the skill of False Flame of Marhosia. In response to his opponent's attack, Tezen activated the Ice Arrow skill to deactivate the flames, but when he saw that this idea was unsuccessful, he thought, "The ice energy of my arrows doesn't work." After he was hit by fake fire, Khan had to use the full nullification of his first attack to avoid damage. Seeing that his attack did not do any damage, the demon Zagan mentally said that he had nullified the first attack. He did not know that such a skill existed, but still. Continuing to push the guy with his skills, he confidently added in his head, "This bastard knows nothing about my skills." At the very moment the enemy attacked again with the fake flame, Tessen activated a complete nullification of the second attack, which resulted in 24 units and 36 units of damage. Seeing that the first dozen damage was inflicted on his enemy, the demon Zagan smiled slyly and thought, "I think I can win," and then activated the skill Nibiros's Despair. After closing his enemy in a sphere of despair that was sure to be the last thing Khan saw, he confidently said, "This is definitely the end." While in the dark sphere that was supposed to finish him off, Khan heard Nibiros's Despair, a black magic that attacks the deepest mind of a person. At the same time, watching the dark sphere in which his friend was locked, Casper thought that black magic is quite difficult to understand, which is why it would be difficult for someone who encountered it for the first time to resist it, and I don't understand it very well either. The next moment, noticing that the dark sphere began to collapse from the inside, and the guy began to break through, he added happily, "But with you, it's completely different, right, Tessen?" Having reached the opponent's magic sphere, which he believed was to be the last spell, Khan confidently said, "This is pretty good dark magic. I wonder if I can learn it." Seeing that Tessan was once again in full combat readiness, the demon Zagan thought in confusion he could repel her simply by using his mental spirit, but it would still not change anything. Continuing to press all his attacks on the enemy in order to win, Zagan again activated his skill of summoning the spirit of the raven Decoravia. Seeing many ghostly ravens reappear in the air, aiming at him, Tessen thought the spirits of the Decoravia raven were weak individually, but there were too many of them. Thinking of how he could resist them, the guy mentally said, "Well then," and then activated his defensive skill. The skill of repulsion creates a formless energy around its owner and repels everything aimed at him at that time. Tessen just watched as all the ghostly crows crashed into the barrier he created. Watching the battle unfold, which was not in his favor, the demon thought it was impossible. He had already figured out how to resist it. When the demon Zagan tried to hurt Tessen again with his false flame, he saw that he managed to repel this attack as well. After avoiding the magic spell, Tessen said, "Your flame must be able to burn everything, even itself, so I should have melted because of the residual heat. But strangely enough, I only got burned. And when I touched the flame, I had a strange feeling. It was just a substance in the form of fire, right?" Hearing the question from his opponent, the demon Zagan did not hold back his anger, and exclaimed irritably how a worthless boy like you could know about this, and then activated the distorted vegetation of Decoravia again. Noticing the dark tears in space around him, Khan mentally recited the same principle as in the magic he had activated earlier. Observing the placement of each portal from which roots should emerge, he added in his head, "They will definitely only emerge from the portals. If it is true, I will be able to predict their movements." Having calculated the approximate location and trajectory of each route, the boy looked at his feet and mentally said 3 corks to the left and 2 steps forward. The next moment, sharp roots emerged from the portals, which were supposed to make a sieve out of the boy, but the result was slightly different. When the demon Zagan saw that none of the roots hit his opponent, he was confused as to how he managed to dodge each root. In response to the question, Kang, who had directed a magic spell of burning fire at the enemy, confidently said everything was quite simple. At the same time, watching the battlefield from the outside, Casper thought about how, as expected, he understood the essence of the skill, made the most reasonable conclusion, and used it. Noticing that the enemy was going to use some spell again, Tassan rushed at him with his sword and instantly dispelled the magic. Continuing to watch the battle, the warrior mentally added, he was even able to figure out how to activate and destroy the black magic he was seeing for the first time in his life. As I expected, this is Tassan's strongest point. He changed to realize that the stop and trajectory of magic are separated, so he learned entry-level magic. Then he learned that the sword movements in the Storm Scar technique were quite sharp, so he cleaned it up and got the second sword art of Storm Dance. He definitely has some kind of talent for capturing the essence of anything, even if it's the first time he's seen it in his life. As Tassan seized the initiative of the battle and prepared to deliver the final blow to neutralize the enemy, the warrior mentally added he had gained this through hundreds of thousands of repetitions and so much effort that it could feel like madness. Noticing that the boy's fight against the demon Zagan is coming to an end, Casper said in his head that this is Tassan's own path. Before finishing off his opponent after he had won the battle, Khan said the last thing I am interested in. Squatting down in front of Zagan and putting his sword to his throat, the boy added sternly, "This is black magic! What do I need to do to learn it?" Continuing to demand information from the enemy, Tassan asked what I could learn to use it, and was told that yes, dark magic is used. Yes, dark magic is used together with demonic energy and mana. Previously, only our race possessed demonic energy, but this place is a labyrinth now, and others can use it if they fulfill the condition upon hearing Khan ask, and this condition is to find their god. When asked a question by a guy to whom he had lost in a fair fight, the demon Zagan said, "Yes, our goddess is also somewhere here. She left us all." Recalling the girl who is their goddess, the man lowered his head and said, "She loves strong beings very much, if you like her and pass her tests." The demon Zagan interrupted in the middle of the sentence, thinking about his words, and said, "Although it is almost impossible, she can give something that is available only to us." After hearing the information about how to master dark magic, Khan asked the ghost if he knew where the demon goddess was, to which he replied rather frowningly, "But it seems that she is not far from here." After hearing Tassan's dialogue with the warrior, the demon looked down and said, "Just finish me off. Don't use me as an offering to the goddess. I'm asking you for a complete death." Hearing the last will of the loser, Kang said, "Well, as you wish," and then with one light wave of his hand took his head off his opponent's shoulders. Immediately after the demon was destroyed, Khan received system notifications that said your spiritual power has increased, you have leveled up. You have received entry-level dark magic, the deceptive flame of Sarcosius. Marcosius's deceptive flame mana cost 13 demonic energy, cost 5 skill points, 1% summons a substance that is similar to the flame Marcosius controls. Seeing the description, Khan thought in surprise, "I can't use it until I have demonic energy." Immediately after completing the battle with the demon and gaining a new level, Kang angrily said, "Now come out, everyone else, and stop hiding." When he saw that they continued to ignore his words and did not leave their hiding places, he added, "Until I pull you out and kill you one by one." Heeding the words of the guy who ordered them to show themselves, all the remaining people went inside and bowed their heads. Trying to control his trembling and fear, the leader of the leaders of sin nervously asked what you wanted from us. In response to the question, Khan thoughtfully said that if it was necessary to voice the experience and characteristics, "From the very beginning, I planned to kill you all, but at my current level it would not do any good." Looking at the frightened sect members, the guy asked, "I guess you don't want to say goodbye to your lives, do you?" Immediately after pointing his finger at the second-level leader, Tessan said, "In exchange for your lives, I will order you to do something so that the leaders of sin do not know that I am alive." Hearing the order from the boy, the leader of the second level of leaders asked him in confusion, "Are you suggesting that I lie to them?" And he replied, "Yes, say that I died at their hands." Having come up with a convincing story, he said, "Mix a lie with the truth and say that I died in a battle with an adventurer from the 30th floor. I am sure that you did not join the leaders of sin of your own free will, because if you do not want to perish, you should do as I say." After hearing the conditions under which Khan would allow them to live, the leaders from the second level bowed, and after a short thought we agreed. Immediately after that, Khan looked back at his friend and asked him if he minded the ghost, to which he replied, "I don't care because I was not killed by a simple person. In turn, I want to ask you something." Approaching the man who seemed to be the main warrior, he asked, "You're the second-ranked leader, right? You know the bastard who ordered me to be killed." Having received a question from the ghost, the leader of the leaders of sin nervously answered, "You don't know what I heard about him, and it's up to me to decide, so speak quickly." Hearing that his desires overpowered his convictions, the man bowed his head and spoke, the woman from the ashes of Societa Gardenia, who had inherited the lineage of the cursed kingdom. Naming the name of the girl who was most likely the reason and founder of the idea to kill the warrior, the man added, "She ordered me to kill you," which put him in shock. Confused by the fact that he had received an answer about who had first expressed the desire to destroy him, Casper asked her in confusion. Thinking back to that moment when he and she had a great relationship, Casper heard about it anyway, which is why I was even more shocked that she was the only one who had a good relationship with the leader. After a while, Kang joined the general chat and saw a joyful message from his ward, who said, "Yes, I did it." After that, Lee Tae-young nervously added, "I'm still in shock. I can't believe we passed the Baltazar test." And Kang Jun-hyuk happily added, "We passed it on the hardest difficulty." Hearing about this, Kang asked to tell about his ordeal, to which the girl, remembering her rival, said anxiously, "We have to face the greatest fear. A giant spider appeared and attacked me. Isn't that terrible?" When he heard who the girl's opponent was, the boy was surprised to hear that I really had an elephant, and he replied, "You're afraid of elephants? How cute is that?" To which Kang Jun-hyuk added, "It's scary when such a giant rushes at you to trample you." After hearing what kind of opponents his wards had, Tessin mentally set a test of courage worthy of the god of victory. If I were in their place, what would I face? The next moment, Kang Jun-hyuk added joyfully, "Now I understand why Hyun asked us to go through. The difference in rewards for winning is very large." To which he said, "Don't overdo it. There are capricious gods here." At the end of the dialogue and the news report, Kang said, "Well, it's time to say goodbye," and was answered with, "Thank you again for your advice." Having finished his conversation with the wards, Khan asked, "So what are you ready to talk about now?" When Casper heard the question from the person to whom he had entrusted the task of revenge, he asked, upset, "Is it necessary?" To which the guy replied, "Yes, it is definitely necessary." Folding his arms in front of him, the guy added, "I don't want the mission I worked so hard on to fail because of one participant's regrets." After hearing Tessin's reasoned answer, Casper bowed his head and said, "This is not the most interesting story. I came here from a destroyed report in which only monsters remained, and communication with them was impossible." Recalling the very girl who betrayed him, he added sadly, "She was the only person I could communicate with, and we felt a kinship because we had similar fates." After telling me a short story about the girl, Casper added anxiously, "I'm just wondering why she ordered me to kill her." Trying to somehow convince Tessin that he would definitely not change his mind and would not regret anything, the ghost added, "Don't worry, nothing will change. Resigned to the fact that this information would be enough for him, and not wanting to stir up the past, Khan said, "Well, this will be enough." On the 14th floor, the guy encountered a zombie, but quickly cleared the floor. On the 15th floor, he was again met by skeletons, but with the characteristics he possessed. Clearing the floor seemed like a cakewalk. And so, before heading to the 16th floor, Khan met Lilith, who exclaimed in surprise that you had made it this far. In response to this, Kang said in disappointment, "There was almost nothing I could do to raise my level. I had no choice but to come down here, and I collected a couple of new magic items on the floors." After giving the girl valuable items that could be used as an offering during the ritual, Khan received system notifications that said you have learned entry-level invisibility and slowing magic. Entry-level magic invisibility mana cost 20 skill 1, slowing magic mana cost 12 skill 1 after teaching the boy slowing magic. The girl said, "I've never seen slowing magic before, so I can't tell you exactly how it works." Immediately after telling me that she had never had or used this magic herself, the girl pointed to herself and said, "Do you want to try it on me?" Feeling the effect of slowing down from the spell, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, that's what it feels like. I feel like I've slowed down, and now everything I am at the same time," Khan mentally said, "has slowed down by about 20%. Immediately after feeling the superimposed effect of slowing down, the girl happily announced that now you can dispel magic, to which he replied, "This is the first time I've used such magic, and that's why I don't know how to do it." Hearing the guy's words, the girl looked at him in confusion, and after a few seconds realizing what he had said, embarrassment appeared on her face. After saying goodbye to the girl and the spell's effect was removed, Casper happily exclaimed, "I'm so glad the magic dissipated after 10 turns." To which Tezen replied, "Now I know what its duration is." Upon reaching the desired floor, Khan received a system notification that the 16th floor task is starting, defeat the boss, and go up to the next floor. As soon as he got to the right floor, he remembered the words of the leader of the second level of Sin's leaders, who said that when you enter the 16th floor, you will find an empty room and a blacksmith. Following the man's instructions to find the maze blacksmith, he remembered how he had said that he was the one you would need. Following all the instructions and finding an empty room, Khan entered the door and saw a blacksmith who was making equipment. When the blacksmith heard that someone had come to the forge, he looked up from his work and wondered who the new adventurer was. The moment Tessen saw the man making the equipment, he immediately remembered the words of his friend, "A foolish man who banishes dreams, Hafran the blacksmith." Recalling the moments of contact with the labyrinth blacksmith, the girl said Hafran always seems cold and hardly shows his emotions. "He saw me only as a business partner." But perhaps it is precisely because of the contempt and insults I received from the NPS and the local gods that I am very grateful to him for this attitude. When Khan finished recalling his friend's words, he heard the man's stern voice say, "I am Hafran the blacksmith. You know what I do. You can get 2 types of items from local monsters, equipment and materials, and mostly materials are sold in the store or used to create equipment. If you give me the materials, I'll create the outfit you want. If it's your first time here, I'll make it for you for free." Immediately after announcing the special offer, the blacksmith added, "In any case, warrior, you are also here, right?" To which the man replied in surprise that he was not surprised. "We last met when I was alive." In response to a question from his old friend, the blacksmith replied, "Of course not, because I always believed that you would come down no matter what form you took. So this time he has accepted your task, and judging by the commotion created by the leader of Sin, I thought you had already been destroyed and did not expect to find you here." Immediately afterwards, Hafran looked up from his work and said, "Okay, if you guys want to do business with me, remember that I don't care who I'm dealing with." Pointing his finger at the guests, he added sternly, Whether it is fallen man or the leaders of sin, the materials of the equipment are more important to me than anything else. So don't bother me with exclusive agreements." Hearing the warning, Khan said confidently, "Okay, I'd like you to start creating my equipment right away. I need wrist guards. Can you make them?" Hearing the boy's request, the blacksmith confidently said, "Of course, give me the materials." And then Tezen threw out all the materials he had in his inventory. Looking at everything that the blacksmith handed him, the boy said thoughtfully, "God, there are so many of them here. Come back in 30 turns. Looking through everything Hafran handed him, he was surprised to see that these materials were not from the deep floors. They are quite simple, so there is no point in delaying the creation of equipment. It is very simple. As the blacksmith was leaving the guests who had ordered wrist guards, he said, "Come back to me later when the time is right." Leaving the forge, Khan took up his weapon and said confidently, 30 minutes should be enough time to clear one floor. I can do it in 10 minutes if I want to go a little slower." After completing all his business, 30 minutes later he returned to the Khan's smithy and opened the door, and blew in just in time to find everything ready. Looking at the item, the description of which read wrist shields made of ogre leather with a defense power of 13 by a blacksmith, Khan said in surprise, "Wow, that's quite a good reinforcement." When the blacksmith heard that the guy was satisfied with the item, he said, "Next time I'll charge you, but know that the price varies depending on the value of the item, and for now, I'll save some materials." To which the guy replied, "As you wish." Preparing to go about his business, Khan thought for sure that he would need to go even lower to get good materials, and then said, "See you later." But before he could finish, Casper asked, "Wait, can't you do something better?" In response to the ghost's question, Hafren confidently replied that, "Of course I can, but I don't have much." To which he replied, "I'm not talking about that now." Realizing what his longtime acquaintance, a blacksmith, was getting at, looked back at him and said to the warrior with a grudging smile, "At the same moment, the ghost added things that no one else can make but you. Equipment of special power, things that can only be made from materials obtained here in a place that cannot be entered without permission." Turning his gaze to his comrade standing behind him, the warrior added confidently, "I guarantee you, Hafran, he will definitely do it." When the blacksmith heard the question from his friend, he said, "You know what this means to me. How can you talk about such things so easily?" To which he replied, "I know, you told me." And then Khan interrupted the conversation and asked what you were talking about. In response to his friend's question, Casper replied, "Remember why I came here. I came to save my ruined world. This guy is like me. The only difference is that Hafran can come back." Hearing the warrior's story, the blacksmith said, "If he has accepted your assignment, I think he can be trusted, but he is still a beginner who has not even reached the 20th floor, and I am not sure I can trust him with all my secrets." Immediately afterwards, focusing his attention on one point, the blacksmith heard the 30th floor. Not understanding the meaning of this remark, he asked again, "Excuse me." Then Casper said, "Didn't you say that you thought we were destroyed by the sin conductor?" This guy was able to deal with the sin conductor from the 30th floor, although he had only reached the 13th floor. Hearing the warrior's words, Hafren waved his hand and confidently exclaimed, "No way! You just can't be making fun of me!" In response to his friend's words, the warrior approached him and asked if I had ever lied to you, to which the latter replied confusedly. Accepting the warrior's words and accepting his statement, Hafren said, "I have a proposal. I need proof that he can really defeat someone from the 30th floor." Looking at the boy, whom the blacksmith had spoken highly of, the comrade added, "Please defeat the monster I will prepare for you, and then I will accept your offer without question." When Casper heard that he finally agreed, he asked, "Well, you didn't expect that." And I thought there was no better time to not know, to which Khan replied, "Fine if it helps me become stronger." The next moment he looked at his friend and said thoughtfully, wondering if it was worth it. In response to the boy's question, Casper happily said, "Of course it is. I assure you it is definitely worth it. If you get Hafran's recognition, you will become much stronger." Continuing to prove to the boy that he should definitely take part in this test, the prince added that if you want to reach the level of a god, you can. Before he could finish, Tessan interrupted him and asked, "Did you see that?" To which he replied, "I saw your shining eyes when you met Maria. I just couldn't help but notice. I'm wondering if you're really going to go far, although in any case you'll get invaluable experience here." After these words, the door to the room opened and Hafran said, "Hey, everything is ready." Upon entering the room where the blacksmith called them, Tessan received a system notification that said the sealed den had appeared. Seeing the monster, the warrior exclaimed in surprise that Barlog is a very strong monster that can only be found on deep floors, to which he replied that this creature is very tired and weak. Do not worry, he is the boss of the second half of the 20th floor. Looking at the monster and the guy who was supposed to fight it, the blacksmith asked, "So will you accept the challenge to fight it?" Without hesitation, Tessan said confidently, "Of course, if I'm here." And after receiving an affirmative answer, Hafran broke the seal on the monster. As soon as the seal broke, the monster immediately broke the chains that bound him, and then rushed at Kang Tessan, who was standing nearby. Having approached a sufficient distance to the boy, the monster began to prepare to use fire breath. At that time, a notification appeared. The sealed lair activated the release of demonic energy. In response to the enemy's attack, the boy activated his dodge skill and used it twice to prevent a hit. After repelling the enemy's attack, the guy began to prepare for a retaliatory strike while the monster was in a state of confusion and open to any attack. Noticing that he could take advantage of a great chance, Kang began to cast a magic arrow, then used a magic bullet and another ice arrow. At the same time, watching the batting, the blacksmith said in surprise that it was possible that no matter how weak this Barlog was, he could handle it, to which the warrior replied, "I told you he could." After his friend's words, Hafran added, a little blushing with excitement, that no matter how strong he is, he should not go beyond his characteristics. Hearing what Hafran had just told him, Casper mentally muttered, and it was indeed surprising that Tessan's skills were basically beyond standard performance, especially in amplifying spirits. Watching Tessan deal with the enemy with the help of spells, the ghost added in his head that it not only enhances his own characteristics, but also allows him to use the skills of the opponent. When he saw that the battle ended with Kang Tessan's victory, who was standing on the monster's neck with his sword embedded in it, he added this skill to an order of magnitude higher than all existing skills. How could a mortal possibly possess such a thing? After that system notification appeared, Kang Tessan had won the sealed barrow. Convinced of the boy's skills, Hafran said, "Well, I will let you come to my world." And Tessan replied, "You can send me there." In response to the boy's question, he held out the sphere he was holding to him and said, "Yes, I can." Demonstrating a small dark sphere that contained his world, Hafran said, "My world was destroyed in a special way, so I can send it there with this crystal." The next moment, pointing to his forge, the blacksmith added, "The conditions here are quite good, but I am still limited in my capabilities. However, only I am a master of the destroyed world, and I know how to work with the materials that are there. If you bring them to me, I can create something much more powerful for you." Thinking about what kind of materials he would need, Hafran thoughtfully said, "What could you bring with your current abilities?" "Oh, surely wild roots from the gray forest would be perfect." Recalling the terrain of his world, the blacksmith added, "When you go down into the labyrinth and become stronger, I will allow you to bring materials from deeper parts of my world. Immediately after that, Tessin received a notification with a new task and description. Enter the ruined world and bring wild roots from the gray forest, rewarded with wild root equipment. Then handed the boy a scroll and said, "Here's a map. You'll understand how to get them when you get to the forest." Upon completion of the task and all the items needed to obtain it, the blacksmith began to activate the crystal that would allow him to enter his ruined world. After completing the portal, the blacksmith pointed to the entrance, symbolizing that he could now enter and begin the mission. Before Khan was about to leave for another dimension, he heard the words of the blacksmith who said, "Remember something else important." Looking at the trail of an adventurer who went in search of the wild roots of the gray forest, Hafren added, "This world will try to finish you off." Moving between the dimensions, the guy was surprised to hear the ghost say this, to which he replied that the movement of space will continue as long as light travels between the stars. Just wait a little. Looking at the balloon in space toward which they were heading, the boy thought, "This is the first time I've ever been to a destroyed world, but in a sense, the Earth is also a world that is on the verge of destruction." Approaching closer and closer to the destroyed world, Tessin thoughtfully added a star that could be the future of the Earth. "I wonder how different it is." After landing on the destroyed star, Tessin took his first breath and felt severe discomfort, and grabbed the game and started coughing. Activating the breath hold, he said in his head that I had inhaled and something foreign had gotten into my throat. Poison. Having decided to do basic checks, the guy added in his head, "I move my hand and feel absolutely nothing. If there was air here, I would feel at least a faint breeze." The next moment, when he felt his legs start to go weak, he was surprised to think that the ground was trying to swallow me. As he began his journey to find and obtain the necessary materials, he mentally said that there was hostility on all sides. Immediately after realizing exactly where he was, the guy said in his head, "I'm sorry," this star said in his head. Moving forward on the map to arrive at his destination, he added in his head, "The star itself is trying to destroy all life here." After receiving several system notifications about taking damage, Tessin covered his face with a handkerchief and said in his head that luckily there was still some oxygen on this star. Accelerating his pace a little, the guy said, "I think it's better not to move unnecessarily. If you move more than necessary, you can attract the attention of a star. This world is dead." Continuing to slowly move across the map to the place he needed, Tessin said in his head, "I wonder how much further I have to go to the forest, and whether I'm even moving in the right direction." And then he felt something attack him and dealt 4 units of damage. Stopping on the spot to draw the star's attention away from himself, the boy asked his friend, "By the way, what is the difference between you and the travelers?" To which he replied that you were talking about contractors. Hearing this, Khan thought that the NPCs inside the maze called themselves contractors. Starting to circle around Tessin, Casper said everything is quite simple. The only difference is that someone is limited and someone is not. Imagining an approximate picture of this case in his head, the ghost added, "Travelers like you are free, while contract workers are tied to the maze and cannot travel. In exchange for the fulfillment of our desires, we make a deal with the sorcerer, which is why we are tied to the labyrinth." Hearing this, Khan asked what desires. Sensing the misunderstanding in the boy's eyes, the warrior spoke, citing examples of people he knew. For example, "My goal is revenge. Lilith's desire is the path of magic. Einzal stole the deal to find his goddess." He also added to this list of non-combat NPCs, adding that the merchant and blacksmith are also not an exception, which is why they ask travelers like you for help. After listening to his friend's story, Tessin thought about why their requests turned into tasks, and then asked how he could become a contractor. Having received a question from his companion, Casper looked back and said, "Well, There are many different ways to contact me. For example, the sorcerer himself contacted me. Then, after he answered, the warrior heard a question that stumped him, and it was this: who exactly was the sorcerer? In response to this question, after a few seconds of silence, the ghost replied, "I can't tell you that. You'll find out if you go downstairs." After receiving an unsatisfactory answer, Khan thought, "So it's too early for me to know about this." As soon as their conversation was over, the boy noticed that something was gathering around them. A gust of wind appeared and began to swirl around him. When Tessan saw what was happening, he wondered in his mind what a sandstorm was. Covering his face with his hand to prevent the sand from causing even more cuts, he thought, "This star is really trying to kill me," as they warned, and then used the skill of dodging. After one skill, Kang also used the cover skill, but the system notifications with damage still did not stop, so Tessan thought, "Do my skills help me at all?" When the hurricane became more powerful, the guy was also able to notice that it was staying in one place and not going anywhere, and then he mentally said, "It's not moving anywhere, as if it's aimed at my destruction." Not intending to put up with this fate, Khan grabbed his swords and began to act. His plan was to use weapons to somehow disperse this vortex. After several unsuccessful attempts to somehow deal with the impending danger, the guy said in his head that the darkness had no effect on him. Then he got another idea and started casting fireball and ice arrow spells, since dark magic doesn't work. Having failed in this way, the guy thought in disappointment that magic attacks also did not work, and that it was impossible to destroy him. So then he activated his new slowing skill. After activating his skill in the hurricane, the boy noticed some results and happily added in his head he slowed down. Fortunately, it seemed to work on basic skills and then activated acceleration. With quick movements, the guy managed to escape from the deadly vortex and avoid the worst fate for himself without fulfilling his assignment. When he was at a sufficient distance from the giant vortex and noticed that it was slowly losing its strength, Khan thought a little more. After a few minutes of waiting, the pair of travelers noticed that the vortex had dissipated, and Tessan reported that it had disappeared. In response to his friend's remark, the ghost prince said that if he could no longer hit his target, his existence was simply meaningless. The next moment, after the sandstorm had completely dissipated, Khan received a system notification informing him that the spirit lift had been activated. Not understanding why his skill suddenly worked in this case and what exactly he was getting after this adventure, the guy confusedly said what it was. The next moment, 2 more system notifications appeared in front of him, saying that the increase in spiritual power had been activated, and that you would receive the awakening skill. Not understanding what exactly the newly acquired skill was, Khan hastened to look at its description, saying what kind of awakening skill it was, to which the warrior replied, "I've never seen anything like it either." Looking at the description of the skill, where nothing was written, Casper started brainstorming and said anxiously, "I have a hunch what it might be." Hearing that he began to speak uncertainly about something, Tessan asked if he remembered anything, and the ghost replied, "I think so, but not." He began to shake his head from side to come to his senses after deep thought, and to get rid of uncertainty, and added, "I'm not sure yet. I'll give you an answer when I get my thoughts together." Hearing that he had something in mind for this skill, Khan was surprised to hear that it would be good. Continuing his way through the dead star on which he had to find materials for equipment, Khan used his mental acceleration skill to say, "I've been through everything here." Faced with various types of danger and threats to his life, the guy used a variety of techniques to avoid harm, and now he had to activate the Wolf's Fang skill. Continuing his journey and finding himself in a canyon, a collapse began the moment he set foot in it, and the guy activated the second sword-style skill dance and attack with a held breath. After surviving the dangerous situation, Kang, who was in a relatively safe area, wiping his sweat, thought that it had managed to break through my defense and then said that there was no end to it. The next moment, Tessin noticed something strange in the canyon that caught his eye and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Hearing his friend's question, Casper exclaimed in confusion, "What are you talking about?" But Khan's attention was focused on the dark sphere directly in his path. Having received the researcher's fierce motivation, he said anxiously that there was definitely something on the cliff, and Casper tried to look at the object the guy was talking about and said, "I don't see anything." Having received the answer that this object may not be accessible to the eyes of his companion, the guy confidently said, "Really then he activated the acceleration skill." Continuing to move quickly and deftly on the rocks to destroy the obstacles that prevented him from approaching, the guy said in his head, "I knew it was all about skill." Seeing that he had almost caught up with the dark sphere he had been talking about and that it was a few meters away, Tessin thought a little more. Noticing that as he approached the object, the attempts to interfere with its movements became more active, he mentally added, "I knew it." Continuing on his way to the object he was interested in, Khan said to his friend, "It looks like everything is exactly as I thought it would be as I approach it moves away from me." However hard the object tried to escape, the guy's speed was faster, and he managed to catch up with him and drive his swords into the place where the core was supposedly located. Immediately after the destruction of the strange object, Khan received a system notification informing him that the activation of your spiritual power has been activated, and the skill of the unknown skill has been increased by 2%. After eliminating the threat that was in Khan Canyon, he got out into the open and saw this. And Casper thought to himself, "In Hafran's world, the star itself is trying to destroy the world. The desire of this star is to prevent any creature that is here from surviving, so it turns out that it is the desire of the world itself." Yes, surprised by the skills of the guy who found himself in this dangerous world, he added in his head, and this guy was able to resist the very desire of the star. And on top of that, this star takes away not only his physical strength, but also his overall strength. At the same time, Kong opened the system window and thoughtfully said what kind of skill it was. Continuing to think, the Ghost Prince added that when the extortion skill is low, the star cannot take anything away. Its increased spiritual power is much higher than the star's destruction power itself. This power is not at all like what ordinary people can possess. And then I suddenly heard Tessan's voice, "Now we need to get here." Seeing exactly where they had arrived, Casper said in surprise that he was right. I had also gathered roots here once before. At the same moment, Tessan asked in surprise, "So I can get better equipment if I bring him the roots, am I right?" Having clarified all the details about the production of equipment, Khan went inside the forest to get materials, and the forest also greeted him with a counterattack. When Khan looked at the trees in the forest and the roots he was to get, he was surprised to see that they were really gigantic. The next moment, realizing that simply dodging would not be enough, Tessin used his barrier skill, which allowed him to move relatively calmly through the forest. Seeing that the branches of the tree were trying to finish him off, the boy said unhappily when they hit his barrier, "You're preventing me from disappearing." Activating the skill of mental acceleration to avoid the attacks of the forest after dispelling the barrier, he thoughtfully said, "And where are your roots?" Cutting through the branches that continued to press on him, preventing his further progress, he angrily said in his head where it was. The next moment behind him, Tessan felt a strange energy. Looking back, he mentally said, "That's right, it's the black energy of the roots, it's accumulating there." Noticing a strange dark sphere from which everything grew, the boy confidently said, "This must be the target." Noticing that his friend had rashly rushed to break through to the dark sphere, Casper nervously exclaimed to Tessin, "Be careful, Tessin, he can't hear me." Looking at the boy who saw nothing in front of him but what he had to achieve and get, Casper added, he was focused on his goal. After taking damage during the breakthrough, the guy received a system notification, and you activated the full reset of the first hit. Absolutely unharmed, Khan continued his journey, cutting through all the obstacles that came his way. After retrieving the item he needed from inside the dark sphere, the guy received a system notification activated, increase your spiritual power skill of an unknown skill has been increased by 1%. When Tae-san saw this notification, holding the object he needed in his hand, he confidently said, I thought it was inside. The next moment, Kang received another notification. You received a random route. And then he said it wasn't that hard, to which the warrior replied, I told you that this task would not be difficult for your level, and moreover, don't you think it's time to go back? Hearing the question from his companion, Khan looked up at the strange things happening and said, You are absolutely right. Watching the sky begin to crack, the boy added anxiously, Lord, it seems that this place really wants me to die. After opening the portal to move back to his world, Khan waved goodbye to the star and said, I'll see you next time. After starting to move, the blacksmith Hafren saw a portal that was about to open and a system notification saying that the secondary task was completed. Then he asked in surprise if you were back already. In response to the man's question, Khan confidently replied, Yes, I brought everything. It should be enough, but it seems to me that these are ordinary roots. In response to the guy's words, Hafran said, Of course you think so. You haven't lived in that world. But in any case, you managed to do it quickly enough and brought exactly what you needed. Holding out the item, the description of which read a random root, an item belonging to a destroyed world, nothing can be done with it alone. But if you grow it in the right environment, it will sprout, Khan added, of course. After handing over the necessary material for forging, Kang also handed the blacksmith the sword he had received from the Ghost Prince and asked if it would be suitable. Looking at the weapon that was handed to him to combine with the magical object, Hafren asked in surprise, You mean I can combine a root with a sword? In response to the man's question, Casper confidently answered that he could use it as he pleased, and the blacksmith was stunned. Looking at Kabut's relic, which he personally handed over to Kanu for fulfilling his commission, the warrior confidently added that this sword now belongs to him alone. After his comrade's confirmatory words, Kang held out his weapon with powerful characteristics and said, Great, then please combine the root with this sword. Hearing Tessen's request, Hafren scratched the back of his head and said, I will do it if the warrior wants me to. Seeing that the boy was handing him a sword to do his work, the blacksmith said, You don't need to leave me your weapon. I can just clean the roots and combine them later when I'm done, so you can take the sword with you and come back in 2 days. After being given a 2-day window to combine his sword, Khan set out to further clear the maze, this time targeting the 17th floor. After a short period of time, the guy cleared the entire territory and got to the boss, leaving the enemy no chance, and in just a few minutes he was able to finish him off. Walking further up the floors, looking at the blood-dew earrings that gave 10 strength, 10 dexterity, and 5 points of defense, Khan said, It turns out he's weak, to which Casper replied, Aren't you the one who's too strong? Continuing to clear the maze, Tessan confidently said, So in the next 2 days I want to become even stronger than the 18th floor boss, the skeleton knight mage. Having cleared the 18th floor, the boy immediately went to the 19th floor of the maze. Quickly dealing with the inhabitants there, he got to the boss, who was a lich. After a short period of time, with a huge advantage in strength and a few blows, Khan won and then received a system notification that you defeated the boss of the 19th floor of the lich. Seeing that after clearing 2 floors, Khan received a boost, Casper happily announced that you were finally able to get a new level. Immediately after updating the characteristics for raising the level, Khan said disappointedly, "Well, let's go to the 20th floor and not delay." Going down to the next floor, the guy noticed something strange that greeted him immediately upon arrival, and he said in surprise, "What is this?" In response to the boy's question, Casper answered that it was an altar of the demon god, who is a demonic entity himself, and controls all other demons, after which he described the altar of Lucifer as an altar created by Lucifer's followers, a corridor that connects you to the god through this place, and he is able to exert influence. Immediately after receiving the description of the altar, Khan also received another system notification that said, "The bonus for the first find is your intelligence immediately increased by 3, and your mana immediately increased by 10. Thinking about what awaited him, Tessan asked, "Do you happen to know what kind of test he will give me?" If Casper answered no, "I don't know." Then the guy added, "So you haven't found anything like this before?" In response to his friend's remark, the Ghost Prince said, "You should know that the gods always give tests that will test their power, but what kind of test do you think the god of demons will give you?" Hearing the warning from his friend Tessan, he approached the altar and noticing no effect, he asked if it was a god who only tested people from the demon clan. In response to this, the warrior said not necessarily, he just has high standards in terms of people. Hearing Casper's words, Khan said, "Well, then I'll come back here later," to which he asked, "Are you going to come back with reinforced weapons?" Looking down after his companion's question, Khan said, "I'm just not really sure what kind of task awaits me there." After leaving the room with the altar of the demon god Lucifer, Tessan went to clear the 20th floor, and now he has reached the boss's room. The boss of this floor turned out to be a knight of death with whom the boy had to cross his blades, continuing to press his opponent, who was trying his best to hold the block. Khan exclaimed that this was all you could do. Withdrawing his blades, forcing the enemy to open up and striking again, which proved to be fatal, Tessan exclaimed slowly, and then received a notification that you have defeated the Death Knight. Looking at the defeated Knight of Destruction lying defeated against the wall, Casper exhaled nervously and said, "This boss must have been strong." After defeating the boss, Khan did not receive notifications about the reward of the hidden room, and said as expected, "There is nothing here," to which Casper replied, "You are now about the secret mission, yes." As he continued to go through the system notifications he received, he added in frustration that it looked like there was something else hidden. The next moment, the boy received a new system notification telling him that you had a strong hunch that his detection skill had been triggered. Noticing a brick that had moved out of the wall, Khan walked over to it and said confidently, "This is definitely the secret room." Pressing the brick that came out of the wall and opening the secret passage, he spoke as expected. When Casper saw the road leading forward and the sound of a man in armor's footsteps, he noticed a knight in the distance and spoke at the level of a lord. After a while, the dark and indistinguishable image began to slowly approach and become clearer, making step by step to the click of the armor. As soon as the enemy got close enough, Tessan received a system notification that said the Lord of the Knights of Doom had appeared. As the Lord approached the traveler, he threw his sword over his shoulder and said, "You must be the shadow of a warrior. I have heard stories about you from the sage. You are miserable and weak." Hearing the words of the enemy who appeared before them from the secret room, the Ghost Prince exclaimed in surprise that you had met that bastard. In response, the Lord of the Knights of Destruction said, "This is our common secret. Don't we guys who are tied to this place have the right to more freedom?" Immediately after that, the knight turned his attention to the boy who was standing next to the ghost of a warrior and said, "You seem to be my rival, and you are really strong. It does not seem that I can defeat you." Hearing his opponent's words, Khan reached for his swords and immediately grabbed his weapon, provoking Tessan's response, and said, "Let us fight." Bear his weapon, he added, I am a knight, and that is why I will not leave my sword and run away with my tail between my legs, for hundreds of years have passed since a traveler entered this room, so let's fight. Having engaged the enemy from the secret room on the 20th floor, Khan mentally said, "He's pretty strong." Continuing to press the enemy, the boy mentally added his level to be exactly higher than the 25th floor. Such an opponent would not be defeated by ordinary players. After taking the first damage, Tessin received a system notification informing him that the first attack had been completely nullified. Seeing that his strike did not cause any damage to the opponent, the Lord of the Knights of Death said a complete nullification of the attack, which is an amazing skill. Stepping back to make it easier to dodge the attacks, Tessin said in his head, "He has heavy techniques, but he is quite large, and that is why he does not move so fast." Having blocked another enemy attack, Tessin said with his head down, "And you are really quite strong. Ordinary players would not be able to compete with you." The next moment, raising his head and looking at the Night Lord's head, he added menacingly, "But I am no ordinary player." Immediately after these words, Tessin tried to continue his attack and was hit in the face. After exchanging a few more blows, Casper, who was watching the battle, exclaimed to Tessin, "Why don't you use your usual skills? You can just use magic or acceleration." In response to this question, Khan decided not to say anything at that moment, and only the heavy breathing of both combatants could be heard at the battle scene. When Tessin saw his opponent fall to his knees, he asked what had happened, and then saw that the enemy had put his trembling hand forward and just started laughing. The next moment, grabbing his sword with both hands and going on the offensive, the Lord of the Knights of Doom exclaimed, "Thank you, I can't believe I'm participating in such an interesting battle as this." Continuing his onslaught, forcing the guy to dodge and move around the field of play, he excitedly exclaimed, "I've been waiting for this day for ages." Seeing the moment when Tessin dodged his blow and moved to the counterattack, the Lord of the Knights of Death smiled and said the traveler. After stopping his struggle and shedding a few tears from the realization that he could not win, he added, "Thank you." The knight, who was knocked down after being injured and leaning on a pillar behind him, added that he did not expect you to use your skills on purpose, to which he replied, "We are alike." Taking off his helmet after a lost battle, the Lord of the Knights of Death said, "I am a knight, and I wish to fight only with my sword without relying on fancy abilities. I want to fight with my sword alone, but it's just my stubbornness. I didn't want to put it on someone else. Thanks to you, I can leave this place in peace." Turning his gaze to the ghost of the warrior who wandered everywhere with Tessin, the Lord of Knights said, "I would like to say that from now on I can be free, but—" The next moment the knight turned his gaze to the man who had defeated him and added, "You know why people of our minds are attached to this place." Hearing what his opponent had just said, Khan was surprised to hear what he had just said in his head, and then replied, "I don't know." Then, leaning on his sword, the Lord of the Knights got to his feet and said, "Everything is quite simple. For some, it is a place of opportunities, but for others, it is not at all." Starting to disappear into thin air after losing a fair fight, he added, "I'm sorry I can't tell you the whole truth, but I'm sure you can get to the deepest floors. And then you will be able to find out for yourself." After hearing the last words of your opponent, Tessin seemed to have an epiphany that there is indeed a very big secret involved in this maze. When he heard the last words of the Lord of the Knights of Perdition, who told him who we were and who the magicians were, the boy immediately saw a mirage of wizards performing a ritual. When the man's body had completely dissipated and only the sword remained, a quiet voice added, "When you find out, please show sympathy for those of us who could not escape strong." After the battle with Lord Tessin, Valorant's helmet remained, which gave 22 units of protection and 3% of the speed of action. It was the helmet of a great king, although his soul was tainted, but the soul did not disappear from the armor. Seeing the interesting property of the armor, the guy was surprised to say that the speed of action is the same only in boots, so this armor is really very good. Moving this helmet to his inventory, he added in his head that it had characteristics much higher than the armor I had found before. Also, after the armor, he received a system notification that said he had a passive special skill to prove that he had the will to become a phenomenon among others. Recalling what his friend Tessin had said about this skill, Lee Tae-young said in his head that it was a rather intimidating skill. Also, as a reward for defeating the boss of the secret room, Tessin received a power rune that increased his strength by 20 units, after which Kang spoke my status window. Looking at his characteristics, he smiled happily and spoke through the Miai power rune. Strength indicator increased by 20. I bet I can catch up with Lee Tae-young before she changes. Sometime after clearing the 20th floor, Khan returned to the 20th floor and visited a girl he knew. When Lily heard the news from her boyfriend, she was surprised to hear him say, "You went downstairs," to which he replied, "I went to the 20th floor," to which she replied, "I've already reached the 20th floor." Immediately after her surprise, the girl happily said, "So you came here to offer me something?" To which he replied, "Yes, teach me as soon as possible." After completing the offering, Kang received a system notification. You have received a leap in the air, basic magic leap in the air mana usage, 10 skill 1%. You will be able to jump in the air currently. Only one jump is available. Immediately after acquiring the new skill, she witnessed Tessin rushing to the outside and then said in amazement, "Wow!" He tried it right away as usual. Once in the air after the first jump, the boy immediately used the skill when he reached the peak height, and a cloud formed under his feet, from which he could push off. After using his new skill and realizing how it works, the guy happily said, "I'm going to use the basic magic jump just fine. I'll need it." Once again, going down to the 20th floor of the maze, Khan began to take off all his clothes, and noticing this, Casper exclaimed, "Why did you suddenly take off your gear again? Are you going to do something strange?" The next moment, noticing that he began to dust the fairies, the ghost added, "You're doing this to learn the skill of attack cancellation," to which he replied, "I see that you've studied me well." Hearing the answer from his comrade, the warrior added anxiously that there was something else to learn in this skill, to which Tessin replied, "Now we will find out." Having succumbed to the enemy, Khan used the absolute cancellation of the first attack and immediately after it, the cancellation of the second. When his skills were used, the most interesting thing began. At the same time, watching the development of events, Casper asked in surprise that you were going to study and cancel the third attack, or that I didn't think you would succeed. Having dodged the bulk of the damage, Khan received the first hit for 61 units. Followed by the second for 62. On the third time, having taken 65 points of damage with a shield strength of 4 points, Khan received a system notification until the third attack. Your health did not decrease. You have gained the specially activated skill absolute cancellation of the third attack after gaining the skill Tessin with one kick to send the enemy flying. Seeing that his friend had managed to achieve what he wanted, Casper exclaimed in confusion that the third attack was absolutely cancelled. After receiving the skill, Tessin said yes, and I knew that there was a third attack nullification, to which the warrior replied that such a skill is not so easy to get. I can't believe that you and the third attack nullification received. It should not exist at all. The next moment, remembering Rakiratas, the ghost said, "Don't you think that this skill depends primarily on the protective shield?" To which Tessin replied that no one alive could pass Rakiratas' test, so it is not surprising that no one knows about him. The next moment, sitting down on the ground, Khan said, "Well then," hearing his words, the prince asked happily, "Are you going to rest now, right?" Seeing the surprise in the boy's eyes after he said that, he exclaimed, "Tessin, you rascal, You think about something else besides getting stronger. Rest at least a little, to which he replied, enough is enough. Looking at the Storm Scar sword skill, Casper said, now, it is easy to pick up because you are in the process of organizing what you absorbed. Now it will be harder with it. You were able to pick it up by 5% in just 2 days. Continuing his story, the warrior added that this should be quite enough, to which Tison replied, arriving at the forge as promised. 2 days later, let's go to the blacksmith. When I entered the forge and saw that Hafran was still fully engaged in his work, Tessin was surprised to hear that I had come too early. In response to the boy's confused question, the man said, no, you're just in time. I just finished everything. Look, showing the core that was made from the root, the blacksmith added, I created it in the simplest form, and when combined, it will transform and become stronger. The next moment, Hafran said, give me your weapon. As soon as the boy pulled out his sword, Hafran held the sphere out to the blade. After the combination, the description of the sword changed. Now it reads, relic of Cabot's sword soaked in the blood of ancient ancestors, attack plus 30. When fighting a conductor of royal blood, the attack power increases by 15. Seeing how much the characteristics of his weapon had increased, the warrior exclaimed in surprise. So it could be improved so much. In fact, his attack power increased by 25. After reviewing the characteristics of his sword, which had become much more powerful as promised, Tessin said, wow, thank you. In response to the boy's words of gratitude, Hafran confidently said with a wave of his hand, you can consider this an exchange, so no words of gratitude are necessary. Immediately afterwards, putting on his work gloves again, the blacksmith added, I will go down every 5 floors. More will be problematic. I have a lot of work to do. I wish you luck. After receiving the new weapon, Tessin returned to the 19th floor where he discovered the altar of Lucifer and immediately headed for it. Looking at the altar with nothing happening, Casper said, I feel a strange look on his face, as if he added this out of curiosity and irritation. The next moment, the boy reached for the vessel and skull on the altar to satisfy his curiosity. As soon as his hand got close enough, the eyes of the skull glowed red, and an illusion appeared that said curiosity. But don't you feel the same way? The next moment, a system notification appeared right in front of Tessin, saying that Lucifer was inviting you to his territory. Without hesitation, Tessin clicked on the accept option and then received the following system notifications. You have accepted Lucifer's invitation. Lucifer's territory welcomes you. Shrouded in pitch blackness, Khan exclaimed anxiously, what is this? I can't see anything. After being transferred to Lucifer's domain, Tessin knelt down and bowed his head and said, I greet the god of demons, and heard in response that you yourself had bowed before me. Hearing the surprise in the girl's words, Tessin nervously replied, I'm not so stupid as not to read the name of the location I'm going to. Having received the answer to her question, the girl smiled slyly and said, wow, that's pretty good. And what's your name, at least? When he heard the girl's question, the boy raised his head and said, I am Kang Tessin, and then said, if you challenge me, I will break your skull. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere that surrounded him, the guy heard a joyful laugh, after which Lucifer added, I'm joking. Of course I can't do that to you. Waving her hand after this show, the girl added a lot of annoying me. At the same moment, the guy grabbed his throat, seeing this warrior asking Tessin, are you okay? Looking at the guy who was pouting, the demon goddess asked, you killed my poor Zagan, right? I'm not going to interfere. It was a fair fight. Continuing her monologue to the guest, Lucifer added, you came to me to receive demonic energy, and I am right. Hearing Tessin's question, he thought demonic energy is the energy needed to use black magic. I need it to use the false flame of Marcosius, a skill I learned after defeating Zagan. At the end of his thoughts, the guy raised his head and confidently said, this is exactly how I want to get demonic energy. Hearing the request from the boy who came to her to fulfill the request to give him demonic energy, the demon god said to Tessin, "You are a human being." After naming him once, the girl shrugged and added, "I am a demon god, and demonic energy belongs to my subjects. But humans are not included in this category." After receiving information that directly stated that only a demon can possess demonic energy, the guy said, "So you can't give a person demonic power like that?" In response to this, the girl stretched out her hand in front of her and said thoughtfully, "Tessin, if you want to know if I can give you demonic energy, my answer is yes, I can." Hearing the demon god's words that he could still possess demonic energy, contrary to what he had said a little earlier, Kang asked in confusion, "But didn't you say you couldn't give people this power?" In response to this, the girl confidently said, pointing a finger at him, "Well, that's usually the case, but you received my power accordingly." The next moment, turning her gaze to the ghost of the warrior, Lucifer added, "Unlike you, the one next to you will not be able to get it. And for example, you can get it from your talent for controlling demonic energy." Hearing the new information, Kang looked at the demoness in confusion. Immediately after the girl informed him of the possibility of endowing Tessin with demonic energy, she added that everything has its price, to which he replied, "Please name it." When she heard that he immediately agreed to accept her offer without even thinking about what it might be, she said it quite simply, "Help me to protect my young lamb." Hearing the request for help, Tessin was surprised to hear that you wanted me to help your sheep. When he saw the system window with the task he was supposed to perform, Khan said in surprise, "You want me to go to another world?" Noticing the uncertainty in the man's voice, the girl said, "Ignorant man, you have been to Hafren's world. But this world is not destroyed, unlike Hafren's, so you have nothing to worry about." Lucifer, angry at the mention of his subject, clenched his hand into a fist and added, "My poor lamb is being persecuted in a world that has lost faith in me. I want you to take her to safety." When he heard about the mission he had to fulfill and that the world he was going to is quite normal and without any threats, Khan confidently said, "Well then, all right." Accepting the conditions, the girl added, "But in exchange for this, I will have one more request." Hearing this, Casper exclaimed in confusion, "Hey Tessin, don't do that." When Lucifer heard that he wanted something else in exchange for his help, he said, "How dare you ask God for something without paying for it? Normally I would have crushed your head, but I didn't." Throwing her leg over her shoulder, the girl added insultingly, "You can say it's something insignificant and I'll just ignore your request." Having received permission to make his next request, Tessin, the demon god, said, "Do you happen to know anything about those who have taken over my world?" In response to Tessin's question, the girl said, "I'll forgive you for asking me for something for free, so you want to know who they are, and I'm right. If you complete my task, I will tell you the truth." As soon as he received answers to all his questions, he immediately added, "Then that will be enough for me." Having appeared before the man who was to go to the rescue of the ward of the Demon King, Lucifer said, "Well, although it will be problematic, I think you need to know the basics. The world you are about to enter is called Begusei, and it also has magic and is protected by dragons." As Tessin walked toward the portal, the girl continued to give him a brief briefing, saying that the power of the world itself was at an average level, but that the world was protected by a certain personality. Supporting his head on the throne with his hand to make it more comfortable to sit, Lucifer, remembering one person, added that Haman is watching over this world. Imagining in her mind the same powerful being who administers justice in Begusei, she added a god of light who was born on this land. Having finished telling brief information and introductory instructions about the world he was going to, the demon god added in the end it was basic information about where you were going. Sometime after he stepped through the portal, Khan came to his senses and began to stand up. shielding his eyes from the blinding sun with his hand, and asked in surprise if there was a Beguset in this world. In response to his friend's question, Casper confidently replied that it was impossible to tell from the guides of darkness, or that the human form was the most widespread on all worlds. Having received the answer to his question, the guy breathed out with relief and then said, "It's good that no one will bother me here," and then received a system notification that said that presence detection was available. Seeing that he already had to go on a mission, Casper said disappointedly, it seems that he would not have time to go on a nostalgia trip. Continuing to walk in the direction from where Tessin's presence was felt, he replied, "You're absolutely right. We need to complete this task as soon as possible." Having figured out the approximate location of his target, the guy used his skill of air jumping to get to the right place in the forest as soon as possible. Flying over a forest path with a girl running and an armed crowd behind her, Khan said, "There are people there, and they are chasing someone. This must be the child the demon god was talking about." In response to his friend's assumption, Casper replied, "Well, judging by the dark clothes she's wearing, it looks like she's a child of a demon clan." At the same time, trying to stop the fugitive, an angry crowd of hunters ordered her not to run away. But without achieving the desired result, one of the hunters fired an arrow in the girl's direction. Having hit the target, one of the hunters was able to place a lasso in the path of the demon, and as soon as it stepped into it, he tightened it, knocking the girl down, and one of the men exclaimed with joy, "I caught her!" Catching up with the fugitive who was trying to cut the rope with a knife, one of the men said, "It's no wonder you haven't been caught for 10 years. I'll tell you this, you run like a real professional," the girl replied, frightened. After hitting the girl on the head and causing her to lose consciousness, one of the demon hunters said, "I'm sorry, princess, but for now you need to sleep for a while." Having put the fugitive to sleep, thus preventing her further attempts to escape, the man added that if we split the reward, we would receive 100 gold pieces each. Hearing about the amount of money that each of the gang of hunters would get, the archer was surprised to ask, what if it wasn't enough? And he was told that it was not enough. "I'm talking about 100 gold pieces." In response, the archer, who had managed to catch the girl, added unhappily, "I have already paid all the taxes for the chase and bribes for silence." Stretching one of his arms out to the side, the man confidently said, "It will be enough for you to get 90 gold pieces each, and I will take 190. Offended by the unfair division of earnings for catching the demoness, one of the hunters angrily exclaimed that you have become insolent, to which he heard in response, "If you don't like something, just get lost." The next moment, joining the merry conversation of the hunters, Khan, who had quietly crept up behind them, asked if I could join you. Reacting to the sudden appearance of a stranger behind his back, the man immediately jumped up and down and exclaimed, "Oh shit, you scared me!" At the same time, paying attention to Tessin's appearance, the archer exclaimed in surprise at the dark hair, after which the other hunters exclaimed that he was not a demon, but a little lighter hair. Trying to find out who had snuck up on them, one of the hunters shouted out, "Who are you?" And when Ka asked, he thought that means that members of the demon clan have black hair, and then said, "I have a case for this horned girl." Hearing the boy's request, one of the hunters grabbed the girl by the collar and put a sword to her head and shouted that you are a thief who takes the prey from demon hunters, and we will not allow you to take it from us. As soon as he finished his sentence, he received a powerful punch to the jaw, and only had time to groan in pain. Letting go of the girl, the man went flying from the power of the mysterious guy's punch, riveting the attention of all his comrades. Having saved the girl from danger, Khan stood next to the unconscious demoness and asked her who the hell you were. Hearing the question from the demon hunters, Kang drew his sword and said in a menacing tone, "Isn't it clear that I have already said I have business with her?" At the same time, Tassan was pounding the faces of the other demon hunters. One of them was shouting out in fear, trying to calm the attacker down. "I'll tell you everything." When all of his comrades were knocked out, the last hunter realized that now it was his turn, and frightenedly repeated to him, "I will tell everything I know. Only have mercy, please have mercy." After stopping his beating of the hunters, Khan hid his weapon and began to listen to what he was being told. After receiving some information, he asked, "So, 10 years ago, you were given a revelation." In response to the boy's question, the man said in a frightened voice that this is how humanity and the demon clan divided this world into two parts. Recalling the turning point in the life of the world, he added, "But everything suddenly changed after the revelation of the god of light, Haman." Running through the sequence of events in his mind, the hunter recalled what God had told them and repeated that he had said to kill the demons. Inspired by the words of the god of light, who sent revelations to the world that was subject to him, the people, obeying the order, began to shout for Haman in victory. And after this revelation, and when people gathered to go to war against the demons, the king of the other race finally died and this war ended. Continuing his story of how it all began, the hunter added that a reward was given for hunting demons, and that is why they were all destroyed. The next moment, pointing to the unconscious girl they had been catching for 10 long years for a bounty, the hunter added anxiously, "There's that girl." As soon as Tessin looked back to look at the demoness, the man added she was the last princess of the demon clan. Thoughtfully looking at the girl with whom his errand was connected, Khan said in his head, "On behalf of the demon god, I must deliver her to a safe place." Having understood the details of the general picture of this world and the reason why demons are being actively hunted, Khan said, "Well, it's clear. Now you can be free." Bringing the girl to the cave and laying her on a soft pillow of leaves, Kang waited for her to wake up. When she finally did, he said, "You can rest a little longer. Why did you wake up so early?" Hearing the boy's wishes, the girl said, "Thank you very much for saving me, but please go back to where you came from." Tilting her head down from the realization that she was still being hunted, the girl added, "You shouldn't be me either, because I shouldn't even exist in this world. I'm a demon." Continuing her sad story, the girl said, "There is no one else left." At that very moment, she remembered the moment when all her family members, as well as her subjects and servants, left her in a safe place and went to war against the people who decided to eliminate all demons. Left all alone in this cruel world where she was being hunted, the girl sadly spoke to those whom I could call my friends, trying to get the guy away from her by all means so that he wouldn't accidentally get into any trouble. She added, "I am being pursued not only by hunters, but also by very influential people." Hearing the girl's sad story and the constant persecution, Kang pointed back and asked himself just how that strange man was. When the girl heard the question, she asked confusedly, "Who were you talking about?" Looking out from behind the guy in the bushes where he was pointing, the girl noticed a rather familiar face and was very frightened by his appearance. As soon as the man came out of his hiding place after being discovered, he put his hand to his chest and said, "Wow, there you are, princess. I knew the approximate location, but I did not expect to find you so quickly." Grabbing her blade and pointing it at the man who suddenly appeared from the bushes, the princess exclaimed, "Gallant, how dare you do this when you swore allegiance to my father?" In response to the girl's question, the man made a disgruntled face and said irritably that it was all in the past, and that if you think about it, it was a terrible mistake. Jumping up from his seat and making a circle around the girl, Gallant aimed at the guy next to her and exclaimed, "I can't believe I swore allegiance to some miserable demon." When the princess saw that the traitor who had served her family was targeting Tessin, she was frightened and exclaimed, "No, he's nothing to me." Ignoring the girl's words, the Gallant decided to attack the boy anyway, but his attack failed. He ran into the sword hilt, which Khan pulled out with his sword to a certain distance. Then the man said in confusion, "What the hell?" Even without feeling the enemy's attack, Tessan slowly began to push back the enemy's sword, taking his own out of the sheath to successfully block the enemy's attack. As soon as the attacker's concentration was broken, Kang registered a right jab to the enemy's jaw, knocking him down and sending him flying like a demon hunter. However, this time his opponent was stronger, and seeing him still standing, Tessan was surprised to hear that he was still alive. Smiling happily, he said that this battle might turn out to be quite interesting and that his opponent was no slouch. Angry that he was beaten, the man angrily exclaimed, "You're just a village upstart." Noticing something strange and rather familiar around the enemy, Khan thoughtfully said, "It's the same aura, I'm right," and heard the ghost respond, "How did you realize that?" The next moment, raising his elbow bent at the elbow to the level of his chin, Khan said, "I have something that is a staircase, so come on, attack me." Angered by the guy's self-confidence and his provocations to attack, the gallant rushed into the attack thinking, "Some village boy is no match for me, I'll finish him off," and then shouted, "Die!" After all the things he said in his head and the loud words that he would finish him off, the servant failed in his attack, hitting Tessan's sword with his weapon. Confused after the guy managed to block his attack, the gallant exclaimed in confusion, "How is it possible that you are just a peasant?" In response to the insulting words of his opponent, ignoring his verbal diarrhea, Kang, assessing the strength of the attack, said, "I don't think it's enough to break my sword." After an unsuccessful attack and some remarks from his opponent, Gallant stepped back to regroup and used rage and increased the amount of his aura, after which he decided to attack Tessan again. In an attempt to achieve his goal, he shouted again, "I will finish you off," preparing to deliver a fatal blow, or so he thought. At that very moment, closing her eyes to avoid seeing the moment of the boy's death, the princess moaned heavily. But the next moment, not hearing the sound of the sword hitting the flesh, she opened her eyes and froze in surprise. The demon family's fatal attack passed by without causing any damage to the boy, while at the same time Kang received a system notification that the first strike nullification skill was activated. Gritting his teeth in anger and turning his gaze to the guy behind him, Gallant said in his head, "My attack definitely hit him." Having made another attempt to finish off his opponent, the subject of the demon family thought in confusion that the magician could not possibly use some kind of time control magic. Having no desire to accept what had just happened in front of him, the man rushed back to the battle, saying in his head that it was definitely impossible. Looking at the guy, who easily deflects and avoids all the attacks he has made, Gallant added worriedly, "Even the best mage of the tower's archmage is not able to completely neutralize the attack as he did." Breaking out in a cold sweat after realizing who he had to face in the battle, the servant mentally added that he was a monster at the same time Kang used his third full attack nullification. Grabbing his head with one hand and the sword in the other, he continued to swing, releasing magical attacks, and shouted, "Even aura attacks don't work." At the same time, having exhausted his supply of complete nullification of attacks, Khan deliberately put his hand under one of the attacks and said, "I wonder if it's worth seeing how strong the aura attack is." Having received 63 points of damage from one hit, he was surprised to add not so little damage. As soon as the enemy moved back into melee, Khan activated the dodge skill, which allowed him to prevent the next attack from hitting, and said that everything was worth a try. At the same time, he began to go crazy from the realization of how powerful an enemy he had met, and the gallant exclaimed, "Who are you?" and then drew his sword forward, seeing that the tip of the sword barely touched his armor. "I am the messenger," he said confidently. After the opponent began to go crazy trying to wound Khan, shouting out the scoundrel like an ordinary peasant seems to be capable of such a thing, he in turn thought about the aura and attacked the enemy with the ice arrow skill. Continuing to examine the enemy's aura in battle, Tassan said thoughtfully, "It doesn't seem like it can be changed in any way, and it doesn't seem to give any kind of enhancement. Just brute force, nothing special." Tired of the long battle that forced him to do his best to achieve 10% of the result, Gallant exclaimed, "What the hell are you mumbling about?" At the same time, ignoring his opponent's words, Tessin thoughtfully added, "On the other hand, it would be quite nice to learn how to use such a good technique." The next moment, turning his head back, Khan exclaimed, "Hey, Ghost, do you know something about aura?" To which the guy replied, "No, there is no aura in our world." Immediately after remembering the place from which Tessin had come, the warrior added, "Isn't your world just like ours, with no magic, no aura, no monsters? It's hard to find people who have reached the deeper floors, and even harder to find those who have aura." Continuing his dialogue with the Casper, Tessan thoughtfully said, "Maybe I should just ask him directly," and then turning his gaze to the enemy, the guy exclaimed, "Hey, how do I learn the aura?" Hearing the question from his opponent that in such a difficult battle, in Gallant's opinion, he could still do his own thing, the man stammered out, "He's a monster! He's a monster!" Hearing his opponent's name, the guy said in surprise that he had gone completely crazy. "It seems that I will not be able to get information just like that, but this will probably help me." At the same time, while reviewing the skills he had, Khan accidentally stumbled upon one with the description of a passive special skill to manifest itself. Everything you create will become a phenomenon and will surround you by turning the skill on or off. Surprised that he saw a switch in the skill, Tessan said in surprise that there is an on button. Then doesn't that mean that the skill needs to be activated? Then why is it called passive? As soon as he turned on the skill, a terrifying aura of danger and death began to appear around Khan. As soon as the skill was fully activated, Gallant could see the giant image of a monster behind Khan, and then turned pale with fear. After activation, after using this skill for a short time, the guy turned it off and said, "I don't think it's worth using it. Turn it off. This skill just puts pressure on the opponent. How is it supposed to help at all? How can I make him talk?" At the same time, having finally realized his insignificance in comparison with Tessin, Gallant fell to his knees and scaredly exclaimed, "Please, I will answer all your questions, anything you want." Seeing what happened to the enemy after activating the skill to prove himself, the boy was surprised to hear himself say that it was him. While holding his stomach with laughter, Casper exclaimed, "Boogaloo!" It seems that he was having strong hallucinations. Hearing what exactly happened to the subject of the demon family after using the constantly active skill, Kang said, "So he means how can you use it?" And then said to the man, "Then tell me how to use the aura." Having received an order from his opponent, the Gallant put his sword in front of him and said, "Aura is a skill that is mastered by the swordsman from the outside. As you can see, it is just a blue flame, and I have also heard that when it reaches the highest level it turns white, but I have never encountered it in real life." After learning some information about the aura skill, Tessin asked what its characteristics were, to which he replied that its cutting power was almost absolute. When the information had gone so far as to describe the cutting abilities of the aura itself, Khan added thoughtfully that this aura could only be used on swords. In response to the boy's question, Gallant imagined all the ways he could use the skill in his head and said no. But it's not that simple. The next moment, picking up his weapon from the ground, he added, "Take my sword, for example. Most people can only use aura on weapons they have owned all their lives, but the higher the level, the more freely you can use aura." Having reached the skill point to use this skill, Khan was surprised to ask what the skill level was and how much energy was required. In response to the yogi's question, Gallant answered not at all, and Tessan was surprised to hear this and asked again, "Not at all? And then the man added that although there is a limit to how much aura you release, there is no time limit, only a slight fatigue. Thinking about the rather useful information he had received so far, the guy mentally said, "That sounds very useful," and then asked how I could learn to use it. After receiving this question, the man stretched out his hand in front of him and said there was no special way to get it. This power comes to everyone on its own. Everyone goes their own way. The next moment, mentioning certain people who were more knowledgeable in this area, he added, "However, my knowledge of this is not very deep. I think you should ask the sword masters who have learned the aura." Having received answers to some of his questions, but not quenching his desire to gain power, Khan asked the sword masters, "Okay, I think I understand a little bit, so you can still help me." Hearing Khan's final words, the man asked, "Is that all you wanted to know?" And he answered, "Yes." Then the gallant said, "Then please finish me off, end my suffering, and let me die in peace." Heeding the request of the man who wished to be shepherded by his hands, Tayson spoke without any emotion and spoke well. When the man agreed to his request, he was embarrassed to hear the great man speak. Having fulfilled the last will of his opponent, Khan deprived Gallant of his life with one swing of his sword, and then received a system notification that your spiritual energy is activated because there is too much difference between your soul and the soul of your opponent, and you will not receive anything for defeating him. After dealing with all the problems that had come at him in the first hours of his arrival in the world, Khan lit a fire, and as evening fell, asked the demon princess what your name was. In response to the boy's question, the girl who was sitting in front of the fire replied sadly, "I am Anisha, and who are you?" Hearing the question from the girl he was sent to protect, the boy confidently answered, throwing branches into the fire, "I am Kang Tae-san, your protector." At the same time, the ghost interrupted the conversation between the vampire princess and the boy and said, "Hey Tae-san, don't tell her that you came here on the orders of the demon god. Tell her something else." Then, unable to think of any better story, Khan said, "A few years ago, someone from the demon clan came to me and gave me all his wealth for defending you." Hearing the words of her defense lawyer, the girl exclaimed in surprise that who was it then? To which he replied, "I have no idea. He died as soon as I agreed to the deal." After telling me a false story about the reason for the defense, he added, "Tell me better. You know a place where you could safely hide here." Having received answers to her questions and a counter-question, Anisha looked down and sadly replied that there was no such place in this world that I would go to. Recalling the constant harassment over the past 10 years and the hundreds of people who wanted her head, she added sadly, "Everyone wants to kill me." Having not received a clear answer to his question, Khan stood up and said, "Okay, we have to go. I'm sure there must be somewhere that is at least a little safer." After finishing the night's gathering to catch their breath and exchange the necessary information, Tae-san, heading with the girl to find a safe place after defeating another attacker, said unhappily and wondered where they were coming from. At the same time, as he continued on his way, he remembered the words of the demon god, who told him, "I want you to protect my young creature." At that moment, Lucifer, sitting on his throne, disgruntledly added, "My demons are now being persecuted and suffering in a world that has lost faith in me. Take her to safety." Having received an incomprehensible task that only made sense about protection, Tessen was unhappy in his head, and where I should look for this safe place. As soon as night fell, the girl knelt down and began to read a prayer saying, "Demon of the gods, bless us with salvation and peace." Seeing this, the boy was surprised to hear her say that she believed so much. The next moment, clutching his sword, he said confidently, "I'd rather practice than waste time." When the girl scolded him to sleep in the cave, Kang kept watch all night and practiced aura control in the morning when the sun was still quite high. He said in frustration, "It still doesn't work." The next moment, noticing that Anisha was already awake, Tae-san asked her how long she had been watching me, and she replied that it had been about 2 hours. The next moment, with her hands folded in front of her, she asked me enthusiastically what you were doing, and I replied that I was trying to learn how to control the aura. Upon receiving the answer, the demon princess was surprised to hear that you were trying to learn how to master the aura, and I thought you already had it, to which Khan replied that I had come here from afar and learned about it for the first time. Immediately after these words, Anesha got to her feet and added anxiously, "Oh, I'm sorry. Because of all the problems I've had, I never introduced myself to you properly." Taking up her dress and curtsying, she said, "I am Anesha Britchett, the demon princess, and I am sincerely grateful for your rescue." After expressing her sincere gratitude, the girl looked up and smiled happily and added, "You, Mr. Tae-san." In response to his client's words of gratitude, Khan looked back and nervously replied, "Well, I was paid for it after all." Right after the gentle talk about gratitude and the duty to protect the girl, the conversation was interrupted by a warrior who spotted enemies nearby and said, "Tae-san, we seem to have a visitor." Arriving at the place to which they were directed, one of the people who arrived asked if this was where the demon princess was, and he was told, "Yes, sir." Looking at the appearance of the guests who came for the demon princess Tae-san, "You wizards," exclaimed, to which I heard in response, "I am a mage from the Melfi school of the Great Magic Tower of Barmandor." After receiving a response from his new opponents, Tessin smiled happily and said, "Finally, at least someone besides the hunters might even be able to get something." And then he heard that it was you who was protecting the princess. What a nerve. The next moment, pulling out his staff in front of him, the magician said, "We obey Haman, the god of light, and must kill the demon princess. Kneel before me, you wretched swordsman." Hearing the threats from Barmandor, the girl said anxiously, standing behind Tayson, "It looks like he's going to unleash his oracle because Haman wants to destroy us all." At the same time, after evaluating his opponents and their loud words, Khan looked back and said, "They are quite stubborn, so hide in a cave." As soon as the girl fulfilled his wish, the boy went into battle, and in just a few minutes scattered many sorcerers on the battlefield. At the same time, Barmandor, standing in front of his still-living subjects, exclaimed, "Why is our magic powerless against some boy? Everyone retreat. Let's use magic together." Obeying the words of their leader, all the wizards stood in a single line and began to cast their spells at Tae-san, but he easily deflected them. After being attacked by his rivals, Khan said in frustration that this was all you could do even after you teamed up and then used the ice arrow skill. After firing a spell at each of the enemies, the swordsman said in disappointment, saying something weak. At the same time, noticing an ice arrow flying in his direction, one of the sorcerers shouted out "Frost" without saying a spell, as is generally possible. After the battle was over, standing on one of the sorcerers who had died in the battle, Khan said in surprise, "So you call it frost like that?" The next moment, looking back at the battlefield where almost all the enemies had already said goodbye to their lives, Tessan added, "You'll have to forgive me, but I have a princess to protect." Immediately after activating the skill to prove himself, Khan pointed his sword at Barmandor and said, "Well, you're the only one left. Don't worry, I won't take your life so quickly." Looking at the frightened old man, who did not understand how an ordinary swordsman had defeated a group of sorcerers, Tayson added, "But in exchange, you will tell me about magic." Having completed the destruction of the enemies who attacked them and setting off again, the guy said, "According to the words of the magician, to use magic in Begusei, you need to say a spell. And the basic spells that are used to assess the terrain can only be used after reaching the middle level, if I remember correctly." The next moment, creating an arrow of ice in front of him, he added, "I expected a frost arrow or an ice arrow, which is a high-level magic from the School of Ice, but it was too poor. The next moment, hearing a cough and noticing the girl's not-so-good condition, Khan asked how she was doing, and Anesha replied, "I'm sorry, I'm just a little dizzy." At the same time, reaching into his inventory to find the right thing, Tessin asked how old you were. "And I think you're on the verge of being in danger like this because of the constant oppressive atmosphere." Pulling out a bottle of potion from his inventory and handing it to the girl, he added, "Drink this," to which she meekly agreed and did as Khan had ordered. Feeling invigorated and energized, she asked Mr. Tassan what it was. In response to the girl's question, the boy replied that it was a potion of restoration of strength, and he knew it would help, to which Anisha nervously exclaimed that, "Why did you give me such a precious thing?" To which he added that it was not so expensive, "So you don't have to thank me." At the same time, thinking about how much Tessin had already done for her, the demon princess thought to herself, "I wonder how I can repay her." The next evening, after cooking, the girl happily announced that here was a steamed fish. "I experimented a bit, but I'm not sure it will be delicious. Enjoy your meal." Looking at the cooked dish, Tassan was impressed and said, "Wow, it looks delicious." To which she happily replied, "Thank you. I haven't cooked for a long time. I hope all is not lost." While the boy was enjoying his dinner, the demon princess said, "When there was no war in this world, I used to love to cook different dishes for my loved ones." Hearing the girl's story, Khan asked in surprise, taking a bite of the fish, "So Haman came to this world less than 100 years ago." In response to the boy's words, Anesha replied that before in this world, there was no culture of believing in one god in every region, and clan had its own. Hearing the sad story of how it all began, the girl bowed her head and said, "But then God was born in our world." Imagining in her mind the image of the one who began to rule this world, the demon princess added that Haman was this god. Hearing the words of the girl who told about the appearance of Haman in this world, the ghost prince was surprised and said, "It's interesting. So this god is not even 100 years old." As soon as the comrade's remark was made, Tessan asked you in surprise if you knew anything about it, and was told that I knew something about it. Recalling his previous words, Casper said, "I have said everything, haven't I? All those who were gods from the beginning have long since disappeared. All the gods that exist today have left mortals who have become superhuman. So based on what I said, Hamon was just an ordinary man in the past, and gods are beings who are obsessed with their possessions, so we can say that Hamon went to extreme lengths. And in the end, in order to become a full-fledged god of Beguseta, Haman ordered everyone to destroy the entire clan of demons to eliminate the competition." Hearing the ghost's words, Khan looked back at him and said in surprise, "But shouldn't the demon god do nothing and let things take their course?" To which he replied, "That's exactly why Lucifer sent you to a world where she has no power. No matter how powerful Lucifer is, it will be difficult for her to fight a god outside her territory, even though the demon god is at a much higher level, but it is still Haman's territory." At the same time, he remembered the task the girl had given him, and said in his head to stop Haman and protect the demon princess. "If I manage to accomplish this task, I will also be able to learn about those who tried to destroy my home world and the earth at the same time." After a while, seeing the army that came to destroy the demon princess, one of the demon hunters said, "Wow, just look at how many of them are here, even advanced level mages. What an amazing sight! Such a crowd can destroy a whole city." The next moment, 2 knights in black and red armor emerged from the crowd of sorcerers, and the crowd behind them shouted, "Destroy the princess! Take the demon's princess out of the world!" Estimating the number of enemies who came to destroy the girl he needs to protect, Tessin was surprised to say, "Wow, there are so many of them." After a while, he got to his feet so that everyone could see him, and Kang, who was up on the cliff, called out, "Hey, you!" Noticing the boy who stood before them, one of the sorcerers, who was most likely the leader of the army, said, You are the same defender of the princess whose power has collapsed. Trying to somehow avoid casualties on both sides of the conflict, the grandfather shouted, "Retreat! We only want the princess with you. We don't intend to fight." Continuing his rousing speech to get Tassan to agree to cooperate, he added, "We are here to fulfill the will of the god Haman, the god of light, to destroy the demon princess." In response to the man's offer, Khan said, "No, I refuse your offer. I have my reasons for protecting her, and could you please spread rumors about me?" When he heard the refusal to his offer, and the request from the self-confident boy who refused even in front of such a large army, the old man asked what the rumors were. The next moment, Tessin confidently said, "You're all here, aren't you? The more people the better." And at the same time, the troops began to echo what he was up to. At the same time, Kang sat down on the edge of the cliff and confidently said, "Well then, it will be much easier to get rid of all the enemies at once." Outraged at Tassan's words, someone in the crowd shouted out, "You just said what you just said." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the knight in blue armor angrily shouted out that the milk was not yet dry on his lips to speak such nonsense. The next moment, a girl in red clothes, who also joined the riot, added a hero's act to make herself famous. After listening to the whining of his rivals for a while, Tessin jumped off the cliff and told me that it was hard to hear, so attack all at once, because I somehow have no desire to deal with each of them personally. Immediately after these words, the boy created an ice arrow in his hand and added sternly that I needed to experiment with something. Seeing what their opponent had just done, the girl cautiously exclaimed that it was frost, and he had created it without even casting a spell. The next moment, rushing into battle in the front row, the knight in blue armor shouted faster. He casts a spell, immediately everyone attacked. Preparing to destroy Tassan with a single blow, the knight confidently exclaimed, "Accept your death, traitor of the god Haman." Being one step away from his opponent, the man pointed his spear in front of him and said, "Bugaga, now your end has come." The next moment, the man saw a system notification that appeared above Tassanyi's screen, which said that the first attack had been activated and had completely reset, plunging the fighter into confusion. Looking at the guy who continued to cast his spell even after it was hit, the man exclaimed in confusion what had just happened. Taking one step back, the fighter said, "I'm pretty sure I pierced him with my weapon," and then shouted, "Stop standing there like idiots," while the enemies continued to attack him. Failing due to the nullification of attacks, Tessin continued to create ice arrows. Seeing the chance and the fact that his comrades seemed to be able to do something, one of the attackers shouted out, "Great!" and the attacks began to take place. As soon as he got close to Tessin, he struck confidently, shouting, "Now you're definitely dead!" But at the same moment, the skill of nullifying the second strike was triggered. And then, after numerous attempts to harm the guy, he used the skill of nullifying the third strike at the same time, Kang said disappointedly. "I knew it was all useless without the aura." The next moment, several soldiers fell to the ground from the invisible attack that neutralized her. And at the same time, one of the soldiers saw that the magic spell was reaching gigantic proportions. Seeing a giant ice ball hovering in the sky, one of the soldiers shouted out what it was. At the same time, Tassan was smiling happily while conducting his research and said, "That's why I love such open areas." When the balloon reached an incredible scale, he confidently added that these are the places where you can experiment endlessly. When the ice arrow was complete and hovering in the air like a giant ice ball, Tassan activated the ice pellet skill. Seeing that the balloon began to crack inside, one of the attackers exclaimed in fright that there was so much ice in this area. And then Kang activated the skill of magical acceleration. As soon as all the processes of magic were completed, freezing air began to escape from the ice sphere, immobilizing and then turning the soldiers into blocks. Not understanding what was happening to them, the soldiers turned into blocks of ice and shouted out in fright, asking what it was. When it was over, the leader of the army looked back and saw that a large number of his men had simply frozen to death in blocks of ice, and then he said, as if a dragon was raging. Having completed the cleansing of most of the enemy army, Tessin approached the frightened army leader and said that although it takes a lot of time to prepare, it is still quite useful. As soon as the latter looked up at his opponent, Khan, shaking off the remnants of the magic ice, asked, "So what else do you want to do?" Realizing that they had nothing to do here, the army leader and his men ran as far as they could see, scared, and shouted out to immediately tactically retreat from here. As they walked through the forests, they shouted, "He's a monster!" And when they reached the city, they changed their tune to, "He's a monster guarding the princess incarnate as a dragon." Sometime after the battle ended, Anesha, walking along with Taesan, asked him anxiously, "Are you sure everything will be okay, Mr. Taesan?" Worried about the consequences of this incident, she added, "I'm talking about those sorcerers, who will surely spread rumors about you around the world, and you will be called a traitor to Haman." In response to his client's words, Khan confidently replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and that was exactly what I was trying to achieve. When he felt that more enemies were heading toward him, the guy looked back and said, "I expected them to come," and the girl replied, "Mr. Taesan, what are you talking about?" In response to the girl's words, the guy smiled and replied, "I was very disappointed with my previous rivals, but I think these guys should be pretty good." Seeing the elite warriors sent for his comrade's soul, Casper said, "Wow, it seems that everything is going exactly according to your plan. Rumors about you are spreading at an incredible rate." At that very moment, 4 soldiers were not far from the travelers, following them to fulfill the revelation of the god Haman. When she saw who exactly had been sent after her defender's head, she was frightened and said that these people were sword masters. Seeing the rivals they were sent for, one of the sword masters said unhappily that it took so much trouble to get here, and there were only 2 of them, to which his friend added, "Hey, you're a demon princess, so that means you're a protector." At the same time, Anesha drew attention to herself and exclaimed anxiously, "Mr. Tessan, you need to run away from them as quickly as possible. You can't handle them. They are elite sword masters with aura, and there are 4 of them." Trying to protect her defender from danger, the girl added, "No matter how strong you are, I don't think you are." Before she could finish, she felt a blow, and then lost consciousness. After putting the excited girl who was worried about his life to sleep, Tessan said, "Get some sleep for now." Taking the girl in his arms and carrying her into the cave so that she would not accidentally get into a fight, Khan returned and heard the congratulations. Although it was more like saying goodbye after listening to the mockery of guys who were too confident in their abilities, Tessan said, "I appreciate it." The next moment, sighing heavily at the fact that his opponents were so noisy, he added that it was quite difficult to put her to sleep. "So don't you dare wake her up with your screams." Hearing the request of his opponent, the Blackberry of elite swordsmen said in displeasure, "So young that it is hard to believe that it was necessary to summon us all because of him alone." Listening to his friend's displeasure, the white-haired swordmaster added, "Do you really think I came here of my own free will?" Breaking into the conversation of his allies, the third of the swordmasters shouted out, "Stop whining! This is a direct order from Dia. God wants us to destroy the demon princess and her dog." After these words, the 4th master joined the conversation, saying, "So you decided to defend the princess, how brave of you." To which the leader said, "Atria, move away." After warning his comrade to retreat, the leader took his sword from its sheath and said, "I will begin this duel." Activating his sword skills, the group leader said, "I've heard quite a bit about you, and they say you can nullify your enemy's attacks." Pulling out 4 of his blades from behind his back, which he could control telepathically, the guy added, "Let's see how many times you can do this." Preparing for an easy battle against a boy he considered a weakling, the swordmaster said in a stern tone, "You will face our swordmasters in person." Pointing his swords in Tayson's direction, the boy was able to hit him 3 times, deactivating all 3 skills to nullify the first attacks. The 4th strike that hit Tayson has already caused 52 units of damage, which was reported via a system alert. Noticing that the first damage was done, the confident swordmaster smiled slyly and said, "It looks like 3 is your limit, but that's okay." At the same time, Tayson, ignoring his opponent's words, looked at his wounds and thought, "An attack with an aura-covered sword that dealt me 52 points of damage isn't much of a difference." While he was reflecting on the power of the elite swordsman, one of them approached Tayson, exclaiming, "Come on, show your strength like when you got rid of those sorcerers." Continuing to thrust his swords at the opponent, the guy added, "So you can only use that skill 3 times, and now what are you going to do?" During the battle, while assessing the power of his opponent, Tayson said in his head that his sword skills were not very different from the adventurer from the 20th floor. Stepping back after crossing his swords, he mentally added, "I think it will be much easier to knock him out with magic." As he continued to dodge his opponent's attacks, Tayson said in his head, "If you think about it, swords that are covered in aura are more of a skill than swordplay. It's amazing." Having finished his thoughts, Tayson rushed at his enemy and managed to strike him first, although the enemy blocked it and flew back several meters. Seeing the strength of the guy he was fighting, the swordmaster gritted his teeth in anger, and his comrades exclaimed in surprise that he was not a mage and was good with a sword. At the same time, Tayson, after making another check of his enemy, said in his head, "His sword skills are okay, but I can't say the same about his aura. I think that when I get to the point where my aura can take shape, I will be able to freely increase the strength of my attack without wasting my stamina." And then I spoke quite well. Not understanding what his opponent was talking about, the swordmaster exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" And then noticed that Tayson abruptly began to approach. Having activated his acceleration skill twice, Tayson smashed all of his opponent's attacks in a split second and was already ready to strike at the enemy himself. Not understanding why such a strong guy was standing up to them, the leader of the swordmasters exclaimed in dismay, "Where did you come from, and why are you protecting some demonic representative?" Hearing the last question from his opponent, Tayson prepared for a deadly attack and said, "You're asking me from the maze where else I came from to fulfill my client's request." Preparing to die at the hands of the enemy, who would strike him any moment, the elite swordsman exclaimed in confusion, "What are you talking about?" In the next moment, Tayson destroyed all of his enemy's swords by breaking them into pieces and neutralized the enemy with just one blow. At the end of the battle, Tayson received a system notification that said, "You have received the passive skill sword proof," and then said for sure that with this level of spiritual power, I can finally get it. Realizing that their enemy was not as weak as they first thought, one of the 3 masters who remained behind exclaimed that he was much stronger than us. Having bared his swords and activated his aura for full combat readiness, the worried guy added that this is why we cannot be called cowards. Trying to somehow intimidate his opponent who had just killed one of their comrades before their eyes, the blonde added, "Don't regret that you dared to turn your sword against us." Sometime after the battle began, the 2 most persistent fighters also met with the god before the specified time, and at that time, Tayson said in frustration, "I am tired." Looking at his stats, he saw that he still had 1,522 points of stamina left, and then he heard the monster. Raising his hands in the air, Atreus, who expressed his desire not to continue the fight, said, "The 4 of us could conquer the whole kingdom." Holding his hands up and his sword in its sheath, the boy said, "I think I want to live. If you try to kill me, I will resist with all my might. But it would be great if you showed mercy, and for that, I will do anything." Hearing the words of his opponent, who was not being pulled by the tongue, Tessin pointed back to himself and said, "Then first get rid of them. I need a place where Haman can see them in all their glory, so come on, help me." When he heard what he would have to do with his fellow soldiers who had already lost their lives, Atreus said in dismay that it was a horror. Looking at his 3 comrades, who were the most powerful 4 in the entire kingdom, he added he was indeed incredibly strong. And at the same time, somewhere in the bushes near the scene of the incident, there was a demon who shed tears and spoke to our princess Anisha. After a while, when she came to after a forced sleep, she came out of the cave and sighed heavily and asked where Mr. Tessin had gone. Seeing the demon princess emerge from her hiding place, Kang said in surprise, "You finally woke up? How did you sleep?" Hearing a familiar voice and began to look around to see where it was coming from. Anxiously turning to her defender, she asked him where he had been all this time, to which he replied that he had to take care of several corpses. Rushing into the boy's arms, she grabbed his hand and began to hug him tightly so that he would not leave her, and Tessin asked what had suddenly happened. At the same time, standing not far from the couple, Atreus, who had not been noticed, happily said, "Wow, what a cute sight," to which Tessin said, "Better shut up." The next moment, hearing the voice of another person standing next to them, Anisha grabbed her dagger and exclaimed in confusion to Atreus, who replied, "It's been a long time, princess." Stretching his arms out in front of him to show that he was not hostile, the guy said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to catch you." Deciding to somehow change the subject to something else and explain his presence here, the guy awkwardly said, "I just got lost." Seeing the girl's strange reaction to the swordmaster, Casper asked her what she knew, and the demon princess replied that he sometimes visited us when my father was alive, so you are hunting me too. Trying to change the subject to something else, Atreus said, "Well, that's true, but then I got lost, and I'm definitely not going to demand revenge, so you don't have to worry." When he heard how well the boy had twisted everything to his advantage, making himself look innocent, Tessin said, "You're too much of a gatekeeper for someone who should be using God's orders." And in response to the demon princess's protector's remark, the swordmaster said, "Haman may be our main god, but I don't have much faith in him, and I'm sure you left me alive for a reason, so what's the reason?" In response to the boy's question, Khan looked at him with a stern look and said, "You know everything perfectly well. I am very much interested in mastering the aura." When Atreus heard the reason why he was left alive, he was surprised to hear that with your level, you could have learned aura, but you didn't. In response to a comment from a guy who wondered how Khan hadn't gotten the aura skill yet, he said, "I'm from another world." And I heard a surprised voice from another world respond. When Atreus heard the reason why his new companion still did not master the art of magic, he was surprised to hear that you were from the same labyrinth that the Archmage had created, and he was told that you knew something about it. The next moment, the elite swordsman took a thoughtful pose and said, "I may be wrong, but I don't think you can learn it." And Kang asked why. Starting to recall the story of how people generally acquire this skill, Atreus said that aura is a power granted by the god of swords, who chooses the world and rewards it with his power. This also means that those residents he did not choose will not be able to receive the aura without his approval. After hearing the explanation of the reason, Kang mentally said, "It means." The elite swordsman looked down and added sadly, "I'm sorry to tell you this, but you probably won't be able to learn aura." In response to his associate's sad news, Khan confidently said, "No, I'm sure I can do it. I've been granted the right to do it." After some training with the sword, Tessin was surprised to hear me say that he seriously needed only a swing of the sword, and that I had only saved his life. When he heard that Tessin had already mastered the skill himself and did not need his help, The elite swordsman asked what I should do now, and he replied that I did not need you anymore, so you can go. Having been given permission to do as he pleased, Atreya said, "If you don't mind, I would prefer to stay with you." When Khan heard the boy's request, he was surprised to hear why, and he replied, "I'm just curious to see how you learn to control the aura, and if you're afraid that I'll somehow harm the princess, I can swear that I won't touch her." After the elite swordmaster's words, Kang looked back to find out what his client thought and then heard, "It's up to you, Mr. Tessin, I don't mind." After listening to the opinions of all parties, Khan took some opportunity to speak well, but then we will do the following. Hearing the words of the boy, Atreya said something worriedly. His heart began to tingle. The next moment, the elite swordsman saw the system window Kang Tessan offers to sign Atreya's contract. Atreya cannot harm Kang Tessan and Anesha in any way. After creating a systemic agreement to prevent harm, Tessin said it was a temporary contract that said you can't hurt us. You can leave if you agree. Accepting the terms of the agreement, Atreya said in surprise that the power of the labyrinth was even capable of such a thing, and that it was quite interesting. While traveling with Tessin and the demon princess, an elite swordmaster witnessed Tessin's training and said it was amazing that he had been swinging his sword for 22 hours for 3 days. After completing his training, Khan wiped the sweat from his face and said in frustration, "Why is no one hunting us?" Before, it was impossible to rest, and now it's completely silent. In response to the boy's disappointed words, Atreya said, "There are only 8 sword masters in this world, and 4 of them followed you, but they all died at your hands. After that, you think there will be idiots who want to attack you?" After hearing the explanation of why no one else was hunting them, Tessan said, "Well, that makes sense, so I'd better continue my training." As soon as he said this, the demon princess noticed some strange people in robes near her and exclaimed who they were. As one of the men in the robe approached his lady, he took off his hood and spoke to the princess. When everyone else took off their hoods, other representatives of her race appeared before the girl's eyes, one of whom said, "Princess, we welcome your highness." Unable to hold back her tears of joy after seeing one of her friends, the girl said to Habern, "You're alive." After greeting his mistress, the demon bowed his head and knelt down and said, "I managed to escape when the castle was burning. Forgive me. We betrayed you, princess, to survive." Going to her subject, who was standing in front of her with several others, Anesha joyfully exclaimed, "It doesn't matter. The main thing is that you survived." To which he joyfully replied, "Princess." Rushing into the arms of her subject, the girl shed tears and exclaimed joyfully that I was not alone. Having witnessed the joyful reunion of the girl with the representatives of her race, Khan said that they should be left alone. After continuing his training in another place, the guy, not feeling any changes, surprisingly said that I had already reached the limit and would continue to work on it on the road. Bringing his sword down after a long training session, Tessin confidently added, "I'll keep doing this until I learn to control the aura." At the same time, Atreya, who had witnessed Khan's incredibly rapid mastery of the aura, wondered if he could imagine the same thing, only he felt the aura on the 4th day. "Is this the power of the labyrinth?" The elite swordmaster smiled happily and said, "The more I look at it, the more I am impressed." After returning back to Annecy, Khan saw the girl's subjects bow to him, saying thank you very much for risking your life to protect our princess. In response to the words of gratitude from the girl he was guarding, Tessan said, "I've already been paid for it, so it's okay." Raising his head after hearing this, Habern said thank you very much, and then turning his gaze to the girl, he added, "Princess, shouldn't we return to our lands?" When Anesha heard the proposal to return to her native land, she joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Tessin, you will come with us," to which he replied, Well, if you are going, I must go. Accidentally hearing the girl invite him to the demon lands and his escort, Hayburn was anxious to bring a stranger there. In response to her subject's warnings, the girl said, "Don't worry, he was protecting me. I'm sure you'll get along." To which he replied, "Well, if that's the princess's will." Immediately after noticing the elite swordsman behind her, she was surprised to hear Sir Atria say that he was a swordsman, and he replied, "If it came to feeling aura, I'm going to do it." Waving goodbye to his colleague who had left him, Atria said happily, "In that case, it's time to say goodbye. I'd be glad to see you again," and was answered with an indifferent tone, "As you wish." When the company of demons and their protector left the elite swordmaster Hayburn, he handed his princess an artifact and said, "Princess, please take this." Also holding out another artifact to the boy, the subject added, "It is made of dragon's fang and will help hide you from the gaze of the god. You also take Mr. Teason." After the group of demons and Teasons set off on their journey, Casper said after a while, "Who would have thought that you would be swinging a sword all the way, you fucking maniac? That means aura is so interesting. Even though you got permission to follow the path of the swordsman from that hairy asshole, I didn't think you could really do it," Kang replied. "Even though it doesn't use mana, there is a limit to it." The next moment, seeing that their group had stopped, Khan heard a message from the princess's subject who said we had arrived. Immediately afterwards, looking back to the escort who was protecting them, Princess Hayburn said, "I wanted to tell you a little later so that you wouldn't be so shocked." Pointing to the mountain range ahead, he added that there was a dragon living on a mountain covered with autumn leaves. Surprised by the sudden announcement of one inhabitant of the ancient area, Kang asked in surprise if there was a dragon living on the mountain, and then heard a welcome, welcome, welcome to you all. Seeing no reaction to the voice that suddenly arose in his head from the other members of his group, Tessan mentally said this voice, thinking that only I could hear it. The next moment, when he heard the voice in his head again, he stopped his thoughts, and then heard about a traveler who had set foot in these lands, who followed the will of the demon goddess. When they reached the last point of their journey, Hayburn stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "Well, here we are. We used to live in this village." Demonstrating from a distance the place they were heading to, the subject looked back at the princess and Tezen and added that many had already died or fled, and that is why there were about 50 of us left. Heading to the village itself, the man added, "This village is a bit outdated, but we will give you the best building for the duration of our stay." As soon as the girl was in the village, one of the villagers saw her and exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, princess, welcome, princess." And the girl said, "I'm surprised to see you," she said in confusion. When the villagers went to meet their princess, they said how glad they were that you survived. "We were so happy when we heard you were coming." Surprised by all the representatives of the demon race who came to meet her, Anesha exclaimed in surprise, "You are all survivors." At the same time, standing behind the girl while she rejoiced in being reunited with her subjects, Tessan said in his head, "Now is not the time for this." The next moment, looking back and pointing to the guy behind her, the princess said joyfully, "I need to introduce you. This man brought me here." As soon as she drew the attention of her subjects to Khan, he immediately disappeared, and Anesha exclaimed in surprise to Mr. Tessan. At the same time, while following his friend to the dragon's lair, Casper asked, "Hey Tezen, are you sure you should be chasing the dragon like this?" Trying to somehow dissuade the guy from his idea, Casper added that he felt incredibly strong. In response to his companion's words, Tessen arrived at the top of the mountain, which was covered with the leaves of autumn trees, and said that he was indifferent to demons, so I doubt that they would attack me. After his words, when he arrived at the entrance to the cave where the dragon was, Khan stopped, feeling the oppressive force, but gathering his will into a fist, he soon moved on. Going further through the cave to the dragon, Casper asked me if it seems to me that its power can be easily compared with the power of the gods, to which the guy replied, "Well, here we are." Looking at the dragon in front of him, Khan mentally said, "Incredible energy. Even 100 people like me could not kill it." And then heard, "Congratulations, you have come here by the will of the demon goddess." Immediately after the words that sounded in his head, the boy received a system notification that said, "You have met the golden dragon Valbanaris." After greeting the boy who had come to visit him, the dragon heard a nervous voice asking him, "I hope you will not kill me in accordance with God's will." Thinking about the question, Valbanaris happily replied, "Of course not." Continuing his story about his intentions and the spice of the prize, the golden dragon added that it had nothing to do with the gods. The next moment, recalling the subjects of the demon princess Valbanaris, he added, "Besides, no one dares to lay a hand on the children of the demon goddess who have settled in my lands, and I have called you here only to satisfy my last curiosity." Hearing the reason why he was in the cave of the golden dragon, Tassan was surprised to hear that you contacted me and called me here just out of curiosity. In response to the boy's question, Valbanaris answered that I am a dragon who protects the land, or in other words, I am a creature who is attached to Beguse. Immediately after these words, leaning his head toward Tessin to better see him, the mighty beast added, "That's why I've always been interested in the place created by the Archmage where the gods and goddesses live, and this place is called a large labyrinth." Surprised by the words of the golden dragon, Kang had no idea what to say to him and simply stood silently, playing the role of a listener. Immediately after realizing what Valbanaris had just said to him, Tassan asked in surprise, "Wait, what do you mean by the last one?" After receiving the question from the boy, the golden dragon, sensing the girl's anger, said she was a demon goddess now very angry. Immediately after imagining in my head the god who rules this world, the powerful beast added, and especially Haman from this world who is trying to kill her people. She will tear this world into small pieces with her own hands, except that she is not taking any action at the moment, but is waiting only because her subjects are still here. However, as soon as they are not here, when they all save the world, it will immediately come to an end, and the goddess will take over. After a detailed explanation of the reason for summoning Tessan to his cave, the golden dragon said, "I am very grateful to you for satisfying my curiosity, and since you are the first mortal I have ever seen, so here's a small gift for you. If you find someone who knows how to handle it, it will be very useful for you." And then he handed Tessan the dragon's tooth. After presenting the boy with a gift for his visit, Valbanaris said, "Now it's time for us to say goodbye. I think this is our first and last meeting. And now I have to get ready." Hearing that it was time to get ready for something, Khan asked in surprise what he was talking about. In answer to his question, the boy heard that before my last battle, immediately after these words, the dragon left his cave and went somewhere. After finishing the dialogue with Valbanaris and returning to the village of Khan, he heard Anesha's offended cry, which exclaimed, "Mr. Tassan, where did you go?" Barely restraining her emotions so as not to cry, the girl turned to him and added sadly, "I thought you'd decide to leave us and go somewhere else." Trying to somehow refuse the girl's hug, the guy waved his hands away and replied awkwardly, "I just needed to meet someone." When he heard that he was going to a meeting without warning anyone about his departure, Hayburn said, "Oh, that's right, because I thought you had left us too." To which he replied, "Don't worry, I'll tell you when I leave." Hearing the answer of his guest, who was acting as the princess's protector, Kabarn was surprised to hear that you were going to stay here. In response to the man's question, Tassan confidently replied that he was, and then thought that if it was safe for Anesh, the task should have been completed by now. After these thoughts, looking at the strange expression on the face of her subject, who did not seem happy about it, he mentally added that it was too early to leave. Resigning himself to the fact that he would have to endure a stranger in his settlement, Kabarn forced a smile and said, "Well then, I'll go prepare your room." Smiling ominously and waving goodbye, the man added that since you are protecting the princess, you should be properly thanked. Arriving at his house for the night, the boy just had time to sit down when he heard a knock on the door, followed by a girlish voice, "Mr. Tessin." It was Anesha. Entering the house of her protector, the girl handed him a bottle of wine and said, "Would you like to have a drink with me?" To which he replied, "Of course, come in if you want." Sitting down on the bed and pulling the table over to him, Tessin asked, "Where did you get the wine?" To which the girl replied, "I asked Habern for a bottle." Pouring the drink into glasses, the girl happily added, "They were able to make it by trial and error. That's all we can offer you at the moment." Taking a sip of the drink, a system notification appeared in front of Tessin. "Poison check starts, poison check fails, you have been poisoned, you will lose 5 damage units every second." Looking at how calmly his client consumes this drink, Kang mentally said, "This kind of wine is normal for demons, although it may be poisonous only for humans." After taking a few sips of the alcoholic beverage, the demon princess happily said, "Mr. Tisan, thank you very much. It is only thanks to you that I was able to have a family again." Tearing herself away from the wine glass to catch her breath, Anesha added, smiling gently, "Although you said you were paid for it, I still feel like I owe you a debt." Feeling a tremor in her hands before the offer, the girl said uncertainly, "And that is why, Mr. Tisan, if you want, you can stay here with me." In response to the offer, Tisan stood up and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I have to go to the house. You will stay here." Continuing to argue his refusal, he added, "Live here in peace. Find someone who will make you happy. That will be the best reward for me after hearing Anisha's request. So you will still return to the maze, yes." Walking away from the building where he was savoring wine with the girl, Tessan said, "It will be the only place that will be the most suitable for me." As he walked away from the demon settlement, Tessin stood under a tree and heard Casper say, "I've noticed that before, but you're a real slob." The next moment, switching the topic from love to serious, the ghost prince asked, "You've been poisoned. Aren't you okay?" In response, Tessan opened his profile and said, "Yes, I'm fine." Looking at how many units of health he had lost from this poison, the guy said disappointedly, though the barrier had lost 150 points and the quest was not yet complete. Looking in front of him at the village where the person he was defending was, the guy added in a stern tone, "Which means that even here she is not safe." As soon as he said this, he felt something strange, some kind of oppressive atmosphere that was getting stronger by the minute. And then he said this energy. Noticing a bright light in the sky that was getting bigger, Casper nervously shouted to Tessin that something was moving, to which he replied, of course, when everything was simple. The next moment, the enemy landed right on the spot where the guy was standing, but he used his dodging skill to prevent the hit by jumping to the side. Looking at the opponent who suddenly appeared in front of him, Tessin set his boundaries in front of him and said, "I see the opposite of calm." At the same moment, right in front of Tessan was an angel, which was similar in size to a dragon, and aimed at destroying Khan. Watching what his opponent was going to do next, Tessan received a system notification that said, "Your opponent was outnumbered." After receiving a notification that his opponent is the angel, Hamantisen said, "Just fine, so after your death the task should end like this." Preparing for a serious fight, the guy said menacingly, "Well then, go ahead and attack me. What are you waiting for?" Following the guy who left the house, the girl exclaimed, "But Tessin surely cannot stay like this." Meeting a girl on the way who was looking for her protector, Habern looked at her with a stern look and said, "There you are, Princess Anesha." Stopping on the spot after the sudden meeting, the girl asked what you were all doing here and was answered with the words, "We were expecting you, Princess." Heading to the girl who was holding a bottle of alcohol, the subject asked us if we needed to know something. He drank all the wine we gave you. Hearing the question from her subject, the girl replied anxiously, "Yes, he drank a little, but what's wrong?" Hearing that he had tasted the poison, the crowd of demons exclaimed joyfully, "What a relief we are! We are saved!" Hearing the joyful exclamations, the girl asked in surprise what you are talking about. Before she could get an answer to her question, she heard the ground trembling under her feet, accompanied by a powerful explosion. Looking back in the direction of the incident, she thought anxiously about where the explosion came from. Immediately after looking back at her subjects, who did not react to the danger, she nervously exclaimed, "Why are you standing still? Run away faster, it's Haman's hunters. We need to call Mr. Tess." In response to the royal's instructions, the subject looked down at the ground and said in an ominous voice, "Princess, please calm down." Not understanding why they were so calm despite the fact that something terrible was happening nearby, the girl asked why you were behaving like this. And in response, she heard only an ominous laugh. Raising his head and looking at his princess with a crazy look, Habern said, "We informed him only 1 day ago, and he has already sent an angel." Hearing what her subject had just told her, the girl said in confusion, "Have you really betrayed the demon goddess?" In response to Anesha's question about the betrayal of their god, the representatives of the demon race said, "Princess, we are tired. All this time we have been making sacrifices to the demon goddess." Recalling his patroness, who openly ignored them, Habern added, "But over time, we have no strength left, and in return, we have not received a single word of comfort from her." Hearing this, Anesha exclaimed in confusion. Interrupting the girl's remarks, who did not understand this behavior, the man pointed to his village and exclaimed, "Just look at this village." Giving a direct example of what made them commit treason, the subject added, "Our great state is destroyed, and now we are doomed to live in this hole, where we cannot even escape from the rain." Shifting his aggression to the demon princess standing in front of him, Habern angrily exclaimed that our species has only one name left, and we are doomed to begin each day, not with prayer, but with despair. Angry at the misbehavior of her subject, the girl exclaimed, "Do you really think Haman will spare you? He will kill you all anyway?" In response to his princess's remark, the man exposed his hand and showed her a seal, and said that everything would be fine with us. Showing the girl the residual effect of the ritual to change his race, he added, "From now on, we will no longer be demons." Recalling what effect this action brings, Habern added, "Don't you know, after the release of what is inside us, it will be difficult to call us demons." Also showing their seals to perform the ritual of release, other members of the settlement shed tears and said, "Forgive us, princess." Realizing that there were no more people in this settlement who respected and obeyed Lucifer, Anisha said in confusion, "You all betrayed the goddess of demons." At the same time, somewhere in the mountains, a battle was taking place between an angel sent by the god of light Haman and Kang Taesan, who was sent out of the maze by the demon goddess Lucifer. Trying to study the movements of his opponent to understand how to resist him, the guy has already spent 2 of his attack nullification skills. Continuing to fight fiercely, Kang, holding on to his sword, received system notifications. You activated the nullification of the 3rd strike. You took 5 units of damage, and then rinsed how annoying he is. Watching the movements of his opponent, Tessin mentally said one of the few disadvantages of the attack nullification skill is that it is used even in cases where it is not really necessary. Well then, resigned to the fact that he no longer had the ability to nullify enemy attacks, Tessin activated his skills of thirst for battle and contempt for strong opponents. In addition to these skills, he also activated a dispassionate duel, after which he recited several buffs and skills in his head to counter stronger opponents. Deciding to test his strength, Tessin activated his Sword of Storm skill and then used the first yoga style called Wolf's Fang. Having lunged at his opponent, the guy was behind him and said in his head, "Well, this should be enough." But unfortunately, 1 second after the attack, he received a system notification that said you have inflicted 0 damage on the Angel Hamon. After seeing this, Tessin said unhappily that even the first style of the sword, the Wolf's Fang, under the reinforcements, could not harm him, so I guess I'll have to try harder. While he was expressing his dissatisfaction after the unsuccessful attack, Casper noticed the danger and shouted out to Tessin to be more careful. At the same time, the Angel of Haman was preparing to strike back at his opponent, who had just tried to harm the divine subject. Pointing his sword at the guy behind him, the divine follower fired a spiral attack that almost hit the guy if he hadn't dodged. Even though the aura from the attack was dangerous, Kang still took 420 points of damage and exclaimed, "You bastard!" As a result of testing his skill with physical components that had no effect on the angel, Tessin clenched his sword in his hand and said it seemed like it was time to test it perfectly or should increase the power of the attack. Using his acceleration skill, the boy gained a certain advantage on the battlefield in the form of high speed, thanks to which he quickly began to close the distance between himself and the enemy. As soon as the Angel of Haman was in range, Khan made a slashing attack with his sword and then received a notification that you dealt 51 points of damage to the angel. Seeing that this combination of attack and aura combination made sense, he said in his head, "Great, now I'm sure the aura has penetrating power." Seeing that he had also suffered some damage from the mortal angel, without showing his anger, he began to strike back with long-range attacks with light beams. Dodging the enemy's successive long-range attacks, Tessin said in his head, "He's not as weak as expected after all." The next moment, he noticed that the enemy stopped emitting light beams and started to close in, and Tessin added that it seems like he was going to finish me off with one punch. At the same time as the angel closed in, he also began to cover his attack with fire. And at the same time, Tessin activated the forced battle and said irritably how annoying he was. When the enemy was in a sphere from which there was no way out, Tessin activated an air jump and prepared to strike. He said, "You can't beat me. You know I still have things to do." Once again, Tessin used his aura combination attack to take advantage of the opportunity while his sphere skill was still active. At the same time, during the battle, he remembered the words of Lucifer, who told him to help me protect my child, bring her to safety. After recalling these words, Tessin activated the skill of sequential attacks, and then received a system notification that you have dealt 113 units of damage to the Angel Haman. Inflicting many consecutive attacks on the enemy while recalling the words of the demon goddess who told him to save her, Khan confidently said, "I will go on, so get out of my way." At the same time, realizing that it was her subjects who had set up the defender and brought the angel of the god Hamon against him, Anesha screamed out in fear to Mr. Tessin. While she was in complete shock at the behavior of her former subjects, she heard from behind her back that it was all over for the mortal, and that there was no way to defeat the messenger of God. Grabbing the demon princess by the arm, Habern added ominously, "Princess, you are destined to become our sacrifice for the ritual of the offering." Pulling the girl along, the man smiling ominously added, "Please do not resist your fate." To which she scaredly exclaimed, "Let me go." Continuing to resist Habern, who wanted to use her as a victim, Anesha cried out, "Please save me, demon goddess." And without receiving any response, she thought, "Is this really a demon goddess?" Looking down after realizing her terrible fate, she mentally added that she had indeed left us, and then heard someone's menacing voice telling her to let go. Kang fought off the hand of the man who grabbed the poor girl and dragged her away, and heard the princess's encouraging voice, Mr. Tessin. Seeing the man who was supposed to die in the battle with the angel, Habern said in confusion that how could the divine messenger have lost? In response to the trader's question, Khan replied, "That's exactly how I defeated the angel Haman. And what are you going to do now? Continue to live as if nothing had happened." Looking with a displeased look at the traders who decided to sacrifice the princess, Tison added that the price for betraying the demon goddess was quite high. Feeling trembling all over his body in despair, Hayburn shed tears and said that if someone like this had come even a little earlier, everyone would have been saved. The next moment she witnessed all her subjects pulling their blades out from under their cloaks and screamed out in fright, "Wait! What are you doing?" Without looking into the eyes of his mistress, Hayburn prepared to atone for his guilt by pointing the blade at himself and saying, "Forgive us, princess," after which all the subjects simultaneously killed themselves, leaving the girl with a lifelong psychological trauma. Falling to her knees after what she saw, the girl bowed her head down and said what had just happened. "Why, my people? Why, Hayburn?" Starting to wipe her tears with her hands after the final loss of all the representatives of her race, the girl said sadly, "Now, I'm definitely left alone," to which Khan replied to her. Trying to somehow cheer up his client, Tessin asked the demon princess if you still believe in your goddess. Hearing the question from her defender, the girl smiled through her tears and lifted her head up, saying, "Yes, I still believe that she is watching over me." Having told him about her belief in Lucifer, she asked him if it was really stupid, and he answered her with a no. The next moment, feeling a strange aura around him, Tessin asked what kind of energy it was, and Casper replied that the demon goddess had decided to come down personally. At the same time, the demon goddess arrived at her destitute ward and hugged her, saying, "My child." Trying to somehow comfort the demon princess, who despite everything continued to believe in her, she added, "I'm sorry," to which Anesha said in confusion that the demon goddess was. Lucifer continued to hug his subject and said, "Thank you, child. When everyone was disappointed and lost faith in me, only you remained faithful to the very end." Letting go of Annecy to look into her eyes, the demon goddess added tenderly, "You at least realize how important this act is to God." At the same time, having witnessed the goddess arriving on Earth, Casper was surprised to hear that the goddess herself had come down personally. At the same time, being in the arms of her goddess, Anesha asked the goddess of demons in surprise, "What will happen to those who denied you?" And she heard in response that nothing will return to me. Continuing to answer the question of her only follower, Lucifer added that neither their souls nor their bodies will be left. Hearing the answer, Anesha thought that this meant that they would be left here forever. And then she said, "Oh, great demon goddess, could you please take at least their souls into your arms?" Hearing the request, the demon princess Lucifer smiled gently and said, "I understand your wishes, my child." Heeding the request of her subject, the demon goddess used her divine power and said, "Well, in that case, let's go ahead." As Casper witnessed the magic begin to envelop the bodies of the dead and lift them into the air, he was surprised to hear that it was happening. At the same time, Tison and his friend also teleported to another dimension, and looking around after the teleport, Khan said in surprise that the castle of the demon goddess. Being in an alert state, he said in surprise, "We are back," and then received a system notification that an additional task was completed. As soon as he saw the system notification that he had finally managed to complete the task, he mentally said where Anesha could be safe, thinking that there was no such place even in the whole of Begusé. Continuing his thoughts about the safe place, Tessin added, "But if you really think about it, it becomes immediately clear that the demon's safe place is next to their goddess." After completing his thoughts, Tessin saw a throne in front of him, on which Lucifer was sitting immediately after she said, "You have completed the task, Kang Tessin." Not understanding the motives of the demon goddess, the boy was surprised to hear her say, "So your plan was like this from the beginning. If you could come down, Why not do it yourself? In response, the goddess replied that it was necessary to wait for the right moment. If there was only one person in the whole world who believed in me, then I did not have to worry about the consequences. After that, recalling the moment of Cana's confrontation with the divine messenger, she added, "And when Haman sent an angel against you, I finally had the opportunity to come down. Thanks to you, everything went well." Hearing the words of the girl who had given him the task, Tessan said in surprise, "So I guess that means it's over then." In response to the words of the boy who wanted to be rewarded for the work he had done, Lucifer snapped her fingers and smiled slyly and said, "Of course not. You were too good." Immediately after, the girl added, "And that's why you can enjoy the show," after which Tessan found himself in outer space. Looking around to see where they were, Casper exclaimed that we were now in outer space, to which Khan replied by pointing in front of him. Turning his gaze to the star they had just traveled from, Khan heard the demon goddess say, "Beguset, this world is no longer my people." Preparing to execute the execution, Lucifer confidently added, "And that is why now I can do what I want. Or maybe I am wrong, Haman." Observing what was happening to the planet, the ghost prince exclaimed in surprise at the demonic energy that was sweeping the planet. At the same time, trying to somehow prevent the destruction of the Beguzé, the man who was in charge of it exclaimed, "No, this is my world," breaking free of the dark demonic energy that enveloped the entire star, the god of light. Haman anxiously exclaimed, "This is not my place." In response to the noisy exclamations of the god of this star, the goddess of demons replied in a monotone voice, "You are absolutely right. This is your place now." Preparing to finish with this place, Lucifer demonstrated his power in front of Tisan and the warrior, and added that you should die with him. Having completed his revenge on the superhuman who decided to destroy his entire race, the demon goddess smiled ominously and said, "Now that's it," after which Casper added, "The star is destroyed." Having witnessed the destruction of the whole world, Khan thought, "She really is a monster, like an adult with a child. There is no difference between them. She could have done all this without my help." And then he said, "You really need me." In response to the boy's question, the demon goddess confidently replied that if I had simply destroyed that world, I would not have been able to take what was mine from it. Imagining in her mind all that she wanted to take from Begusé, Lucifer gave the soul, life, and will, and all this was lost, and I did not like this development. After listening to the reason why he had to fulfill this assignment of the demon god, Tessan asked, "By yours, you mean Anesha, yes?" In response to the question of the boy to whom she had entrusted the task of returning the demon princess, the girl added, "It was thanks to you that I was able to bring her back unharmed." Remembering her faithful follower, the goddess added this poor child, and grateful she was betrayed and made to suffer, but she did not lose faith in me. You saved her. And it's not a bad one. Now it's time to express my gratitude to Kang Tae-san. If you have fulfilled my request so well, I will reward you properly. Immediately after that, Tessan felt some changes in his body and received a system notification that said you have received demonic energy. You have learned black magic. Seeing that Tessan had managed to get what he wanted, Casper exclaimed in confusion that it was simply impossible for a person who possessed dark magic. After giving the boy the magic of darkness, the goddess said, "Now check your status window." And Tae-san, hearing the goddess's words, did what he was asked and said yes. After that, as the guy saw in his characteristics a tape with demonic energy, Lucifer added, "The amount of demonic power rises as well as everything else. You raise the level, you get energy." Immediately after that, the girl smiled slyly and added, "But this amount will not be enough for you, so here is another gift." Immediately after the girl's words and some of her actions, Tessan received a system notification saying that you have received a new skill to capture darkness. After giving the skill, the goddess said that after each kill, your demonic power will increase, because you already have a similar skill. So after that, the guy received another notification that said you have achieved an achievement worthy of the favor of the demon goddess. Having endowed the boy with useful skills, the girl added one more thing. If you pray to me, you will be able to learn black magic better. After telling him about the methods of mastering black magic, the goddess added, of course it will not be free, like the god of magic. I require offerings. Things that are associated with demons are best suited. Lucifer added, I'm in a good mood today, so here's something else for you. After that, Khan received a notification that you had learned low-ranked black magic. You have learned low-ranked black magic emotional arousal of the mind. After reviewing what he had received from the goddess, Khan said in surprise, this skill was used by the guide of that sinner. After giving the boy gifts for the task, the demon goddess said, well, now there is only one last thing left to do, the entity that brought your world to destruction. The boy paid full attention to the demon goddess as she began to tell him the information she had promised to give him, and he realized that your assumptions were correct. Imagining in her mind the monsters that had invaded Tizan's world, Lucifer said they had been over the beings since their birth and were now called gods. Once upon a time, all the existing gods in the universe were old gods, and we, in turn, knowing their whereabouts, sealed them and took their places. Recalling those times when there was a change of power by force and sealing of the past rulers, the girl added that I was among them. After hearing the information about the sealing of the ancient gods, Tessin asked why they attacked my world, and Lucifer answered him, you're a little mistaken. Continuing her story, the demon goddess said, they destroyed not only your world, but 12 years, which is how long it took them to destroy 258 stars. Recalling how those sealed old gods had destroyed each of the stars inhabited by living beings, the girl added that they had done so with enthusiasm. Surprised by what he heard, Kang asked why they did it at all, and was told that even I don't know. Maybe the losers are just trying to fight, but do we really need to know the reasons? Continuing her dialogue with Tassan about the destruction of worlds, the girl said thoughtfully, but there are a few things I can guess. Recalling the wonderful worlds where everyone lived well during the reign of the new gods, the demon goddess said, they just hate us. We took their places in the labyrinth. And besides, adventurers from different worlds get into the labyrinth, or maybe they just destroy all the worlds in a row. After hearing some confusing information, Tessin nervously exclaimed where people who could get into the maze lived. In response to his question, Tessan heard, of course, this is all just my guess, because you can't know for sure unless you ask them personally. In response to the demon goddess's assumption and uncertain answer, Tessan said, but the probability is very high. After asking me a lot of information about the old gods and the destruction of his world, Kang told me something else interesting. In response to the boy's request for more information, Lucifer replied, I can't tell you anything more. It's too early for you to know more. What I have already told you has been a great favor, and you will be able to find out the rest when you go down the maze. At the end of the dialogue, the boy thought, they can tell a certain amount of information on each level, but if you think about it, I'm still on the lower floors. As soon as Kang finished his thoughts, the demon goddess added, you're strong, but only while you're on the lower floors. The further you go, the stronger your enemies will be. Immediately afterwards, the girl mentioned the altars of the gods that are found on the floors and added that the same applies to the tests of the gods. In response to Lucifer's warning, Khan said confidently, I'm going to give it my best shot, as you should know if you've been watching me. Hearing the confidence in the boy's words, the demon goddess said, what if I tell you about an easier way? There is a much easier way to become stronger. Having received information about the easy way to gain power, Tessan said, I am grateful for your offer, but I must refuse. Hearing him talk about the contract that all the gods had given him, the girl exclaimed angrily, "Who is talking about contracts here?" Frightened by the girl's sudden change of mood and her angry exclamation, Tessin asked what she was talking about. In response to the boy's question, the demon goddess shouted in embarrassment, "I don't care, get out of here. Say another word and I'll crack your skull open." Immediately after that, a portal appeared in front of the boy to return to the labyrinth. Not realizing what had just happened, he headed for the exit and heard the goddess's embarrassed voice. "This will be my last favor. If you meet any nobodies in the maze, you can use my name." Hearing that he had even received such an opportunity from the demon goddess, Tessin said in astonishment before leaving the temple of Lucifer, "Thank you." Looking at the girl as he walked toward the portal, Tessin mentally said, "I can use the name of the demon goddess." After completing the journey back to the labyrinth after completing the girl's task, Tessin stretched and said, "Finally, the 19th floor." Walking with Khan through the maze, Casper asked if the gods were such powerful beings. He would never have thought that they could destroy a star like that, to which he replied, "I even felt the pressure." After a meek conversation with his companion, Tessin recited in his head all the gods I had met in this labyrinth. Suddenly remembering the goddess of choice, Maria, who had invited him to her temple, he wondered if I would ever be as strong as they were. Returning to the smithy, the boy spoke to Hafren, who, seeing that Khan had returned to him, said in surprise, "You have met the demon goddess. It is amazing that she recognized someone other than her people." Hearing the blacksmith's words, Tessin asked in surprise how you realized that. "And he heard you reek of her power, so you must be really special if even the demon goddess behaved like that." The next moment, showing the seal on his hand, Tessin said, I have a mark on the back of my hand." Hafren looked at it and said, "Wow, she seems to be serious about you." Immediately after mentioning the demon goddess and her character, the blacksmith added, "But don't worry, it won't end badly for you." At the end of the seal demonstration, the guy took out a dragon's nail from his inventory and said, "By the way, I have something for you." Holding out the item to the blacksmith, he could see its description. A golden dragon's claw, a part of that world protector that can only be used by those with exceptional skill. Surprised by the item that Tessin managed to get, Hafren exclaimed that where did you get it from, and heard a response not from the maze. After telling him the origin of the claw, the guy mentally added in Bigaset, "I got not only the Valbanera's claw, but also other nice bonuses." Opening his system window, he found the skills he had gained, which had the following description: permanent skill, anti-theism, will to oppose God against divine representatives. Characteristics, increasing and divine power, which was still useless. Not understanding how exactly he had gotten these skills, the boy exclaimed in confusion that Casper added something interesting. Divine power is given only by God, and if someone else can give you this power, it is interesting to see what will happen if you leave it. Then some changes will occur. In response to his friend's question, Tessin replied thoughtfully, "I don't know what powers the demon goddess gives me." Looking at the characteristics received from Lucifer, he added that its description is very different from ordinary magic. "I determine how much energy I use, and I can also change the strength and range." After these reflections, the boy remembered the goddess and said in his head that this sign acts as evidence. After that, looking at the description of the skill given to him by the goddess, Tessin said the black magic used by the guide was a simple addition. The skill description read, "Low-ranked black magic altered flora of Decarabia mana, use 12 demonic power use, 6 skill 1% summon plants that obey the demon Decarabia. It seems you can only summon a tiny fraction of the roots that consumed the star." Upon completion of the research on the new skills, Tessin heard from the blacksmith, "You have reviewed all the skills, by the way. This is a rather interesting thing." Then Khan asked if you can melt it down. In response to the boy's question, Hafren confidently answered, "Of course it's possible, but in order to create something from it, you need to find the right materials." Immediately after the good news came the bad news, after which the blacksmith said, "But I suspect that to find them, you will need to go down another 10 floors. After hearing Hafren's remarks, Khan headed for the exit and said, "Well then, let him stay with you for now. As soon as I get the materials, I'll come back immediately." To which he replied, "Well." Entering the door of the forge, Tessin stood in a pensive pose and said, "Since we have crossed the 20th, the next will be the spirits." Hearing this, Casper said in surprise, "How do you know? Someone told you about it?" When he received the question from his friend, the guy immediately recalled his dialogue with Lee Tae-young, who told him that spirits appear from the 20th floor, but they are not affected by physical attacks, so he had to sweat. In a conversation with the boy, the girl recalled what kind of opponents she had met there, and said thoughtfully that the first spirit seemed to be a fire spirit. Arriving at the next floor, Tessin saw an opponent and received a notification that a low-ranked maze spirit had appeared, and he said exactly what she had said. The next moment, he received a notification saying to defeat the boss of the 21st floor and move on, and at the same time, the fire spirit began its attack, which Kong dodged with an air jump. Once in the air, he used the ice arrow skill in combination with the fireball to finally deliver a water attack. Immediately after hitting the boss of the 21st floor, most of the room was filled with steam, and Casper shouted out to Tessin, "Take it easy." After these words, the guy received a notification, "You have dealt 0 points of damage to a low-ranked maze spirit." Seeing this, the ghost said no effect. "And what will you do now?" To what he heard in response, "You will have to act differently." Applying his black magic of false flame to the spirit of the labyrinth, Tessin said, "I don't know how to use divine powers. I'll hope it works." As a result of using demonic power on the boss, the boy received 2 system notifications that said you dealt 106 units of damage to a low-ranked maze spirit, and you dealt 302 units of damage to the spirit. After a few more damage notifications, an explosion occurred at the boss's location, and a notification appeared saying that you had defeated the low-level maze spirit. Not understanding how this happened, Tessin said in confusion that black magic had harmed him, to which Casper replied that spirits are a natural life form. The next moment, imagining creatures from hell in his mind, the ghost prince added that natural attacks do not work on them, and the aura given by God will also have no effect. However, black magic comes from demons, and after hearing the explanation, Khan asked if it was not natural, it could be harmful, and the ghost added that this was the concept. After receiving new information about the possibilities of confronting demons, Tessin saw that his demonic power was exhausted and thoughtfully said, "I still don't have enough demonic energy to attack like that," and then thought he needed to act on Lee Tae-young's words. Continuing on his way to avoid the battle with the spirits, Tae-sang heard me say, "I thought you didn't even need an explanation." Walking alongside his friend, Casper added the strategy of the 21st floor. If you can't attack the spirits, avoid them and head to that room to keep the task. As soon as the boy arrived at the right place where he was supposed to get the task behind closed doors, he heard a loud laugh. Opening the door and going inside, he saw another ghost who started circling around him, laughing madly and shouting out that the guest had finally arrived. As soon as the inhabitant of this room calmed down a bit, the guy received a system notification that said, "You have met a crazy spirit." The next moment, the occupant of the room pulled himself together and put his hand to his temple and said, "Hello, glad to meet you." In response to the greeting, Khan said, "Hello, I would like to go further along the labyrinth." And hearing the guest's desire, The spirit began to circle him again and asked if he wanted to go down. In response to the question of the frantic spirit who had succumbed to a fit of madness, Tasan said, "To do that, I need to defeat the spirits." Hearing what exactly the guy needed, the mad spirit said in surprise to defeat the spirits and then angrily shouted, "Destroy them! Destroy this garbage that dared to leave me!" Coming close to the guy's face, the crazy spirit glowered, clenched his teeth, and angrily added, "Kill those bastards who said I was crazy!" At the same time, watching everything that was happening in the room, Casper held his head and said in disappointment, but he hadn't changed at all. The next moment, the inhabitant of the room, showing the numbers on his fingers, said first 5 forward, then 3 to the left. There should be a secret room in it, a golem created by the king who left me. Don't get caught, and return the hidden core, then I give you power. Seeing off the boy who went to fulfill his task, the ghost shouted to him, "Go, and I will be waiting for you." Going to the secret room with the golem in it, Tessin asked his friend why he was always so strange. In response, Casper said, "Well, he's been around for a long time, he's just crazy. His role is to teach how to deal with spirits at the 21st level, and after that, he will be useless." Hearing the words of his companion who told him about his main duty, Tessin thoughtfully said in his head, "What if everything is not so?" After a while, the boy finally arrived at the secret room on the 21st floor, which the crazy spirit had told him about. In addition to the room itself, according to the spirit's stories, the boy also received a system notification that said a spark golem created by the King of Fire spirits had appeared. Seeing the golem, Casper said that the golem stops working every day for 1 minute, so take water during this period. Then Khan asked what would happen if he defeated it, and then he heard not to say that it was impossible, but not too dangerous. Hearing that there was a chance to defeat this thug, the guy confidently said, "I will do it." Activating the jumping skill, Tessin quickly closed the distance between himself and the golem for a sudden first attack. However, after trying to harm the enemy, he received a system notification that said, "You have dealt 0 damage to the spark golem created by the Fire Spirit King." Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Tisan said in surprise, "I've been doing this too much lately with enemies that don't take physical damage." The next moment he filled his sword with aura and said, "What about this time?" When he attacked the enemy with aura, he received a notification you dealt 47 damage to the spark golem created by the Fire Spirit King. Seeing that this method of attacking the enemy still makes some sense, the guy mentally said yes and thought golems are not spirits. The penetration power is effective. I can defeat him. And so, after 2 hours of continuous battle with the enemy, inflicting a little damage on him, Tessin finally received a notification that he had defeated the golem. After the battle, the guy sat down on the defeated monster and looked at the rewards he had received for it. Seeing the notification above the guy that said you received a fragment of the King of Spirits, Casper said in surprise, "As if I were watching a slot machine race, how you managed to fight continuously." After listing all the resources and rewards for the victory, Tessin saw another notification that said you have achieved great results through simple repetition of the perseverance skill. Seeing this, Kang smiled happily and said in his head, "Finally, now I have all the basic skills to learn something new." Also, seeing that his detection skill, having reached 100% mastery, changed its options and turned into an observation skill, the guy applied it and thought observation means he can try it right now. Having applied the skill that allows you to see general information about the target, he was surprised to hear the voice of a Casper and received a notification of the bloodied status of a ghost who trusted someone with his dream. Seeing the information about his friend, the guy sighed and thought, "Aha, so he is the one who trusted someone with his dream," and then heard, "Hey, what's going on?" After a while, after collecting water from the fountain and bringing it to the customer, Kang said, I brought the key water, and then activated the observation skill on the frantic spirit. As the room's occupant poured the water into his mouth, Tessan was able to see a general description that said the mad white spirit was an unstable child who wanted revenge. After drinking the water that the boy brought him, the spirit wiped his mouth and said joyfully, "Now I am one step closer to completion." As soon as he finished his rejoicing, the spirit said, "Well, you have completed your task, now it is time to give you a skill." Immediately after these words, the boy received a system notification that said, "You have completed the task of the spirit and received the permanent skill of Spirit Strike." After receiving the skill that can harm spirits, Tessan took the resources from the golem from his inventory and said, "I also defeated the golem." Having received the fragment of the golem in his hands, the mad spirit said in surprise that you defeated the golem. "Wait. Let me see it for a second." Taking the stone in his hands, the mad spirit saw that the description said a fragment of the Spirit King, a part of the power that the Spirit King sealed. Any spirit could use it. Seeing that this guy was a great hope, the crazy ghost exclaimed, "You are different from the other guests. You are special. You can help me. You will help me. You are a special guest, right?" Hearing the affirmative answer, the mad spirit exclaimed excitedly, "Then take all the kernels for me. Only with them I can become a full-fledged spirit." Continuing to talk about the task he was putting on the boy's shoulders, the spirit added that only after I get them all will I be able to become great again. Immediately after these words, Tessan received a system notification stating that an additional task had begun, and that the furious spirit wanted to regain its greatness by fixing the instability, and it wanted to do so with your help, and rewarded him with everything it could give. After giving Kanu the task, the spirit raised his hands and exclaimed joyfully, "Then collect all the cores for me. Only with them I can become a full-fledged spirit, so I will become great again." Looking at the task that appeared in front of Tessan, Casper asked if he would accept it, since you already had the skill to attack spirits, to which he replied, "Of course, I never planned to go down the maze like everyone else did. I'm sure with this reward I will become even stronger." At the end of the dialogue with his friend, Kong looked at the mad spirit and said, "I will accept your task. Tell me what you want." Hearing that he had agreed, the ghost smiled ominously and said, "Great, great." Grabbing his head and starting to shed tears of despair, he exclaimed, "I'm too unstable now. I need to achieve stability." The next moment he started to run laps in front of the guy again and added, "And then I want to become full-fledged, and for that I need to become stronger." Imagining in his mind the boy's victory over the enemy, the mad spirit exclaimed, "First you have to hunt down the owner of the 21st floor." Raising his arms above his head, he shouted angrily, "Finish him off and bring me the cannonball just like you did that big guy. Then I'll be stronger." The next moment he added, "Well, good luck to you, wonderful guest." And then moving to the other side of the room, he shouted, "Retribution is coming. The time of my retribution is approaching." Leaving the room of the mad spirit, Casper said that hunting golems had become a must for some additional task. Why did the maze create this thing in the first place? Immediately after his words, the ghost mentally added, "I would not be able to defeat the golem even if I were alive. This task can be objectively considered impossible." The next moment, recalling his companion's battle against the guardian of the water fountain, he added in his head, "But Tessan took the hard way and achieved the impossible." Hearing his companion's question, Khan took a thoughtful pose and said that perhaps the gods of the labyrinth were hoping for someone there. Starting to think about what the gods were hoping for, Khan heard from his friend, "But this is generally considered impossible." Accompanying the guy to the next room with the golem, Casper added that, for obvious reasons, almost no one is able to achieve such strength. Once again on the 21st floor of the labyrinth, Khan began to make his way to the place with the golem. On his way, he met a boss who was a medium-ranked fire spirit and had to fight against him. Using the skill he received from the fire spirit, he was able to defeat the boss of the 21st level of the maze. When he saw the system notifications that said you have received the spirit core of the mid-level maze flame, you have received the spirit jade for defeating the boss, Casper said it looked like they decided to overwhelm you with fusion materials. In response to his companion's question, Tessin replied thoughtfully, "Maybe it's just because I met Hafren that I should visit him." The next moment, wanting to view his characteristics, Kang said status window, and then added thoughtfully, "She said that demonic energy will increase from leveling up and destroying enemies like that." Seeing that his demonic power had risen by only 17 points, he added disappointedly, "I've cleared the entire 21st floor, and it's only growing by tens, so if it increases much, I'll be notified." Immediately after these words, Tessin smiled slyly and said, "Well, then perhaps we should inform the spirit that we have completed his task." Arriving back in the room with the furious spirit, Khan heard him moving quickly around the room, exclaiming, "Did you really do as well as I thought you would? You are incredible." After passing the mid-level labyrinth flame spirit core, which allowed it to become more stable to the one who absorbed it, Tessin asked what the next floor was. Taking the fire spirit core in his hands, the room's occupant exclaimed, "Thank you. Now the 23rd floor, there must be a secret room." Absorbing the fury that had been brought to him, the Mad Doug laughing madly exclaimed, "Boogaloo secret room, finish off its owner and come back to me." Moving to the 22nd floor, Tessin met the first enemy and received a system notification that the 22nd floor challenge had begun. Defeat the boss and advance to the next level. Reward Secret Tome of Darkness Secret Reward. Unknown Monster 22nd floor Ice Spirit. Looking at how Tessin quickly moves around the floor, destroying the spirits behind him, Casper said, "Aha, so Hafran did everything right. Thanks to your excellent weapon, you can easily clear the floor without even using skills." To which Khan replied, "Yeah, because even I didn't expect that." Looking at his sword, which had been upgraded after the enchantment, Tessin said, "After the enchantment, the attack increased by 10, and he gets the element of fire, so what will happen to the other ingredients that Hafran had left?" Hearing the boy's question, Casper replied, "I'm talking about the blacksmith, and you're talking about the ore that was left over from the golem. I'm sure he was very surprised, and I want to find out what happens to the rest of them." At the same time, somewhere in the smithy, the blacksmith was holding the items he had obtained with descriptions of the core protector ore, a special ore that protects the golem's core that can be melted down, and the spirit jade, a sphere containing spirit energy, which the blacksmith seems to be able to handle very well. And somewhere on the 22nd floor, Tessin accidentally received a system notification that said, "You have opened the altar of Pavsh." Looking at the altar in front of them, Casper said in confusion, he didn't understand what he was doing on the 22nd floor. The last time he was much lower. Stopping with his friend in front of the altar of the god who may have deliberately moved him to the upper floors, the ghost said the name of this god, Pasha, the god of proof. After hearing this from his friend, Tessin asked in surprise how he checks, and he heard that not everything can be understood from the name. Imagining the approximate words that this god might say, the ghost prince said, "Prove yourself. Prove that your whole journey was not in vain." Something like that. The next moment, recalling the problems in the trials of this god, Casper added that if we evaluate only by the percentage of passing, everything is quite simple, but unfortunately, it is not. Continuing to talk about this test, Khan's companion spoke about the majority of adventurers who accepted the test from the god Pavya. Recalling what he saw after the test and what the percentage of success was, he added that not even the greatest players, rather, even ordinary ones, were able to pass it. The maze has never been kind to ordinary adventurers. Such a percentage of success is too strange, and after passing the test, too many people changed a little either in behavior or in character. Thinking about what could be the reason for this, Tessin thoughtfully asked if it was possible that the doppelgangers were the reason, and Casper answered that they were not. Hearing that his answer was immediately rejected, Tessin asked what those who returned from the test said. In response, the ghost replied to prove himself, "That's all. There are too many strange things about this test. You will not be able to find out anything. I did not want to risk it, so I did not accept the task." The next moment, looking at the boy, he asked, "But you never backed down, did you?" To which he confidently replied, "Of course I would never stop." Touching the altar, Tessin received a notification that said an additional task has begun. Pasha wants to check who visited his altar. If you agree, you will have to complete a task prepared for you. If you complete it, you will receive a reward Pasha will choose based on the result. After reviewing the description, Tessin mentally said, "The local gods are aware of my level of strength, so this test of the gods will be appropriate for me." Moving to a room that was surrounded by walls on all sides, Tessin looked around and said, "This place." The next moment, as soon as an opponent, who was an exact copy of him, fully formed in front of him, the boy received a system notification that said, "Prove yourself." Looking at the enemy who appeared in front of Tessin, Casper said, "An exact copy of you, a complete reflection of him," to which he replied, "I don't think so." Turning his gaze to his opponent, Tessin confidently added, "That's what people who see something like that usually say. He's exactly the same." Continuing to evaluate his clone, the guy confidently added that his face, stature, and even his equipment were exactly the same as mine. The next moment, having dodged the attack of his opponent who had already rushed into the fight, Tessin added in his head that the sword cut through the storm. Surprised by what his opponent had just demonstrated, the guy said, "Wow, he even has my skills." Having struck back at the enemy, after which he retreated and rushed back into the fight, Tessin heard him angrily shouting, "Perish your soul, it's mine now." Continuing to demonstrate his superiority over his opponent by pressing him down, Tessin said, "But there is nothing so special about you." Again, forcing the enemy to retreat, the guy received a system notification that said Pavia's power was manifested and Pavia's range of influence was narrowing. The next moment, he received another notification that said Pavsha is offering you a more difficult test. Gao Tessin confidently replied, "I accept." Immediately after accepting the challenge, Khan received a couple more system notifications that read, "Pasha is satisfied, another soul is entering the clone body." As soon as the soul transfer was complete, the clone changed the grip of the sword to the opposite and said, "I haven't been in the labyrinth for a long time." Turning his gaze to the opponent in front of him, the opponent said, "I'm glad to welcome you, adventurer." Stretching out his arm with a weapon and smiling ominously, the owner of the soul said, "I am the apostle of the great Pasha, the one who reached the lower floors of Melastane." Hearing the name of the enemy who had just moved into the body of Tessin's clone, the ghost nervously exclaimed that it was impossible. Immediately after calming down his emotions, Casper said, "I was still wondering where you were all this time, and it turned out that you became an apostle." Hearing the remark of the ghost, who was not far from his rival, Melastane asked in surprise, "Warrior, what else are you doing here?" When he heard that he knew him, Tessin was surprised to ask who he was, "An old friend of yours," and was told that he had entered the labyrinth at the same time as me, and that he was not associated with the leaders of sin. Recalling Melastane's story, Casper added thoughtfully, "He reached the 70th floor and, just like me, used double swords, though he held the other in a reverse grip." Continuing to give his friend more and more information, Casper said that instead of skills, he used more sword art techniques and then heard from his opponent. Looking at the characteristics of the body he had inhabited, Melastane asked in surprise what floor it was, to which he replied, "The 22nd floor." Using the ice arrow skill to check the veracity of what he had written, Melastane was surprised to hear that there could be such characteristics, and magic, and even black magic at such levels. He used the ice arrow skill and then also used the magical acceleration skill for greater efficiency and fired it in Tessen's direction. The next moment, rejoicing in such a variety of skills and high stats, Melistane rushed into melee combat and exclaimed, "I'm definitely going to have fun." Time after time, Melistane struck again and again, trying to break through Khan's defense, but his attacks were blocked by only one sword. When Tessan got tired of just defending himself, he activated his air jump skill and took to the air to perform a certain combination. As soon as he got to the right distance, he used his ice arrow skill to target his opponent in the clone's body. In addition, Tessan did not forget to use his magic acceleration for more power, and then he heard the enemy groan. Seeing that no damage was done after the attack because the skill of canceling the first attack worked, Melistane was surprised to hear the attack nullification. Damn, this skill is hard to call upon. The next moment, he smiled ominously and felt excited about the anticipation of an exciting battle, and added that it would be fun. After a while, seeing what Melistane was doing on the battlefield, Casper exclaimed in confusion, "What are you doing?" Looking at him, trying to mold the hunchback to the wall, the warrior angrily added, "Why you change your sword techniques with others?" In response to this question, Melistane said to the warrior, "Your sword art has always seemed interesting to me." At the same time, while the opponent was talking to the Casper, Tessan was blocking his blows, and thought that he was really quite strong. He had already been able to implement his Storm of Scars technique. However, even though the enemy was quite skillful, it did not mean that he was invincible, so Kang used the skill of freedom of choice to turn his agility into strength. Immediately after that, he launched an attack and dealt a devastating blow to the enemy, beginning to dominate the battlefield and pinning Melistane down. Seeing that his defense could not cope with this onslaught, the clone exclaimed, "That means you still have a few tricks up your sleeve," and then repeated Tessen's actions, turning agility into strength. Seeing that the enemy had done exactly what he needed, Tessan looked at the enemy with a menacing look and spoke too late. Immediately afterwards, he used the false flame of Marxius on his opponent, who had lost all his agility and the ability to dodge. Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield when Thesan had defeated the enemy with tricks, Casper said, "Well, that was to be expected." After Melistane had been hit in the head, a system alert appeared above him, a fatal hit that had been cancelled, all damage reduced to 0 for 1 second, and then he held his head and said, "Oh my God." Crouching down, the adventurer who had managed to reach the 70th floor said in disappointment, "This is the first time I've lost to a warrior in a dry spell." Immediately afterwards, looking back to his master, Melistane said, "I'm sorry, Lord Pavsha." Hearing the comforting words from his god even after the defeat, the adventurer lowered his head down, dripping with cold sweat, and said to Lord Pasha, feeling that he remained quite a valuable person even after failing to live up to his expectations, Melistane said in a tender voice, "What kind words, thank you, my god." Disappearing into thin air before vanishing, Melistane said, "I had fun for the first time in a long time, adventurer," after which Tessan received a system notification that said you have completed the Pawa test. Immediately afterward, he received several more system notifications that said your level has been increased and spiritual enhancement has been activated. As soon as his clone had completely dissipated into thin air, Tessan received another notification that said all skills had increased, including the soul skills of the spiritual enhancement. Looking at what had just happened to his skills, Casper exclaimed in surprise to Tessan, who replied that the skill of all my skills had increased by 2 to 3%, including black magic, which I did not use much. After answering his friend's question, the guy looked at his skills and mentally said that I had about 80 skills, and according to rough calculations, my skill had increased by 200%. The next moment, He received another notification that said, Permanent skill clean mirror calm water skill. 1% unwavering heart. Unbreakable. Will permanent skill death's door skill. 100% you can feel when death is approaching activates in any dangerous situation. After reviewing the skill improvements and other things, Tessan received another notification with an offer of an apostle from the god Paw, to which Tessan waved his hand and said no, I refuse. After that, Khan received a few more notifications that said, You have passed the test of the fallen. You are rewarded by the fallen. You have received the dagger of the survivor. The dagger of the one who passed the attack plus 25 rewards from the god of proof is a truly amazing weapon. You have passed the test of strength. You will receive additional bonuses seeing this. Khan said it was time to change weapons. Also, after gaining the new skill, Khan saw in its description a permanent skill. The spirit of the one who passed. You have defeated another version of yourself when you are close to death. Your soul will receive a test of fallen. This skill can be used once. In response to the boy's question, Casper replied, Well, maybe I don't know what the test is, but I'm sure I'm close to death. After noting a certain detail in the skill's description, the Ghost Prince said that the skill often saves the owner's life from death. Hearing this, Kang was surprised to hear that it was like a second life, and he said uncertainly, but it was true. And then the guy added that it would be much harder for me to continue. Immediately afterwards, remembering the opponent he had fought, Khan asked why Melistine had done so. The contract with the apostle means that your soul is connected to God even after death. Thinking about his friend's question, Casper answered a rather interesting question. Talent and luck make clearing the labyrinth almost impossible even for capable people. Imagining ordinary adventurers who do not possess outstanding powers, the ghost added that usually those who have lost their will or surrendered, or those who are afraid of death, accept the apostle's contract. Recalling the advantages of these contracts, the ghost added powers are fully preserved, and therefore it is quite a tempting offer. Hearing his friend's words, Tessan was surprised to ask, Are you saying that they are trying to preserve what they have achieved? And he replied that this is exactly what he meant, because if they die, everything will be useless. However, by accepting the apostle's contract and binding one's soul to God, one can protect one's ego. I believe that there is no right answer to the question of what brings more pain, but Melistine decided that it is the latter. After the story about the contracts was finished, the Ghost Prince said, I don't think it's such a bad option, so think about it, although I don't think you'll need it. Hearing the advice from his friend, who then immediately rejected it himself, Kang said, I think so too, and then heard, Well then, stop thinking and let's go. Having cleared the secret room of the 22nd floor, the boy said thoughtfully, Well, with such characteristics, the necklace more than deserves to be worn. After a while, Tessan, having fought against the ice spirit, received a notification. You have defeated the ice spirit of the middle-ranked labyrinth. Your level has been raised. Spiritual enhancement has been activated. After defeating the boss of the floor, Tessan was rewarded with a secret doctrine of darkness, the description of which said that it contained the secrets of black magic and could be sold in the store at a high price. He was also able to get a pair of dragon skin cuffs that gave 30 points of protection and 10 points of strength. After not much time spent clearing the 22nd floor, the boy finally arrived at the 23rd floor of the maze. As soon as he stepped onto the 23rd floor, he immediately activated his observation skill to search for the secret room and then said, I think I found it. Having discovered how exactly to open it, the guy was able to achieve the desired result without wasting any extra time. As soon as the door to the secret room opened, Kang immediately remembered the words of the mad spirit who told him to defeat the owner of the secret place and return. Having prepared himself mentally for the battle, The boy confidently said to destroy the boss of the secret room of the 23rd floor, confident that once I do this additional task will be completed, he will go ahead. Following his comrade in search of the room boss, Casper said to Tizen, I feel a powerful energy. Hearing Casper's words and covering his respiratory organs with a cloth, Khan replied in agreement, the air is completely different, even breathing is difficult. After walking some distance and noticing an image in the distance, which was most likely the opponent, Khan said this. At the same time, the owner of the room said to the intruder, What are you doing here, man? After hearing the question, as soon as the owner of the room came into view, Tessan received a system notification that said you have been visited by a high-ranking shadow wind spirit, Kashpar. In response to the question of the wind spirit who lived in the secret room, Tessan confidently answered, I am here on behalf of the white spirit. Hearing the reason why the stranger had come to his domain, Kashpar was surprised to hear that you had come here on the orders of that madman. Surprised that this individual was able to convince someone and force him to obey, the windy spirit said, Did this fool order you to destroy me? Recalling the same mad spirit who hates all spirits, Kashpar added, He is simply incorrigible. A changed spirit who has not been able to gain reason. If you continue to obey him, then one day you will also be killed. So please go back and fulfill your duty. This is my advice to you, man. In response to the advice from the wind spirit who was in the secret room, Tessan took up his weapon and replied, I'm sorry, but this is my duty. At the same moment, the boy used the dagger of the person who had passed as his main weapon and pointed it at his opponent. Immediately after that, using his second sword, which was enchanted into flames, Tessan created an arena surrounded by fire around him and the spirit. Seeing that he began to produce Kashpar, activating the skill of a deer walking on the will of the wind, he exclaimed, I showed mercy, you wretched man, and you dared to set fire to my domain.